Hey there, my name is Antonio, and in this course I'm going to show you how to build a fully functional Slack clone using cutting-edge web technologies. This project is perfect for developers looking to enhance their skills in real-time communication and modern web development. In our Slack clone, we'll implement a wide range of features that you'd expect from a professional team collaboration tool. You'll learn how to create a system where users can add reactions to messages, reply in threads, and send, edit, and delete messages seamlessly. We'll also cover more advanced functionalities like sending images in chats and setting up direct messaging conversations. These features will enhance the user experience and make our clone feel more like a professional, fully featured communication platform. A standout feature we'll implement is a custom invite system using a 6-character code and shareable invite links. This adds security and exclusivity to your workspace. You'll also discover how to manage user roles, including how to promote users to admin status. Channel management will be a key part of our project. We'll implement features to create new channels and delete existing ones, giving admins full control over their workspace organization. Throughout this course, you'll gain hands-on experience with state-of-the-art web development techniques, learning how to create a responsive, real-time application that can handle complex user interactions. By the end of this course, you'll have built a robust Slack clone that you can be proud of, and you'll have the skills to develop similar real-time communication platforms all on your own. And now, without further ado, let's get started. You're watching part 1 of Slack clone here on YouTube, and you can find part 2 for free in the link in the description. This is a quick reminder that you can also use my platform, codewithantonio.com, and you can watch this entire course in chapters, and you can also mark your progress. You can also become a premium member, and you can unlock special courses like Canva clone, as well as source code to over 20 premium projects and over 170 hours of premium content. In order to build our project, we first need to have Next.js installed. And in order to install Next.js, we need to configure some system requirements. So, as you can see from the documentation page of Next.js, ensure that you have Node.js installed. If you don't, you can visit the website and simply install the latest long-term support version. After you've installed Node, in your terminal you can confirm your version by typing node-v. By installing Node, you also get npx, so you can confirm that version as well. If you have both of this, and if the Node version is higher or equal than what it says on the documentation page here, you are good to go, and you can configure with the automatic installation of Next.js. So if you want to, you can go ahead and copy this command and run it. But I'm going to show you one quick tip and one quick package manager which I will be using throughout this course. So Bun is a new JavaScript package manager, runtime bundler. It's basically a lot of things, and it is blazingly fast, as you can see from this comparison right here of Bun and Node.js. That being said, it is not required for this project, so feel free to completely skip installing Bun if you don't want to. But I just want to bring to your attention that I will be using Bun throughout this course. So instead of running npx create next app, which looks like this, I'm going to be running bunx. And if you install Bun, you can also confirm your Bun version like this and your bunx version as well. So instead of running npx create next app, I'm going to be running bunx create next app at latest. If you want to use Node, simply type npx. After this, let's go ahead and give our project a name. I'm going to call this Slack tutorial. I'm going to be using TypeScript. I'm going to be using ESLint, Tailwind CSS as well. This is important. Make sure you select yes for the source directory. If your default is no, you can use arrow keys to select yes and press enter. Also, very important, make sure you select yes for the app router, and I'm not going to customize the default import alias, so leave this at no. And there we go. Since I'm using bunx, you can see that this says bun install. In your case, it might be npm install. Perfect. we now have a new project installed at this location. So let's go ahead inside of our Visual Studio Code and let's open it up. There we go. If you get this prompt, you can go ahead and press the button here. And you should see the exact structure as I have. You should have the source folder, the app folder, globals, favicon, layout, page.tsx. I'm using bun, so I also have bun log file. You might be having a package.json log file. Also ensure that you have Tailwind config right here. Now let's go ahead and let's run this app. Inside of your terminal, make sure that you go inside of this new directory. So I'm going to go inside of my Slack tutorial here. And if you're using bun, you can go ahead and do bun run dev. If you're using npm, you're going to call npm run dev. But here's the cool thing about using bun. I can do both. I can also do npm run dev, and I can also do bun run dev. So it's interchangeable. So if you want to try it out, feel free to do that. You can also switch in the middle of the project and nothing will break. After that, head to localhost 3000 and refresh your page, and you should be seeing a Next.js landing page. Great. What we're going to do next is we're going to add Shadcn UI. We are not exactly going to install this because Shadcn UI is not a component library, which means that we don't install it as a dependency. Instead, we just have to configure it in our project first. So let's go ahead and click on the installation here and let's select Next.js. We already have our project, so we can skip step 1 and go immediately into step 2. And the cool thing about their website is that it allows you to specify which package manager you want to use. I'm gonna select bun because that's what I'm using. I will shut down the app so I don't get any hot reloading errors, and inside of the repository, so make sure you are inside, you should see all of these files here when you type ls, for example. Go ahead and run the bun initialization command. For these options here, I'm going to select the default style and the slate color. I'm also going to select yes for the CSS variables. And there we go. Project initialization has been completed. And now let's go ahead and do bun run dev again. And if you go to localhost and refresh, I believe that everything should still be the same, but you can see that my background color has slightly changed to plain white color. And if yours was in dark mode, it's gonna be in light mode now. Now let's go ahead and let's learn how to add a component in this library. So one component which we are most certainly going to need is the button component. So let's learn how to add that. You can always go ahead and simply copy the CLI command here, or you can just write it yourself. So I'm going to go ahead and click bun here. I'm going to shut down my app again. You don't need to shut down your app. I'm just doing it for simplicity. And I'm going to run bun --bun Shadcn UI at latest add button. There we go. Now the button component has been added. And here's a quick tip. I also found this to work just fine, right? Without the --bun. And it didn't cause any problems in my project. So you might see me do both in this project, right? I didn't exactly find any difference. Now that you have added a button and you got the done message, you can go ahead and actually find it inside of your project. It's located inside of source components UI button.tsx. Now let's go ahead and let's ensure our app is running. Let's go back into localhost 3000 and let's modify this page right here, which we are seeing. That page is located inside of the app folder inside of page.tsx. Go ahead and remove everything in the return method, and you can also remove the image import. I'm gonna go ahead and return myself a div hello world. Let's go ahead and go back, and there we go. Now I just have a hello world written in here. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and try out some Tailwind classes now by adding a class name property and writing text rows 500, text bold, my apologies, font bold, and let's go ahead and give it a text of 2XL. There we go. I now have a large red bold font. Now you might be wondering how come I have this little color box here, how come when I hover I can see the exact CSS, and how come when I type I get auto-completion. All of that is thanks to one extension which is called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So go ahead and install this extension. It's very useful when working with Tailwind. Besides that, I will also be using simple React snippets and error lens and color highlight. Great. Now we confirm that Tailwind is working inside of our project. And I want you to confirm one more thing. Since we're using the source folder, ensure that your tailwind.config.ts also has the source folder written in the content here. So we never actually defined this explicitly, right? We did not write this configuration file. It was automatically generated for us, and then it was further generated with Shadcn, but just confirm that the content file looks like mine, because if one of the folders is missing here, Tailwind styles will not be applied throughout that folder. But since we are using the source folder, if source is written here, I assume that also everything inside will be Tailwind compatible. Excellent. Now let's go ahead and let's actually use that button component which we've added. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to import button from add/components UI button. And I'm going to go ahead and render that button component here, and I'm going to say click me. Let's go back, and there we go. Obviously I'm zoomed in, so my button is quite large. And now let's go ahead and take a look at the props. For example, I can add a variant prop, and I can change its style to destructive. What's cool about Shadcn UI is, first of all, that this component is directly written inside of our project. It's not hidden away in node modules, which means that we can modify every single part of this component. We can modify the name, prop names, we can modify internal component names. We can also modify the styles, variants, anything we need. Basically, we have full access to create our own component library. So for example, let's practice this by going inside of the button variants and finding the individual variant object. After link, let's go ahead and let's add Slack. Let's go ahead and give it the background color of emerald, 500, a text of white, and when we hover, let's also use BG emerald, but let's also give it an opacity of 80. And now if you go to page here, you can see that variant now has a Slack auto-completion. And there we go. This is our emerald button now. So that's how we're going to use Shadcn UI to add components, but also modify them into our own component library. We can now go ahead and remove our variant. And if you want to, you can play around with sizes prop here. You can see how we also have an error here now. And you can go ahead and play around with sizes if you want to check that out as well. Great. You have successfully configured the project and you are now ready to start developing. Great job. Now that we have the basics of our project set up, let's go ahead and let's implement authentication screens so later our users can use them to log in. We're going to start by revisiting our global.css file right here inside of source app globals.css. And inside of here, just above the layer base, I'm going to add the following rule set: HTML, body, colon, root. And I'm going to give it a height of 100%. Once you've done that, let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to close everything here, and inside of my source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called features. And inside of here, I'm going to create the auth feature. Inside of here, I will keep everything I need related to auth: hooks, API calls, components, and screens. So inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder called components like this. And I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, auth screen tsx, like this. I'm going to mark this as use client, which means that this is now a React component and not a React server component. Basically, it means that we can now use reactivity and interactivity inside of it. Things like use state, for example, or on click. So let's go ahead and let's export const out screen. And let's return a div out screen. Now let's go ahead inside of our app folder, inside of page.tsx, where we have our button. This time, we're not going to be importing the button, but Auth screen from Add Features Auth Components Auth screen. And we can simply render that Auth screen and self-close it. Just like this. So now if you refresh your localhost 3000, you should just see an Auth screen here. Great. Let's go back inside of the Auth screen and let's actually start developing. First thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of my Auth folder and I'm going to add a types.ts file. So outside of components, but instead of the Auth file. And inside of here, I'm going to export type sign in flow, which will be either sign in or sign up. These exact types are very important, so make sure you don't misspell them or don't do your own abbreviations like this. Make sure it's in camel case exactly like this, because we're gonna need it later. Let's go ahead inside of the Auth screen now, and let's go ahead and let's define our default state here. So state, set state from useState, which comes from React. I'm going to go ahead and give this a specific type, which will be our sign-in flow, which we can import from our types. And I'm going to go ahead and by default make this a sign-in screen. I'm going to go ahead and give this div a class name of full height, flex, items, center, justify, center. And I'm going to go ahead and give it a specific background color, 5C3B58. Like this. If you're wondering how come I can exactly see what color this is, that's thanks to the color highlight extension. So this will center my text right here, and it will also give me a nice background. Now let's go ahead and let's create another div here with the class name md hauto md width for 120 pixels. And let's go ahead and add Auth screen again inside. This will not change much, but it will make sense once we add an actual container here. So let's go ahead and do that. Inside of our components folder, I want to go ahead and add a sign-in card.tsx. Let's go ahead and let's export const sign-in card. And let's return a div sign-in card. I'm going to copy and paste this, and I'm going to rename the copy sign up card. I'm going to go inside of the sign up card. I'm going to change the component export and the text inside as well, so I can differentiate between the two. I will now go back inside of the Auth screen and I will dynamically render. So if state is sign in that case, I'm going to render the sign in card from /sign-in card. Otherwise, I will render the sign up card like this. There we go. Now it says sign in card. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's actually develop the sign in card. Before we can do that, we have to add some components from Shadcn UI. So inside of your project terminal, go ahead and run bunx --bun Shadcn UI at latest add card. But besides card, we're also going to have some other elements here. Also add input and separator. And now we should get 3 new components added inside of our project. Let's check them out. So I'm going to go ahead and close everything here. Inside of my source components, I now have button, card, input, and separator. Besides that, let's also install a package. So I'm going to do bun add react icons. In your case, this might be npm install or yarn add, whatever you are using for your package manager. So just make sure you've installed that. Great. In here, in the upper terminal, I just simply have my app running. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's use our new components. So I'm going to go back inside of features auth sign in card. I'm going to replace this div with a card component from components UI card, and I'm going to end it as well. I'm going to give the card itself a class name of full width, full height, and a padding of 8. There we go. We can now see a card right here. Inside of there, I'm going to add a card header. again from components UI card. And I'm going to write login to continue. I'm going to give the card header a class name of px0 and padding top of 0. Besides, below I'm going to add a card description, again from the same import, and I'm going to write use your email or another service to continue. There we go. Perfect. And now inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and add a card content from components UI card as well. And I'm going to give card content a class name, space y5, px0, and padding bottom of 0. Inside of the card content, I will open a native HTML form element and give it a class name of space y 2.5. Basically, what space y means is that elements inside of this element will be spaced out one below another by this exact value. So each input inside of our form will be spaced out one below another by this exact margin. So we don't have to explicitly write that for every input inside. So let me zoom out a bit so you can see how this is currently looking. We have a text which says login to continue, and we have a description. But this login to continue looks a bit slim. Let's go ahead and wrap this inside of a card title, which you can also import from our newly added component. So make sure you've added all the necessary imports: card, card content, card description, card header, and card title. Now inside of the form here, we are ready to finally add our input component. So this is a new component which we've added as well. The input component itself will accept a couple of props. We're going to explicitly write disabled to be false, so we remember that we have to make it modular later. The value can also, for now, just be an empty string. OnChange can be an empty arrow function. Placeholder will be an email. Type will be an email, and we're also going to make it required. There we go. This is now starting to look like something. Excellent. We can copy and paste this input to create a password input. So I'm going to go ahead and change the placeholder to be password, and the type will be password as well. And it's also going to be required. Below this, we're going to finally add a button component, which we've already learned how to import. There it is. Let's go ahead and close the button, and let's add some text inside. The button will simply say continue. The button will be a type of submit, so it submits the entire form here. And the class name for the button will be full width. Size will be large, and disabled will be explicitly false, so we remember we have to add something here. Great. Now it looks like our card content here and our card description are messed up, so that is because our card description should be inside of card header. So just move it above so it is with card title here. There we go. Now we have some nice spacing here. Perfect. So this is a very basic email and password form now. What we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and add some additional options like login with Google and GitHub. So I'm going to go ahead and find the end of this form, but still inside of the card content, and I'm going to add a separator component, which we have added recently to our project. So separator from components UI separator, like this. Make sure that you import these things from actual /components UI. If you use automatic imports like I do, sometimes you can import from Radix. That will not work properly. So always check your imports that you're using the components alias here. Great, so the separator can stay as it is, and below it, let's add a div. This div will have a flex colon, and a gap y of 2.5 between each element inside. And we're going to work explicitly with buttons here. So let's add continue with Google. Let's go ahead and give this a disabled of false explicitly, an onClick, which will be an empty arrow method for now, a variant, which will be outline, a size, which will be large, and a class name, which will be full width and relative, like this. There we go. We now have a continue with Google button. So now I want to go ahead and I want to add my icon. So I'm going to import from React icons /fc fc Google like this. So now what we can do is we can add that icon here, fc Google like this. If you just save it, you can see a small little Google icon here. But now let's position it a bit better. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and give it a size of 5. Now it's a bit larger. Since we've marked the entire button as relative, it allows us to mark this as absolute, so we can absolutely position it wherever we need. I specifically want to position it here in this corner. I'm using this method instead of flex because that way my continue with Google text stays absolutely centered without the need of adding another element here. So that's a little trick we can use. So size 5, absolute, and then I'm gonna give it a top of 2.5 and a left of 2.5. Let's see how that positions it. There we go. It's right here in the corner. Perfect. And we can now go ahead and copy this button. We can paste it here. We can change this text to be continue with GitHub like this. And let's go ahead and import the GitHub icon now. So FA GitHub from React icons FA. Let's replace this with FA GitHub like this, and let's see if it looks fine. It looks just fine. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to go outside of this div and I want to add a little paragraph here. I'm going to give this paragraph a class name of text extra small and text muted foreground. This will be a little footer text. So we're going to ask don't have an account ? Now this word is missing an apostrophe. So if you attempt to add it like this, you might get an error that you need to escape this character, depending on which version of VS Code you have or whether you have slint turned on or off. So if you get an error, you can simply write apos like this. This will escape that sign and it will still look exactly the same in the text here. So if the user doesn't have an account, we're going to go ahead and give them an option to sign up. And we're going to go ahead and give this div, give this span a special class name of text sky 700 hover underline. And we're also going to give it a cursor pointer. So it behaves like a link. Even though it's not exactly a link component, it will just use our setState method. There we go, so we now have our elements. And just by looking at this, I think that maybe we can move the Google and the GitHub just a pixel below, or maybe I'm nitpicking. Let's try with top 3. If you like it, you can do it like that, yes, depending on how you prefer. Yes, in my opinion, this looks a bit more centered. It's not really important, of course. All right, now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's go inside of our out screen here. And let's actually provide the users with ability to change this state of sign in and sign up, depending on what they click here, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and give my sign in card a set state of set state. So we can just simply pass it like that. And we can do the same thing for the sign up card. So set state of set state like this. Let's go inside of the sign in card and let's actually define the types. So I'm going to go ahead and use interfaces for types. And I'm going to follow the convention of having the component name and then props. I'm going to call set state here, which will accept a new state, which is a type of sign in flow, which you can import from /types like this. And we're simply going to return a void here. So I'm going to now assign those props here. And I'm going to destructure the set state. And now what we can do here is we can add an onClick to this span element. So before the class name, I will add an onClick here. And I'm going to call the set state. And I'm going to change it to sign up. So when we click on this sign up span right here, it should change to sign up card, which currently does not have the ability to go back to sign in. So let's go ahead and complete that part. So what we can do is we can copy the entire sign in card and go inside of the sign up card and just replace it entirely. Before you save, go ahead and change the imports to be sign up card props and the component to be sign up card. So now you should no longer have any errors. And now when you click, you shouldn't exactly see any difference. It's just switching between the exact same component. So let's go inside of the sign up card. Be careful, make sure you're inside of the sign up component, not sign in. We just finished the UI for sign in. Inside of the sign up card, let's go ahead and let's modify the initial text. So instead of login to continue, I'm gonna write sign up to continue. And we can leave the description to be as it is. One difference that we're gonna have here is we're gonna have 3 inputs. This input will be used to confirm the password. There we go. You can see how now I have 3 inputs here. And let's go all the way down here and we're gonna ask a different question. Instead of don't have an account, we're gonna ask already have an account, like this. And we're gonna change the state to sign in. And we're gonna change the actual action to sign in. So now it says sign up to continue, and it asks me to sign in if I already have an account. And when I click on it, it shows me the sign in card. Great. So we can now differentiate between the two. I want to do one more thing before we wrap up the UI, and that is to enable control of our inputs. So let's go inside of the sign in card since it is just a tiny bit simpler. So I'm going to go ahead inside of the sign in card and I'm going to use simple states to control my form. You can of course incorporate React hook form if that's what you prefer, but honestly for simple forms I have nothing against using simple states. I think it's just easier to control rather than adding a whole form for just 2 inputs. Let's go ahead and define our email and set email. Let's copy and paste this to be password and set password, like this. And now let's go ahead and give the first input, which is email, the email value. And let's go ahead and modify the onChange to take the event and very simply call the set email with event target value. And now we can go ahead and copy these 2 attributes and paste it here. Replace this one with password and this one will be called set password. There we go. So now if you try typing here and try typing a password, you can see that even when I click continue right here, we have some validation because we marked the input as type email and we also marked it as required, right? So if you try to submit without, you're also going to get an error. This built-in HTML validation is actually quite helpful, but we're also going to do validation on the backend as well. Now let's go ahead and let's copy these 2 attributes and let's go inside of the sign up card so we can add the same elements here. So I'm going to go ahead and add those 2 elements here. And we also need to add the useState import from React. I'm going to move it here to the top. And besides this, I'm going to copy and paste this one and I'm going to call it confirm password. There we go. So now I'm just going to copy the attributes from my sign in card so I can paste them here for the email. I'm going to go ahead and paste it here and be sure to replace this with password and call set password. I'm going to copy this once and I'm going to replace the confirm password once, and this one will use the confirm password value and they're going to call set confirm password. Did I misspell it? I did. Set confirm password. There we go. So now my sign up method should work as well. Please excuse this, that's LastPass extension. So now if you try and click on sign up, you should also have this kind of validation here. Perfect. Great job. What we're going to do next is we're going to implement actual functionality, and which means we're going to have to add our database, our Auth.js package, and all of those things. Great job. In order to activate the actual authentication methods, we first have to add our database. And for that, we're going to be using Convex. So head to the website and find the documentation. In the documentation here, you can find quick starts. Go ahead and find the quick start for Next.js. We already have our project, so no need to do this step. Instead, we need to install Convex inside of our project. So I'm going to go inside of my terminal here, inside of my project, and I will simply do bun add convex, like this. Let's wait a second, and there we go. We now have Convex installed, and if I go inside of my package JSON here, I can find the Convex and its exact version right here. After that, we have to go ahead and run npx convex dev or bunx convex dev if you're using bun. So let's run bunx convex dev like this. This will prompt you to choose an existing project or create a new project. I'm gonna go ahead and select create a new project. I'm gonna give this project a name, Slack tutorial. You can see how it automatically reads from my folder name, so I can just leave that empty and press enter. And there we go. Since I'm already logged in, I didn't get any new prompts. But if this is your first time doing this, you probably got a prompt to log in with GitHub. And once you've done that, you were probably redirected to the Convex page here. So now I'm gonna go ahead and log in to show you this new database which we've just created. There we go. Let me just zoom in a bit. So this is my original project which I developed, and this is the new one which I just made in front of you here, right? So if you go inside of this, there we go. This is your database for now. And now you can also take a look at everything new that was added inside of here. So we now have the Convex folder, as you can see here. So what we want to do next is, in my opinion, finish the entire quick start so we can learn how Convex works. So one important thing during this entire course is that you're going to have two things running. First is npm or bun run dev, which will be running our Next.js application, and the other one is bunx or npx convex dev, which will be running our backend. So during this entire project, I will remind you a couple of times to have both things running. Otherwise, the API will not be able to connect. So make sure you see the message convex functions ready, and make sure this is actually running. And now we can continue further. So next time, if you accidentally close this, you just run the same command, npx convex dev. It's that simple to start your Convex up. So now what I want to do is I actually want to follow these instructions. If you want to, you can follow along. You don't have to, because we are going to remove this later. So I'm going to go ahead now and I'm going to create this sample data.jsonl. So in the root of my project here, I'm going to create sample data.jsonl. And I'm going to paste it here, right? So a very simple JSON for a to-do list. And then I'm going to go ahead and do this, npx convex import -- table tasks. So this is the name of the table which we want. And we're going to seed the data from here. But I'm going to be using bunx, right? So for this part, I can actually shut down the server and I can run this directly. So bunx convex import -- table. I'm gonna give the table a name of tasks, and I'm loading the sample data.jsonl, which I've just created and put in the root of my project. So make sure it's not inside of any folders, otherwise it won't be able to be found. Keep in mind, you don't need to do this. This is just so we demonstrate how Convex works. And there we go. You can see how now it's added those 3 documents here. And if you go back inside of your database, you now have tasks, and you can see how we have these 3 tasks right here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's expose a database query so we can actually fetch that using React and Next.js. So we're going to go inside of the convex folder, and we're going to create a new file, tasks.ts. And I'm going to paste what we just copied. So I'm going to import query from /_ right here, server. I'm going to define the get constant, and I'm going to use the query. The first argument here are the arguments, which you can skip or just leave it as an empty array. And then in the handler, we are awaiting context, which has access to our database. And similar to, let's say, Drizzle, we have this query where we name our table and then we collect right here. So this will return, if you hover over, there we go. It's going to return an array of items here. The reason it's writing any is because we don't have our schema defined. That's something we're going to do in a moment. So let's go ahead now and let's continue here by adding the convex client provider. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my source here, components, and I'm going to create a convex client provider.tsx. So there, I guess you can see the name, right? I'm not writing that inside of UI. I'm writing it inside of components here. And I will just copy the entire thing here. Keep in mind, this is something that you need to do. So the previous thing, adding these tasks and seeding the database, you don't need to do that. But you do need to add the convex provider. So make sure you have this right here. Let's go ahead and see whether we have the next public convex URL or not. I assume that when we run bunx or npx convex dev, there we go. It added these two to our .environment.local, so we don't need to do that ourselves. Perfect. Which means that this exists and it won't be undefined. So just confirm that inside of your .environment.local, you actually have the next public's convex URL and convex deployment. Both of these were added by running this command right here. Excellent. Now that we have the convex client provider, let's go inside of our app layout.tsx. And let's go ahead and let's import convex client provider from components convex client provider. I'm just going to go ahead and separate my imports a bit. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and wrap my children inside of it. So convex client provider. There we go. Keep in mind that just because we mark this as use client, it doesn't mean that everything inside will be a client component as well. So children can be server components even if their parents are wrapped inside of use client, as long as they're passed through the children prop. Perfect. So now that we've done that, we can go ahead and modify this and actually fetch the tasks. So let's go ahead and do that together. Let me just revisit my localhost here to ensure that it is running. So I'm just going to refresh a couple of times and nothing should break. Let's also ensure that we have bunx convex dev running so our API doesn't fail. So you should get the message convex functions ready like this. And now let's go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to go inside of app and I'm going to create a new folder where we're simply going to test out. So let's call it test. And inside, let's create page.tsx. So we are now actually also practicing routing in Next.js. So if you want to create a new client route, you create a new folder and then a reserved file name page.tsx. One rule that this page file needs to have is that you cannot do this. So pages need to use default exports like this. And let's call this test page. And now, since we named our folder test, you can go to localhost 3000/test, and there we go. You now see the test page. And now let's go ahead and mark this test page with use client at the top like this. Let's also import use query from convex react, and let's also import API from convex generated API. So basically we are going all the way outside of the source folder inside of convex, inside of generated, and we target the API like this. And then we can go ahead and define our tasks here, similar to how we would using React query. And then we can iterate over them right here. So I'm just going to copy the entire return method here so it looks nicer. There we go. So basically tasks, question mark, in case they are undefined in the beginning, we are mapping them. We are automatically destructuring the ID and the text. We are assigning the ID as the key, and we are rendering the text inside. So if you go ahead now inside of create next app, there we go, buy groceries, go for a swim, and integrate convex. And here's a cool thing, convex is a real-time database by default. So if you go inside of your database, and if you decide to add a new document here, I'm gonna call this real time and click save. There we go, it's added right here in real time. Excellent. So we now have a fully functioning database connected, and we are now ready to explore convex Auth. So previously, when I used convex in my courses, the only authentication solutions were Clerk, Auth0, or custom JWT solutions. But now we have convex Auth, which actually uses Auth.js. So that's what we're going to build next. But we're going to do that in the next chapter. Great job. Let's go ahead and let's add authentication to our project using convex Auth and Auth.js. If you wish to follow the documentation as I am, head to the convex documentation page and in Sidebar find Authentication Convex Auth. Keep in mind that convex Auth is currently in beta, which means that some features might change, so it's a good idea to follow along on your own in the documentation in case there are any changes in the setup. So inside of here, I'm going to select this. To add convex Auth to an existing project, follow the setup guide. So we can skip this part because we already have our project. Instead, we can go ahead immediately here in the installation. So we're going to go ahead and add these two packages, convex-dev/auth and auth core, which is actually Next.auth. So let's go ahead and either run npm install or bun add to those two things. There we go. After you've installed that, you have to run convex-dev/auth. So either npx or bunx convex-dev/auth. You now have this message. There are unstaged or uncommitted changes in the working directory. The reason it's asking that is because what it's going to do is these manual steps. So you can go ahead back here and you have this option. Alternatively, you can perform these steps manually. So inside of here, you can see everything that this command will do for you. So it's going to overwrite some of your files, right? In our case, we don't have those files at all. So this message doesn't really matter. We can safely confirm that. I just wanted to explain why that's working. There we go. So now it's asking us some questions. Enter the URL of your local web server. So that is HTTP localhost 3000. As you can see inside of my parentheses, it's already predefined here. So I can just press enter. There we go. And it successfully set the site URL to localhost 3000. And it successfully added my private keys, my tsconfig file, outconfig file, all of those things. Perfect. So we now continue by configuring our schema and our frontend. So we have not yet played around with schema, but it is very easy to do that in Convex. So inside of Convex folder, where we recently play around with tasks, you can see that now we have Auth, which looks very familiar to Auth.js because it is based on that. So let's go inside of Convex and let's go ahead and define our schema. So inside of our schema, which we define as following. So we import define schema and then define our schema using define schema like this and export default schema like that. Inside of here, we can define anything we want, right? So let's go ahead and try something else. So for example, if I go ahead and define tasks to be v dot, I think I need to import v from values. So v define, I'm not sure which one it is, my apologies. Let me just go ahead and go inside of the documentation here, schema. It's define table, my apologies. So I'm just practicing now because we haven't exactly encountered the schema yet. So here's how you would write it. You would write define table. You would go ahead and give this a name. You wouldn't give it a name, my apologies. You would just write fields inside. So for example, it would have completed, which would be v.boolean, right? Basically, that's how you write schema inside of Convex. In this case, what we are going to do is we are just going to import the auth tables so we don't have to write them ourselves like this. So let me just import all of these things. And auth tables is basically a collection of tables like this. But instead of tasks, it has users, and then it has accounts, and then it has, sessions and all of those things which we usually copy and paste from the Auth.js page, while Convex has a quick little solution for us which we can spread inside of here. But this by default did not add anything inside of our schema. How do I know that? Well, if I go inside of my database actually here, and if I go ahead, you can see that I only have the option to generate the schema. I'm not going to click it because I'm not sure what it does. But usually if you already have a schema, the button says show or display schema. So what we have to do for this to be applied to our schema is ensure that we have bunx convex dev running. So bunx convex dev like this. And once you run that, there we go. So it's starting to notice something, but looks like we have this error here. Here's what we're gonna do quickly. Let's go inside of the tasks and let's completely remove them. We no longer need that. So I just want my, there we go, my schema to work. So it got confused because we kind of seeded these tasks, right? But we didn't define them in the schema. So what I did was I simply removed that tasks file, and then convex dev no longer found that, and then this error went away. And you can see how now I have a bunch of new things inside of my database, and we can now remove the tasks entirely. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the entire tasks table. There we go. Now we have users, auth verifiers, auth verification codes, sessions, refresh tokens, auth accounts, all of those things which are ready for us to set up ourselves. So let's go ahead even further and let's select Next.js here. So we are using app router right here. So let's go ahead and import convex auth Next.js server provider. Let's go ahead and start in our layout right here. I'm going to import that at the top, and I'm going to wrap my entire app inside of this. So convex auth Next.js server provider. And let me indent the rest like that. And now we also have to do something. So we have to change our convex client provider. So let's go inside of convex client provider here. And this time we're going to import convex auth Next.js provider from convex-dev auth Next.js. So let me go ahead and add that here. And what we are going to do is we are going to replace the convex provider import with our new import, and we can then remove this. There we go. So let me go ahead and collapse this. Perhaps this will be a bit more visible that way. And let me just go ahead and finish this up. There we go. Like that. So basically, we previously had the convex client, right? But now we replace that with this new import from convex-dev auth specifically for Next.js right here. Perfect. And we already have this added. As you can see, they instruct you to do that further, but we already have that because we came with that set up. We just now modified it so that it actually uses the Auth Next.js provider instead. Great, and now we can go ahead and add a middleware. So let's go ahead and create that. I'm gonna close everything here, and I'm gonna go inside of middleware.ts like that. And I'm going to copy the entire thing and I'm going to paste it inside. There we go. The setup is done. So now let's go ahead and besides having bunx convex dev running, which I'm going to shut down because in my first terminal, I want to run bun run dev. And then in my second terminal, I'm going to do bunx convex dev like this. So always make sure you have both running when you want to test things out. There we go, and let's just go ahead and let's try seeing if this is still working. There we go, so it looks like I can access this page right here. Perfect. So what I want to do now is I want to play around with server-side authentication in Next.js and perhaps try and use this middleware to protect our routes. So we can use these matchers right here. So let me go ahead and import the create route matcher from convex dev. And let's go ahead and let's create const is public page. So inside of here, what we are going to write is very simply /sign-in like this. And then inside of this middleware, what I want to do, my apologies, this is a method, so let's get the request. What I want to do is I want to check if the request is public page. So if it's not public page, my apologies. In that case, all I want to do is I want to return this to the sign-in page, right? And looks like we also have to use this. So I will also import is authenticated Next.js. So let me go ahead and add that. So if we are not on a public page and if we authenticated Next.js, what I want to do is return the Next.js middleware redirect, which we can add here like this. And I want to use the request in the first parameter, and I want to redirect to sign in like that. Otherwise, I don't think I have to do anything. I think this should be enough to protect our routes, but we are of course going to test it out. I just realized I'm using this is authenticated Next.js improperly. So this basically means whether the user is currently authenticated. So if we are not on a public page and if we are not authenticated, that's when we want to redirect to sign in like this. So let's go ahead and try this out now. So I'm going to go ahead and first of all create the sign in page. So I'm going to go inside of the app folder. We can remove, actually let's keep test just for testing. But beside it, let's go ahead and let's create the sign in page. And inside a page.tsx, remember we have to add a default export. So sign in page div sign in. Let's go ahead now and go inside of localhost 3000 and let's see if I can access /test. My apologies. So we have to go inside of test and I have to clean this up, but this looks like we are able to access it. So I just cleaned test, right? So we are not calling that query. So it looks like I can still access this page. So let's take a look at my middleware again and see if there's something I'm doing wrong. And I think I know what it is. I'm using the source folder, but my middleware is outside of the source folder. This is a habit that we have from my previous courses. So let's fix this. I'm going to cut the middleware from here and I'm going to paste it inside of the source folder right here. So now let's see if anything changes. There we go. So if I try going to /test, I'm redirected to the sign-in page. If I try to go to localhost 3000, I'm redirected to the sign-in page. So if I'm not logged in, this is the only page I can see, which is exactly what I wanted to achieve with this middleware. Perfect. I'm gonna add a little to do here. Redirect user away from sign in if authenticated, like this. So now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our sign in here, and perhaps we can make this more generic. Let's call it auth. And you can click yes for update imports. And if you get this unsaved file for next types, you can just save that file as well or close it. It doesn't matter. Just ensure that you don't continue developing inside of the .next folder. That can happen. So let's head back inside of our auth here. And I'm going to rename this to auth page. The name of the constant does not matter. All that matters is that you do a default export from the reserved page keyword inside of the app folder. And I'm going to do a very simple thing here. I'm just going to add out screen. Let's go ahead and check whether our out screen has use client. So it has, which means we don't have to turn the entire page into out screen into client. Perfect. And now let's go back inside of the middleware, which we recently moved in the source folder. And this time my public page will be /auth. And we are going to redirect the users to /auth. And I'm also going to change this comment to notify me of the /auth method. There we go. So now you can see that my localhost 3000 is on /auth. If I go to /test, I am immediately redirected back. If I try anything else, I am redirected back. If I go to localhost, I am redirected back. Perfect. Now what we have to do is we have to actually enable one of the methods for the user to log in. So at the moment, if you go ahead inside of your convex Auth.js, we have no providers set up. So let's go ahead and set up the easiest of the providers, which is most certainly the GitHub provider. So let's follow the instructions on how to set up the Auth for GitHub. As you can see here, GitHub has better than most configuration developer experience, and I fully agree with that, which makes it really easy to set up first. So let's go ahead and do the following. Usually, we would just go inside of our profile. We would go ahead inside of developer settings here. We would go inside of OAuth apps, click on new OAuth app, and inside of here, we would add localhost 3000. With Convex, it is a little bit different. So let's go ahead and let's follow the instructions right here. So we have to visit the Convex dashboard, and inside of here, we have to find the Convex URL, it seems. So let's go ahead and do that. Inside of here, I'm going to go inside of the settings, and let's see which one I have to find. So these are my environment variables here. These are my project settings. Somewhere in here, we should be able to find our URL. So this is the deployment URL. I think we need the HTTP actions URL. So let me just confirm that here. There we go. So the origin or the domain of the callback URL for Convex Auth is our backend's HTTP actions URL. There we go. We confirmed that here. So go inside of settings, URL and deploy key, show deployment credentials, and select HTTP actions URL and copy it. Let's go ahead and add that to our authorization callback URL. And then we have to further advance it by adding /API/auth callback GitHub. So let's go ahead and add that. There we go. And the homepage URL, I believe, is the same thing, and we can call this Slack tutorial. Let's go ahead and click register application here. And now we have the client ID, and we also need to generate a client secret, but let's not do that yet. So we have to add this a little bit differently. So we don't add this directly inside of our environment variable. We have to add it inside of this project here. We have to add it inside of here. So if you want to, you can manually add it here, or you can use the instructions as below here. So you can use the npx convex environment set. So let's do that. I'm going to copy the client ID, and I'm going to go ahead and shut down my project here. And I'm going to run banex convex environment set out github _id, and I'm just going to paste what I copied from my client ID. And once I add that, you're going to see that inside of my project here, there we go, I have the auth GitHub ID added, which is exactly what I just copied from here. And now we have to do the same thing for the generate client secret. So let me just pass this verification. Here we go. And now I'm going to use the exact same method. So again, keep in mind that this prefix is important. So auth _GitHub _ID will be automatically recognized once we add a GitHub provider here. Of course, if you want differently named environment variables for any reason, you can configure that as well, but I recommend that you just follow to the actual standards for now. So now let's do banex convex environment set auth _GitHub _secret and paste your secret. I accidentally copied something else, so there we go, copying my secret, pasting this. And let's confirm inside of my environment variables, I now have my auth GitHub secret. There we go. So confirm there are no typos here, confirm that both are inside of your project. And you can now go ahead and do banex convex dev. So your server is running. So make sure that you have the success message convex functions ready. Now let's go back inside of here. And what we have to do is import GitHub from auth core providers GitHub. So I am inside of convex auth.js here. Let me just add that here. And I'm simply going to add GitHub. As always, you can expand this and you can specify the client secret and you can specify the client ID in case your environment variables are different. But in case you name them correctly, as we did, it's automatically going to look for ones named exactly like this. Perfect. So we have that. And now what we have to do is we have to find this button where we want to use the sign in via GitHub. So let's do that. I'm going to go inside of one of my cards. So I'm going to use the sign in card. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and import these use auth actions. So let me add them here. And I'm going to add them to the top of my project. So use auth actions. And inside of here, I'm going to extract this sign in method. And now I'm going to do const on provider. And the provider value will only be able to be GitHub or Google. And then inside of here, we're going to very simply call sign in, and we can pass in the value actually like that. So in our case, it will only be GitHub or Google. And now let's go ahead and add this on provider. Let's name it better. Let's call it handle provider sign in. So it's a bit more descriptive. Now let's find the button which says continue with GitHub, and let's go ahead and change this on click to do exactly that. We need to call it and we need to define GitHub inside like that. Let's go ahead and try this out now. So inside of my project, make sure that you're on the login card. Your GitHub button should now do an action where it opens up GitHub and asks you for which one to authorize. So currently at the moment inside of my database, I have no users, as you can see. And if we've done this correctly, once I authorize myself here, I should have a new user inside. Let's take a look. If I go inside of my data here, there we go. My first user is right here and it's authorized with GitHub. And now if I go to localhost 3000/test, let's see if that will work. There we go. So I'm officially authorized. And now what we have to do is we also have to handle that reverse redirect logic, which we have inside of our middleware. So I'm going to write if we are not on public page. My apologies. If we are on public page and if we are authenticated, in that case, I want to return Next.js middleware redirect request to the root page, basically. So right now, we still render the exact same component here, so it doesn't make much sense. So go inside of app, and inside of page.tsx, remove the out screen, and inside of here add a div logged in. There we go. Now it simply says logged in, and if you try and manually go to /auth, you get redirected back inside of here. Great. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove our test method. We no longer need it. I'm going to do a very simple thing here. Mark this as use client, import use auth actions from convex dev auth react. If those are the same ones we used, let me just confirm inside of my login cards here. Yes, use auth actions from React. And let's this time destructure the sign out method. So I'm going to add a little button here. Sign out. On click. Sign out. Let's do it like this. So now I have a sign out button. So if I click it, there we go. I can no longer access any page besides /out. Perfect. If I try and go to localhost 3000, it does not work. But if I go ahead and successfully log in again, there we go. I am back inside, and this time I can't go back to /out. Perfect. So we've set up most basic authentication. What we're going to do next is we're going to wrap up authentication by adding some loading states, by connecting Google, and also by enabling credential login. Great job. Now that we have GitHub login, let's go ahead and let's implement Google login. So for that, you're going to have to find your Google Cloud Console. So on Google, skip the first sponsored result and find the one which says console.cloud.google.com. And that will lead you to this page right here. Now let's go ahead and let's create a new project. I'm going to call this Slack tutorial. And I'm going to click create. Now let's just wait a moment for our new project to be created so that we can select it and then we can configure the OAuth. So click select project, confirm in the navbar that you are in your new project, and search for API and services, right? This and this one. Now inside of here, go ahead and first set up the OAuth consent screen right here. Go ahead and select the external option. Give your app a name, so Slack tutorial in my case. I'm going to select my email here. Skip the logo upload because if you need to submit your app, it will take a long time for them to verify your app, right? So if you want to use this in production, just skip the app logo and it will be instantly approved. You can skip these as well. And now inside of here, the authorized domain, I always forget. Let's see if we can add localhost 3000 or not. Looks like, can I add HTTP? Okay, looks like not. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do the following. I think that what I have to add here is inside of my settings URL and find the HTTP actions URL. I think that might be it, but I'm not entirely sure, so we'll see later. So let's add this perhaps. Okay. And inside of here, I'm just going to repeat my email. And let's click save and continue. And you can just skip everything here and click save and continue again, and same for the last one. All right, now let's go inside of our credentials and let's click create credentials, OAuth client ID. Inside of here, select a web application. The name doesn't matter. The authorized JavaScript origins inside of here will be our localhost 3000. There we go, we can add that here. And the authorized redirect URIs will be the one we just copied from our HTTP actions URL. And I forgot what's the callback, so let me just take a quick peek here. So /API/out callback, and instead of GitHub, it will be Google. So /API/out callback, and this will be Google. And let's click create. And there we go, we now have client ID and client secret. So first let's copy the client ID and let's go ahead and do bunx convex set. Is it convex environment set? And this will be auth_Google_ID. And then let me just confirm. I kind of forgot how we set this up. Okay. So bunx convex environment set auth_Google_ID and just pass in the client ID. There we go. Looks like you don't have to put the equals sign. You can just add space and then add it. And now that we have the client ID, let's add client secret. And while I'm here, I'm also confirming in my environment variables that I now have auth_Google ID. So now let's add bunx convex environment set auth_Google_secret. And this time I will try with space instead of equals just to confirm whether this still works. Great, looks like both versions work. Yes, so you can either do it like this with a space, or you can add an equal sign. Both will work just fine. So now I have auth_Google ID and auth_Google secret. So you confirm that you have both of these inside of here. Great. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead inside of my sign in card. Oh, but before I try that out, I have to go inside of convex auth.js and I have to import Google from Google here. And let's just add Google to the mix. There we go. Now inside of the sign in card here, nothing should change, I believe. I just want to change the name of this to on provider sign in and change it right here. And then I can copy this, find the continue with Google button and paste it here and change this to Google. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and try and click continue with Google, and let's see if this is working or not. Well, mine is not working because my server is not actually running. So let me run bunx convex dev. Let's wait for the success message here. There we go. I will refresh my page and I will click continue with Google. And I'm redirected, and there we go. I'm going to go ahead and select my account here. I'm going to select continue and I'm logged in. Let's go ahead and go inside of my project here. Let's go inside of users, and there we go. 2 users, and inside of my auth accounts, I have one from Google and one from GitHub, both working flawlessly. Perfect. So now we can go ahead and sign out, and there we go. It's working just fine. So what I want to try out now is, what if we use the same GitHub email and the same Google email? So right now, I think this will result in a bug. So I'm going to go ahead and attempt this now. So I purposely used a different email the first time, but now I'm going to try and use the same email. And it looks like I'm logged in. So it looks like no error. But yes, what happened is that now I just have multiple users. Great. So I just wanted to confirm that, because if we used normal Auth.js, I think this will be an error, right? So let me confirm one more time that I can still log in with my other GitHub user. There we go. So it looks like I can create normal accounts even if they have the same email, because this Auth system seems to separate them. Or it looks like it actually, I still have only 2 users. So what I believe happened is that it simply connected those users with multiple accounts. I believe that perhaps is what happened here. Great, so it looks like that is solved. We don't have to be afraid of that. Usually there's a problem with Auth.js, but looks like it's not a problem here. So what I want to do now is the following before we go on to credential login. I want to implement pending and set pending state, which will by default be false. Then inside of here, I'm going to set pending to be true. And in a dot finally, I'm going to call set pending to be false. And then we're going to use this pending to disable our elements. So everywhere where we hard-coded a disabled false, we're now going to paste pending. So same thing for this big continue button and our continue with Google and GitHub. All of those should be blocked while I am logging in. So let me try this again. There we go. You can see how now when I click on something for a brief second, it is blurred out. Sorry, not blurred out, it's actually, it's grayed out, right? Great, so let me try GitHub. GitHub works just as well. Perfect, so we now have 2 providers which we can use to sign in and sign out. And now what's left to do for us is to implement a credential login. Also, be careful that you don't have multiple tabs open, because Auth.js works in a kind of tricky way. So sometimes when you log out, it might tell you that it show you that you're still logged in. Try and just close any other tabs which you have opened. Great. So now the last thing we have to do is implement the credential login. Great job. Now that we have Google and GitHub way of logging in, let's implement password and email login. So I'm going to go ahead back inside of my Auth.js inside of the convex folder. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and import password from convex -dev/out/providers/password. So as you can see, this is an exclusive provider available from Convex Dev, because usually it's called credentials and we have to implement the register process ourselves. But thankfully, Convex wrapped that in the password provider. So now we can easily handle both signing in and registering from one method. So let's go inside of the sign in card. So we are still only working inside of here. And what I want to add here is a new method, which we're going to call const on credential, or let's call it on password sign in. Let's go ahead and take the event to be React form event HTML form element. Inside of here, prevent default. So this is a form submit, right? That's why we have to do this. And then let's set loading to be true. My apologies. Set pending to be true. And then call a sign in with a password method here. And inside, pass in the email, the password, but also the flow. The flow is important. The flow will determine whether we are creating or signing in for this user. So inside of here, you have to pass either sign in or sign up, right? So that's why I told you to be careful about those types in case you want to reuse them, right? In case you want to use the auth screen and then change the state and pass it here. Just be careful, it needs to look exactly like this. So since this is a login card, it will be sign in. So it's a bit of a shame that they didn't type this right? You can see flow is just a string, right? But they are working on updating this part. So this will in future be strictly typed, which will greatly increase security and type safety. Let's go ahead and let's catch an error if it exists. And in the finally method, let's set pending back to false. So in order to catch an error, we have to create a field for that. So let's add error and set error here to be use state. And by default, it will be an empty string. And now let's go ahead and find a way to render that error. So in between the card header and the card content, if we have error, so we're going to turn it into a Boolean by adding double exclamation points. If we have an error, we're going to open up a div. The div will have a background destructive and an opacity of 15, a padding of 3, rounded MD, flex, items, center, gap x2 between the items inside, text small, text destructive, and we're also going to have a margin bottom of 6. And now inside of here, we're going to render a triangle alert from Lucid React. So we have this, we didn't install it manually. It automatically got installed when we added Shadcn UI. So if you take a look at your package JSON, you should have Lucid React installed here. Great, we now have triangle alert here. So it's a self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of size 4. And then let's add a paragraph, which will very simply render the error here. And inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set error invalid email or password. Let's go ahead and add the on password sign in our form on submit. Like this. There we go. So now, if you refresh this page, ensure that you have bun convex dev running and bun run dev. My apologies, this is bun x convex dev or npx convex dev. So I'm going to try testmail.com and 1234556. And if I try, I get an error. Invalid email or password. That's because this combination does not exist. Perfect. So now what we have to do is we have to create the sign up flow for this. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of the sign up card here. And I'm going to close everything besides sign in card so I can copy some elements from here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the pending states. So error and the pending states, I'm going to copy them and I'm going to add them here below these two things. I'm also going to copy the error display, which we're going to put in between header and the content here. So I'm doing this in the sign up card, right? I also need to import the triangle alert here. So let me just quickly add that. There we go. And I can also copy the on provider sign in. So let's go ahead and copy that here. And I'm just going to go ahead now and also add the use auth actions. So yes, the method is still being called a sign in. Make sure you also import use actions from convex out. I'm just going to move them to the top here. The method we are calling is still called sign in, but we're going to specify the flow to be sign up when we add the credential login. I first want to enable the on provider sign in, which in here we can call on provider sign up. And it will work exactly the same because providers are easy to work with. I personally prefer them because of this. So let's go ahead and find our continue with Google button inside of our sign up card. And inside of here, we call Google very simply. And inside of here, we call GitHub. So this will automatically create a new account if it doesn't exist. And if it does exist, we'll just be logged in. No need to change anything. So I literally just changed the function name here to reflect that this is technically a sign up. Should be used for signing up, right? And now let's go ahead and use the pending here. And let's replace all the explicit false disableds with pending, including this button here this button here, and this button here. So basically nothing should be hard-coded to be disabled false. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's implement our on password sign in. So on password sign up. We'll again take that very same event. I'm just going to copy it from here so I don't type it twice. We're going to prevent default from that event. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to check if password does not match the confirmed password. We're going to set error, passwords do not match. And we're going to early return this so it doesn't go any further. Now let's turn the set pending to be true. And let's call sign in password. And we're going to pass in email, password, and our flow will be sign up. In the catch method here, we're going to set the error to something went wrong. And in the finally method, we're going to go ahead and simply return the set pending to be false. Now we can use the on password sign up here, and we can add it to our form on submit. There we go. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on sign up here. I'm going to ensure that I'm on the sign up method. Inside of my users here, I only have 2 users, and both of them are coming from Google and GitHub. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new testmail.com. And here's the thing. Your password needs to include a capital letter. It needs to be specific length, right? If you just try 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3 and continue, you're going to get an error that something went wrong. Basically, Convex has set up some predefined rules of how our passwords must be. So just for now, I'm going to do that. You don't have to do this. I'm just going to do it for you. So I'm going to comment this out so you can see how the password must look like. So for example, I'm going to add Antonio. Let's go ahead and add 1,000 and an exclamation point at the end. So first things first, we can try this out. There we go. Passwords do not match. So now if I add this and click continue, there we go. And if I go inside of data.dev, I have a test at mail. Perfect. And you can read more about passwords right here. So in the Convex Auth documentation, we handle the Auth here, right? In the passwords here, you can read even further about this, right? So they have their examples here. You can also follow their email reset. You can also follow, their verification. Everything is inside of here, right? So it's a very, very good provider here. You can also customize email and password validation. So inside of here, you can see what they use. They use Zod to validate the basics like password length, but they also use have I been pwned to check whether the email the user wants to use has been previously leaked. They also use this library to require minimum password strength, right? So you can of course override that as well, it seems. Perfect, great. So now let's go ahead and try one more thing. Now that I'm able to register, let's see, can I now log in? So if I go ahead and try a random password, it should not allow me. But if I try my old Antonio 1000 and an exclamation point, there we go. I'm logged in. I'm just gonna go ahead and enable these 2 back. Perfect. So there we go. You can see how now our website is working perfectly. Amazing, amazing job. Before we move forward, I want to bring your attention to a few differences between our OAuth provider and our password provider. So let me quickly show you my terminal. I have bun run dev running and I have bunx convex dev running. So make sure you have both of those running as well and refresh your localhost to ensure that it is working. So I'm going to go ahead and create an account using GitHub as I am doing right now, and I'm logged in. And if I go ahead and take a look inside of my users table, you can see that I have a name. right? So my OAuth provider automatically fills the name property here. And same is true if I use Google. But what happens if I use my password provider here? So I'm going to use the same password that we have used in the previous chapter, and I've created this account now. And when you take a look at the users now, this new user, which I've just created, does not have the name property. This will be an issue because name is something that we are going to rely on throughout the entire app. So let's go ahead and let's fix that. So first of all, go ahead and sign out. And then let's go ahead and do the following. Let's learn how to properly delete our users. So let's start with the users table. Go ahead and click here and click clear table. So this will remove all users. And then simply go ahead and check through all of these. So I have to remove my sessions as well. I have to remove my refresh tokens here. And I have to remove the auth accounts. So I'm going to remove all of them here. And what I'm going to do now is modify the sign up card so that I also have to fill in the name property. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our features, auth components, sign up card. And inside of here, I'm going to add name, set name to be controlled by the state. And now let's go ahead and simply add a new input field right here. I'm going to copy and paste this one. Placeholder will be name, type is not necessary, and value will be name. On change will control the name. And let's go ahead and do the following. Inside of our on password sign up, we also need to add the name property here. Like this. So name, email, password, and the flow. So right now, by default, this will not fill that property, right? So we have the property here, but it's not going to be filled in the database. And I also just want to change the placeholder from name to full name, so it indicates to the user a bit more precisely what we expect them to enter here. So now, if you look at the convex auth documentation, and if you click on passwords here, you can scroll a bit down where you can find some password customization here. So for example, if we need to customize user information, they are using an example of passing in the role. So if you want to pass in the role, you're also going to have to customize the schema, which is just a bit more complicated, but nothing we haven't done already on my channel here. But let's focus on the simple setup. So go inside of passwords and scroll all the way down. What we're going to do is we're going to create this custom password model, and we're just going to pass in the name alongside email. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead inside of the convex, inside of Auth.js. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to define const custom password. And then I'm just going to copy this entire thing here, like this. And then we'll simply use the custom password here. And we also have to import the data model from /_generated. There we go. So make sure you're doing this inside of the convex folder so you have access to the _generated folder inside. And I'm going to remove the role, as simple as that. There we go. So that should now be working. So let's go ahead and try it out. I'm going to go inside of here. Make sure you are refreshed, you are logged out. Make sure you have no existing users. I'm going to go ahead, click sign up. I'm going to give this my name Antonio here. I'm going to go ahead and add a fake email. I'm going to reuse the password which we've used before. Let's create our account and let's take a look at the data now. And there we go. You can see that the name property is now filled. Amazing. So now, regardless if the user uses the password provider or if they use one of the Google or GitHub providers, you can see that they will most certainly have their name property always filled, which is important for us. Great, so go ahead now and log in. Make sure you are logged in, because what we're gonna do now is we're gonna build the user button. In order to build our user button, we're gonna need to add a specific component from Shadcn UI. So if you want to, you can shut down your terminals, but I just opened a new one here, and I'm gonna add npx-bun Shadcn UI latest add avatar. Or you can simply use npx Shadcn-UI add latest add avatar. I'm just gonna show you a bit. If you're unsure, you can always go ahead inside of the components here and find the avatar component and simply, I don't know where it is now, basically find the avatar component and copy the installation command. Great. We now have the avatar components, and what I want to do now is I want to go back inside of my features, inside of my auth here, and inside of the components, I'm going to create a new file called userbutton.tsx, like this. And we're going to have to import, first of all, let's mark this as use client so we can add some interactivity to it. And let's import everything we need from our new avatar component, which was just added in components UI avatar here. And besides avatar, we're also going to need one more component here. Whoops. So we're going to need bunx Shadcn UI latest add drop-down menu. So let's go ahead and install our drop-down menu. So now we can import everything we need from the drop-down menu as well, like this. So make sure you have these three for the avatar and these four from the drop-down menu. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's export const user button here. And inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to open up a drop-down menu. Modal will be false. We're going to add drop-down menu trigger. We're going to give it a class name of outline none and relative. And inside, we're going to render our avatar component. Our avatar component will have a class name of size 10, hover opacity 75, and transition. And inside of here, we're going to have avatar image. And then we're going to have some avatar fallback here, which will not be a self-closed tag. Instead, it's going to be open like this. And then inside of here, we're going to have the drop-down menu content. Let's give it some properties. So it's going to be aligned in the center, side will be right, and class name will be width 60. Let's just fix this typo here. And then we're going to have a drop-down menu item inside, which will be open like this. So I just created a little skeleton here. And then we're going to go ahead and go inside of our logged in screen. So inside of app page.tsx right here. And instead of you having this button here, perhaps you don't even have it, basically just add the user button from features auth components user button. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add our user button here like this. And right now you should just have this weird gray circle, and when you click on it, it should just open an empty an empty space here. So obviously we have to resolve this now, right? So what we have to do is we have to create our user API endpoint so that we can actually load the user data. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start with the API endpoint. So we go inside of the convex folder and we create a new file, users.ts, like this. Inside of here, we're going to import the query, which will come not from convex server, my apologies. So we're going to import query from ./generated/server. And we're going to import auth from ./auth. Let's export const current to be our query. Inside of here, we're going to have arguments, which will be an empty object. And then we're going to have a handler, which is our controller, which has access to the database and all other things. Let's get our user ID using await auth get user ID and pass in the context inside. And very simply, if user ID is null, we are going to break the method and just return null. Otherwise, await context database get user ID. So that's right, in Convex, when you use the database method and when you get something, you don't need to specify the collection which you're trying to get, because Convex has unique types of IDs, as you can see, for users. So it automatically recognizes, okay, this is your user, I know exactly what I have to get. You don't have to tell me that this is a user column, right? Great, so we have added that now. And now let's go ahead and actually create a hook to call this. So we're gonna go ahead inside of our source features auth, and inside of here, let's create a hooks folder, and let's create a file, use current user.ts, like this. Let's export const use current user. And then inside of here, we're gonna go ahead and actually fetch the user. So let's go ahead and get the data by using use query, which we get from Convex React. And then we're gonna get the API from this path. So basically you have to go back until you exit the source folder and go inside of Convex here. And we have to specify API.users.current, like this. And if you go ahead inside of Convex documentation here, let me see if I can find it, reading data. I'm trying to find exactly where they have it written. I can tell you that as well, but I want to find the exact text which they have. Maybe it's somewhere else. Let me just see queries. Basically, if your query data is, there we go. So if query data is undefined, it will most likely mean that it is still loading. So that's how we can determine whether it is loading or not, because by default, we don't get the loading out of here, right? So you can see data can be null, undefined, or it can be the actual user object. So this is how we're going to create our is loading, very simply by checking if data is undefined, because once it loads, if it truly doesn't exist, it will return null. So that's how we're going to differentiate. And then let's return back data and is loading, and this will be a standard hook that we are going to use to fetch all other entities. So we're going to create hooks for each of our entities here in the features, and that's how we're going to standardize that process. Now that we have this hook, we can go ahead back inside of auth components, user button, and inside of here we can go ahead and call the use current user from /hooks use current user, and inside of here we can destructure the data and is loading like this. And let's go ahead and do if is loading. In that case, we're gonna go ahead and return a loader component from Lucid React. So I'm gonna move this to the top here, and let's close this tag. Let's give it a class name, size 4, animate spin, and text muted foreground. And if there is no data for any reason whatsoever, we're going to return it back. Great. So let's go ahead now and do the following, or maybe we can be more precise if data is null, like this, because this will be empty, right? Data can be undefined, but then it's loading, which we technically override by early returning here. But if you want to be more precise, you can do a direct comparison with null. Great, so we now have some user information inside of here. So we can go ahead and now destructure those things here. So if I go ahead and do data, I can destructure the following. So I can get the username, I can get, let me see, image, name, and email. Let me just see whether I did something wrong here. So we do have name. It says that these properties do not exist. So let me just go ahead and check why that is happening. Well, it's happening because of this if clause. So I was incorrect when I told you that it can be just null. Simply do if there is no data, return null. So then we can safely destructure these elements here. All right, So now we have the image, the name, and the email. But as you can see, some of these things might not exist depending on what type of user this is. So let's go ahead and use it to the best of our abilities. So if you go inside of your database here, you can see that my user, which used the GitHub login, has an image. So what I recommend you do, well, we removed the logout button now, so whatever you're logged in with will suffice. Let's go ahead and create an avatar fallback in that case if we can't load the image. So we're gonna get the name. If we have the name, we're gonna get the character at the first index and we're going to uppercase that character. Otherwise, if we don't even have the name, oh, actually we're always gonna have the name because we just resolved that, right? So we can safely do this. You can put an exclamation point here, which will basically tell TypeScript this will exist, and then it won't cause these errors here. So that's what we're going to use inside of the avatar fallback here. So if I go ahead and look now, there we go. It says A because that's the first name inside of my user here. So you should always have a name property. That's why we ensure that. Great. And otherwise, we can go ahead and give this an alt of name, and a source here can be the image like this. There we go. This is my image. You might not have an image if you're logged in with your credentials like password, but if you used GitHub or Google login, you should see an image. Also, quick tip, if you're using Google and you're still not seeing your image, it might be because Google sometimes has these weird rate limits for images on localhost for some reason. It happened to me during development. Google images were simply not loading. I didn't do anything to fix it. It just fixed itself after some time. So don't be scared if your Google images are not showing. All right, so we now have this and we don't need email here. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and actually add this drop-down menu item and add a logout icon from Lucid React. So just make sure you've added the logout icon. Give the logout icon a class name of size 4 and margin right off 2. And inside of the drop-down menu item, also add the logout text. So now when you click here, you should also see logout text. Perfect. And now what we have to do is we have to add our use auth actions from convex dev auth react. Let me just add that here to the top. And inside of here, we're going to destructure the sign out method. And every time the user clicks on this drop-down menu item here, we can just call the sign out method. And let's also give this a class name of height 10, so it just looks a little bit bigger. So when I click here, there we go. I can now log out. Perfect. So if I go ahead and try and log in with my other account here, which doesn't have an image, you can see how it's loading for a second, and then we have a nice placeholder here. Perfect. So if you want to, you can also maybe color this. Let's see if I can do that. Can I give the avatar fallback a class name of BG Red 500? Can I try that? There we go. So if you want to, you can maybe color it so it looks a little bit better like this, and maybe give it a text white. So that way it's kind of gonna be visible against any background like this. There we go. So that resolved that part. And we can now log out. Perfect. So what I want to do is just go back inside of this page here. Well, actually, you don't have to do this, but basically we no longer need the logged in text. We no longer need this. We no longer need this import. There we go. We can now control our logged in and logged out state in a nice way here. And we also have this beautiful user button, which you can see loads the image and also has nice fallbacks in case something goes wrong. Great, amazing, amazing job. In the next chapter, we're gonna start and creating some workspace. Now that we have the ability to create various types of users, it's time to be able to create a workspace. So let's go ahead inside of convex, inside of schema.ts right here. And after our tables, we're going to define a new table called workspaces. So let's use the define table import from convex server. And then inside of here, we're going to define some properties for the workspace. So first of all, it's going to have a name, which will be a type of string, and you can import the v helper from convex/values. Besides the name, we're also going to have user ID, which is basically the user which created this workspace, and we're going to have join code, which will be a string as well. And after you save this, inside of your terminal here, you should see schema validation complete and all of these success messages. If you don't have this running, just go ahead and run bunx convex dev or npx convex dev, and it will automatically read the new schema and it will upload everything inside. If you get an error, you most likely have a typo somewhere. So if I try and save this, for example, there we go. You can see how the bunx convex dev tells me that I have a typo and that it failed to update the schema. So that kind of thing can happen. So just be careful. But it's very fast. You don't need to shut down this ever. It will automatically read everything for you and keep it in sync. Great. So what I want to do now is the following. So I want to go ahead and install two things. Well, first thing will be bun-add yotai. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. It's basically a global state management from the same author as Zustand, I believe. I don't know how to pronounce any of their packages correctly, but there's three of them. There's, I think, Voltai, Yotai, and Zustand. Previously, we used Zustand a lot, but I thought perhaps it will be nice to try this out for this course, and I quite like it. So let's add that. And besides that, let's also add from Shadcn a dialog component. Great. So now let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go ahead and go inside of source, inside of features, and I will create a new workspaces folder here. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and create an API folder. And inside, I'm going to create use get workspaces.ts. And now I'm reminded that inside of my Auth folder, I called this hooks. While that is technically correct, I want to reserve the hooks folder for actual React hooks, right? Not for API calls. So I want to separate these types of hooks in their own API folder. So I want you to go inside of features Auth and just rename this from hooks to API. And you also have to fix the import. So that's inside of components user button. Make sure you also fix the import here to not use hooks, but API, and make sure you save this and you can reload your page to ensure everything is still working just fine. Now let's go ahead back inside of the use get workspaces. Before we can actually call the use get workspaces, we also have to define the workspaces actual API call. So let's go inside of convex and let's create new workspaces.ts like this. Let's export const get, which will be a query right here. The arguments will be an empty object, and then we're going to have a handler. The handler will provide us with the context and the arguments. Since we don't have any arguments, we can actually remove the second argument. And basically what we can do here is simply await await context database. Let's go ahead and see query workspaces and collect them. So this will simply return all possible workspaces in this project. Right now, if you take a look inside of your database, you have a new workspaces field here, but nothing inside yet. So now let's go ahead and do the following. Inside of source, inside of app folder, page.tsx, where we currently simply load the user button, I want to go ahead and do the following. So now, sorry, I can't do it yet because I have not connected this to our use get workspaces. So let's quickly do that. Let's import query, use query from convex react, and let's import API from its place, and let's export const use get workspaces, const data is use query API workspaces get, const is loading is if data is equal to undefined, and let's return the data and is loading back. And then we can go back inside of page.tsx, make sure it's marked as use client here, and we can go ahead and then call data is loading use get workspaces like this. And I like to separate my features imports so I know which ones are related to what. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to attempt to get the workspace ID using use memo from React. So let me just prepare this. So make sure you've imported use memo from React here. And I'm gonna very simply attempt to get the first in the array and attempt to get its ID. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and pass in the data here, and let me see if I did something incorrectly here. So data is null or undefined. That does not seem right. Yes, because I forgot to return my await here. So I just awaited it, but I forgot to return that. So make sure that inside of context folder, inside of your workspaces, inside of the get method, you actually return this await. And there we go. Now a workspace ID is a type of workspaces or undefined. So basically I'm picking the first in the array, but I also am careful and I'm adding these question marks because at any point this can be undefined. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of use effect here. So make sure that you go and add use effect from React here. And first of all, if is loading, we're going to return null here. And then we're going to do if we have workspace ID, we're going to go ahead and console log redirect to workspace. Else, we're going to go ahead and console log open creation model. You can, of course, resolve this. We are not returning null here. My apologies. We're just doing return. And we also have to add in the workspace ID router. We don't have the router, so just is loading here. So this is one of many possible solutions you can do. I personally don't even prefer use effect, but I think it's a really cool effect to open a model from here, which can kind of only be done in a client component. You can also do this in a server component if you want to completely avoid this use effect kind of clause combination thing. But that's not something I'm gonna do for this part. I really like that effect when a modal opens. So for now, I just want to go inside of here. I want to go ahead and log in. Yeah, sometimes you will be logged out, so don't worry about that. Just log back in. And let's go ahead and zoom here. And I hope you can see it says open creation model, right? So I also have this. Okay, let me just remove this. There we go. So it says open creation model. That's because it cannot find any workspace. So that's what we have to build next. So let's go ahead and actually create our controller for that model. So we're going to go inside of source, inside of features here, and I'm going to create a new folder, this time called not hooks again. It's going to be called store. And inside, I'm going to add use create workspace model.ts, and let's import Atom and use Atom from Yotai. And let's go ahead and create the Atom. So create workspace model Atom is Atom, and by default it is false. And let's export const use create workspace model. And you're gonna see how cool this is to actually use. So the setup might be a bit unfamiliar to you, but once we actually, you can keep this simple and you can call this, model atom. This name doesn't really matter, right? But this name matters. Great, so we just have this now. Let's call it model state. There we go. So basically what you can now do is, for example, go back inside of the app folder, page.tsx here, and you can go ahead and call the use create workspace model, and it will work exactly as set state. So open and set open, for example, right? So that's how you can control it. And you can very simply call set open the same way you would, call use state, for example, with false as default. So this way we just made it global. So this is now global state, and it will stay true wherever we add this hook, and it will automatically become reactive. So that's the cool thing about it. So this is what we are gonna do now. So we're gonna leave this as it is, and inside of here, this is what we're gonna check. Else if the current model is not open, we're gonna go ahead and open it for the user. Like this. So nothing will happen now. And we also have to add open and set open here in the dependency array. Don't forget that. So nothing will happen now, really, because nothing can happen, right? We are not using this open value anywhere else but here. So let's go ahead and create that now. So I'm going to go ahead and close everything, and I'm going to go inside of my source, inside of features, inside of workspaces, and I will create a new components right here. Is that correct? And I just realized that I created this store folder inside of my features. I wanted to create it inside of workspaces. My apologies. So we have to update the imports inside of our app folder page. Make sure that you call the use create workspace model from features workspaces store and save the file, and simply refresh one more time here to ensure there are no errors. Excellent. So now let's go back inside of workspaces, where we now have the store folder, the API, and our newly created components. And inside create the create-workspace model.tsx like this. And let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from our dialog, which we have just added here using bun and Shadcn. And let's go ahead and export const create workspace model. And now we can call open and set open here again from use create workspace model like this. So now this will be controlled by whether in here we change it to set open true. And if we do, this will change and we can simply open that model. So let's go ahead now and simply return our dialog here. Let's map the open to be open here. And let's go ahead and create our own handle close method and simply call set open to false, because in here to do clear form, right? I want to do one more thing before I close. And let's go ahead and do on open change here, handle close. And the good thing about this entire solution that I'm doing is that we're going to reuse it one more time in the project later. So I'm not doing it just for this page here. That's why I want the model, because it's also reusable as a solution. And now let's add a dialog content inside of here, a dialog header, a dialog title, and let's add a workspace here. And I think that already this can be visible. So I want to stop here. And now basically we have to add this workspace model somewhere. So for example, we can go inside of the app folder, layout.tsx, and inside of here you can add your new create workspace model like this. And let me just see. Okay, use atom is not a function. That's because inside of create workspace model, we have to mark this as use client. And there we go. You can see that now when I refresh here, even if I try to close it, it will force me to have this opened, right? Because we use this else if not open, set it to open. So basically we are not allowing the user to do anything other than create a workspace if no workspace is, well, for now, what we're doing in the workspaces method is we're simply fetching all workspaces. Later, we're going to change this and it's only going to load the workspaces which you are a part of, right? So we're going to have a whole invite system. But since we don't have that now, we simply return all workspaces. So basically, if there are no workspaces, we need to create at least one workspace first. So let's go ahead and continue working on that. But I just want to kind of create a better solution for these models, because we're going to have some more models and I don't want to keep them all randomly here in the layout. So what I'm going to do is the following. I'm going to go inside of my source folder, and inside of the components here, I'm just going to create modals.tsx like this. And I'm going to mark the entire models component in use client, so I don't have to mark individual workspaces, individual models later. So let's import create workspace model from features workspaces here. And let's simply export const models inside of a fragment, because we're going to have more of them. Let's go ahead now and go inside of our app folder layout, and let's replace this with models, which you can import from components models, and you can now remove this create workspace model import. There we go. So now it should work just as well. There we go. One more thing I quickly wanted to fix is sometimes there can happen a hydration error if we are using things like Zustand or Yotai. So there's a very quick fix for that, which is to only render models if we are in client-side rendering. So the use client indicates here a boundary has opened between server and client. And that's it. It does not actually, as I understood, it should not be used as a term which describes the current component as a client component, even though I don't think there's nothing wrong with saying it that way. But I think the correct terminology is that use client opens a boundary between server and client. That's why I can do it inside of here in the models component, but my create workspace model is also a client component. Even if I remove use client, you can see that it still works. There we go, it still works just fine. So this technically opened a boundary between server and between client. It's not used to turn this into a client component. The reason I'm explaining this is because I've mentioned that in order to fix a potential hydration error here, we have to ensure that models only show when client-side rendering is done. Well, use client does not mean that this component is not server-side rendered. It just means that this component and all subsequent components, which are its children, are not server components. So server-side rendering and server components are not the same thing. So what we're going to do here is call this mounted and set mounted. And by default, mounted is false. Then we're going to call a useEffect method here. And very simply, we're going to change set mounted to be true. The reason we are doing this is because useEffect can only be called once we're doing client-side rendering, right? So this will not happen on server side. So if mounted is not true, we're not even gonna display any models, so we don't cause any hydration errors and we prevent them for our users. And this will work just as it did before. So nothing exactly has changed, but we just prevented a potential hydration error from happening here by ensuring that all models which we add will only show on client-side rendering. Great. Now let's go ahead and go back inside of our create workspace model, and let's actually add some forms here, right? So besides the dialog, we're also going to need the input from components UI input and button from components UI button. And now let's go ahead inside of here, outside of the dialog header, let's open up a form. Let's give the form a class name of space y4. Inside of the form, let's render an input component. This input component will have a disable property of explicit false, a value which can now be just an empty string. It's going to be required. We're going to give it, required autofocus. Minimum length will be 3. Placeholder will be workspace name. And let's also give the user some useful examples. For example, let's write work, personal, or home. Make sure that you use single quotes inside of here because we're using double quotes outside. So if you try and use double quotes here, it will cause syntax errors. Great, so we have that, and then below the input, let's open up a div with a class name flex justify end, and let's add a button component, which will simply say create and disabled. Let's explicitly write false, so we remember we have to add something here. And there we go. You can see how now every time the user comes on this landing page, you can see that they have to either create a workspace or well, if they have one, we're later just going to redirect them to their existing workspace. Great. So now what we have to do is we have to create an API endpoint, which will be used to create workspaces. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to go inside of the convex folder. I'm going to go inside of workspaces here. And above get, I'm going to add export const create right here. And we also have to import mutation from the same place where we imported query from. And the arguments are going to be name. And the name will be v.string. Make sure you import v from convex values here. And besides the arguments, we of course also have the handler here. So the handler accepts context and arguments in the second parameter here. So let's first check if we are logged in. So user ID will be await auth get user ID. Also, let's turn this into an asynchronous method. And we also have to import auth from /auth like this. So auth get user ID context. If there is no user ID, we're going to return, throw new error unauthorized like this. So users will not be able to create workspaces if they're not logged in. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just define join code to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So for now, we're going to go ahead and add to do create a proper method later. Because for now, I just want to, create a workspace. And now let's go ahead and do const workspace ID to be await context database insert workspaces. And inside of here, name will be arguments.name, user ID will be user ID, and join code will be join code. And then let's go ahead and simply do return workspace ID. There we go. So yes, every time you create a workspace like this, it returns back an ID. Not when you create a workspace. When you create any document in Convex, it returns back an ID. It doesn't return the entire element. If you want to, you can easily now fetch the workspace. So workspace await context database get workspace ID, and there we go. Have the workspace in case you need it the moment you create it, right? But in my case, I'm just gonna need the workspace ID here. So let's go ahead now and let's actually create a hook similar to our use get workspaces, but this will be called use create workspace.ts. Let's get started by first of all importing use mutation here from Convex React, and then let's also import the API from its place. So same thing as we did in use get workspace, right? But use mutation will be a little bit more complicated, and the only reason I want that is so we have a lot of options. So I want to know the pending state. I want to know if there are any errors, and once we succeed, I want to know when I succeeded, and I also want to know, did I get back some data from my request? So basically, I'm trying to replicate a very popular library called React Query. And fun fact, Convex actually has the tan stack query adapter here. The only reason I did not want to use it is because it is in its beta state. So I thought, okay, let's go ahead and use it in a way that I'm familiar with it, so it doesn't get outdated. But feel free to try it out on your own if you don't want to write this entire thing. But what we're gonna do now is kind of create our own little mutation similar to React query. So first of all, let's go ahead and define type options here. So type options will give us an onSuccess method here, and onSuccess will yield back a void. We're gonna have onError. All of this, of course, can be optional, so make sure you put exclamation points here, and onSettled, my apologies. So these are things that user will be able to add to this mutation, and basically they want to do some effect after it succeeds, after it fails, or after it's settled, which basically means regardless of error or success, after we finish the request, do this. Excellent. And now let's go ahead and do export const use create workspace. And let's go ahead and do const mutation, use mutation, and pass in API workspaces create, like this. And then let's go ahead and do const mutate to be use callback. The reason I'm wrapping this inside of use callback is because I need it to be supported in case I want to use it outside somewhere in useEffect, for example. So I want it to be memoized so I can safely put it in the dependency array. So this mutate method accepts the values as the first argument. Let's mark it as any for now. And options, which are optional, and they are a type of options which we have defined here. And perhaps we can also do a type here, request type, and just make it any, and type response type, also make it any. Like this. Let's go ahead and give the request type to be values, like this. Then inside of here, we're going to open a try, catch, and a finally method. In the try method, we're going to go ahead and do the following. Const response will be await mutation and pass in the values. And also this is an asynchronous method, yes. And let's go ahead and immediately add the, my apologies, not mutation here. Oh yes, it is mutation. Yes, my apologies. That's what we're gonna do here in the try block. And then what we're gonna do is call options, question mark on success, like this. It says it cannot invoke an object. That's because, yes, I also have to put exclamation point here. There we go. So after we succeed, we're going to fire the onSuccess method. Here on the error, we're going to go ahead and call onError and execute that. And in here, we're going to call options onSettled, like this. And now let's go ahead and do the following. So obviously it's not complete yet, but let's just go ahead and return our mutate method for now. So now let's say we want to use this somewhere. So the perfect place is, of course, the actual create workspace model here. So I'm going to go ahead and add it here. Use create workspace from API use create workspace, like this. And inside of here, I'm going to destructure our mutate method. And let's go ahead and define a mock handle submit method for now. And let's pretend that we're submitting here. So right now, what we can do here is we can call the mutate method, and I can pass in, for example, name of my workspace to be workspace1, and well, join code and the actual user ID are filled on the server. So yes, we actually only have to pass in name. What you can do now is you can add the second argument, for example, onSuccess, and you can do something here. For example, redirect to that workspace ID. And you can also do onError, for example. Inside of here, show toast error. Or you can do onSettled, which, for example, can reset the form if that's what you want to do. So this is an example of how we can now use our API, right? This is quite familiar to React Query, but something is definitely missing. So this is fine, this is great actually, but wouldn't it be nice if we could also, get that from here, right? Like data, that would also be quite useful for us if we could await that. Not only that, but it would also be useful if inside of here I had some globally controlled is error, is success, error, data. All of those things would be quite useful to also come from here. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. So first things first, I want to go ahead and I want to change my request type to be very simple. I know it needs the name property, which is string. That's the only thing that I expect from here. Like this. And my response type here, do I even use my response type? I don't use my response type, and I don't need it because it's automatically generated from here, right? So the mutation has the response type. So right now, oh yes, but we have to kind of manually add it here. Let's go ahead and do this first. I want to that whenever we create a mutation, that the data is actually passed inside of here. So we're going to add data here, and we're going to go ahead and give it a response type. And then we can just go ahead and use this data, or let's call it response actually, because we're going to have data separately, and let's pass it inside of here. So now every time that you do your onSuccess method, for example, you can see that we have access to data, like this. And then, since we know what our create here returns, so it returns a workspace ID, we can hard type that here. So let's go ahead and import the ID from the same convex underscore generated, but this time data model, and let's go ahead and pass in workspaces. Like this. So now inside of here, I know that my data is actually my workspace ID. So I could technically do router.push /workspaces and then data. Right? That's one way we could use this. But let's say in case you don't want to return back IDs, you want to return the entire workspace. So you could do await context database get workspace ID. And you can return back that newly created workspace. We now have some errors here. So that's because we now have to modify the response type, because this mutation now returns something else here. And that would be doc workspaces right here, as you can see. Now this is a bit more accurate, but we also have to modify that, I believe. Well, yes, you can see it's not exactly doc. It looks like it has some specific types on its own. So I think it's just better to work, with returning IDs, because that's what's default. That's what's default in Convex. So let's use it like that. I'm just going to replace that here, response type and response type. There we go. And I'm just going to revert this back to return back the workspace ID. Okay, this error is fine. Great, so we now have this, and now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the error, right? So if we actually catch an error, it would be a good idea to get that error back to the user. So error as error. And inside of error here, we can define the error to be a type of error, like that. OnSettle does not accept anything. Great, so now if we have, our own error, we can actually read the information about that error here. Great. So we now have those solutions, but I want to do a couple of more things here first. I also want this to be usable in the form that I previously said, right? So I want to be able to kind of await this mutation if needed, for example, and I want to receive data here. But currently, nothing here will happen. Instead, I will only get, onSuccess data in here. But I also want it to be used in this form if needed. Well, that's quite an easy fix. In the try method, simply return response. right? So that's the easy thing. And now it would also be good if we could get error here. So for example, if I wrap this inside of additional try and catch, I want to get that error here. Right now, I can't do that. I can only get it here, for example, right? But what if I really need it in this way? So we need to think about our API and how it will behave. Well, what you can do is the following. Don't just return the error, right? So that is, throw error. That can be a bit, that's a kind of a big decision to make, because it kind of changes a lot about how this app will behave. So what you can do instead is do the following. Go inside of options and add a new property, throw error, to be an optional boolean like this. And then inside of here, what you're gonna do is if options throw error, only then throw back the error, right? There we go. Now it's safer, but it also allows us to handle this in a very specific way. So I highly recommend that you do it this way, because it will be very useful in the long run. Great. And now I also want to add some states here. So we just handled all of these cases. We can now get on success data here. We can get data, you can see right here. We can get the data here. We can also get some errors inside of catch or inside of here as well. Great. But I also want to be able to, disable all of my input fields while this is submitting. So I want is pending here. And since we added is pending, it would make sense to also add all the other fields, is error, is success, and also data and actual error. All of those things can be useful, so why not add them? It's very simple to do so. So our mutation hook is more powerful than it was in the beginning. So let's define data, set data. Let's add useState here, and let's define the response type here, and by default it's null. We also need to import this from React, so let's add it here. Like that, and the response type should also be null. Why is this not working? Oh, that's request type, my apologies. So response type or null. There we go. We have that. Error, set error, use state. Also null in the beginning, but it can accept the field of error or null. And then we're gonna have is pending, set is pending, use state, false. We're gonna replace this with is success then, set is success. Then we're gonna have is error, set is error. And finally, we're gonna have is settled. Set is settled. There we go. And then we can go ahead and call those methods here. So in the try, let's reset everything. So set data will be null, set error will be null. Then we're gonna have set is pending to be true, but we're gonna have all the other fields, set is error to be false, set is settled to be false, set is success to be false. Like this. If you want to, you can separate them so you can logically see, okay, the first part is just resetting all of our states, and then in here we're just setting the pending to be true, like this. Great. So now let's go ahead and go inside of finally here, and let's add the set is pending to be false finally, and set is settled to be true. Like that. So that's how we resolve the pending state. So now if you go ahead and actually add all of those things here, so data, error, is pending, is success, is error, is settled, you can also use them inside of here. So for example, you can call is pending now, and this pending will turn to true when you actually are submitting this. So you can go ahead and catch this is pending and then disable the input on that. right? So that's how powerful our API is. There's a billion methods we can now use to handle specific cases here. Now, perhaps it might be better to not exactly call this states individually like this, because then it can happen, if you're not careful, that pending is true, but also success is true, and also error is true. So perhaps a better solution might be to introduce state, set state, and then call useState here, which can either be, either success, or it can be error, or settled, or pending. And then you would default it. Maybe you would also add null in the beginning, or introduce like an idle state. So something like that. And then instead of having to control the fields like this, let me just comment this out. Perhaps it's a better solution to check is pending to be use memo and check if status is pending. State. Let's call this status and set status. There we go, like this. So success, error, settled, pending, like this. Then let's go ahead and do is success, use memo. Status is success. Status here. And let's go ahead and copy this for error. So status will be error and is settled. Status is settled. Like this. So I think that might be even better. And then we don't have to reset none of this. I just have to reset, set status in here to be pending. That's the only thing we have to do here. And then inside of here, I can do set status to null. And set, actually this will be set status, my apologies, to settled, right? So perhaps that's one of the solutions you can use, for example. So in the beginning, none of this would be true. And then later, one of them will be currently active. Like this. So I think that's a better solution, because this way it cannot happen that it's pending and error and settled at the same time. But if you're not careful, it could otherwise happen. Perfect. So I think we've covered pretty much anything now, and now we can actually submit this, right? So that's basically what I wanted to do here. I wanted to create a very powerful mutation, which we're of course going to copy and paste for all the other things we need. And it's very similar to use query, and it's going to be useful and is going to be adaptable to all of our needs and cases which we are going to use. Great. So now inside of this handle submit form, we first have to define the event here, which is a type of React form event, HTML form element. And let's do event prevent default right here. And then let's go ahead and call mutate and pass in the name. And then inside of here, oh, we don't have name. Yes. So let's go ahead and add name, set name, use state. And let's import use state from React here. And I'm just going to add this to the top like this. Let's go ahead and give this a value of name. Let's go ahead and give it an onChange value. Event, set name, event target value. Did I do this correctly? Set name. Make sure you add an empty string here in the beginning so it uses the correct type here. All right, and we can the structure is pending here, and then we can disable the input if it is pending, and we can disable the button if it's pending as well. And inside of here, then what we can do is we can call on success with data here, and we can do console log data like this. And let's go ahead and give this form an on submit now, handle submit. There we go. So we just created a huge method here, and we can remove the import for dialog description. We don't need it. But obviously, I think you can already see how useful this is going to be for us. So let's go ahead and try this out now. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this, and I'm going to add, for example, personal. And I'm going to click create, You can see how it was disabled, and now you can see inside of here we get a console log of the newly created ID. Let's check inside of here if that works. So there we go, workspaces, and this is the ID of our new workspace which was just created in here. And now it also caught this redirect to workspace because inside of our page, inside of here, we finally got the workspace ID. So it told us to redirect to workspace. So we can redirect from here, or we can just leave this page to do its thing as well. But it's gonna be useful for us to redirect from here as well, because as I said, this will be a very reusable model later, which we're going to use. Great, so I just want to wrap up with that part. So let's go ahead and just create and prepare our workspace ID redirect. We can do that quite easily by going inside of the source folder, and then we can go inside of app folder and create a new folder, which we're going to call workspace. And then inside, we're going to add a dynamic part of the URL, which will be workspace ID, like this with capital I. So our URL will be /workspace/123, for example. And inside of here, add page.tsx. Let's go ahead and mark this as workspace ID page, for example. And what I'm going to do here is very simple. I'm going to create an interface, workspace ID page props. Params, and we're gonna destructure inside of here the workspace ID, which is a string. So how do I know it's workspace ID? How do I know it's a string? Well, that's because we named it workspace ID inside of this folder. So this folder name is important, and make sure it is in curly brackets. Otherwise, this will not be recognized as dynamic part of the URL. So workspace and then 123, for example. And then inside of here, I'm just going to do ID, and I will be able to destruct this. So workspace ID page props, params, workspace ID. So let me go ahead and try manually now. I'm going to go to localhost 3000 /123, /workspace 123. There we go. It says ID 123. So go ahead and try out the same. And now let's go ahead and actually redirect to that location. So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go inside of source, inside of page.tsx. I'm going to go ahead and add router from use router from next navigation. And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and do the following, router.push. Or we can actually do router.replace so the user can't manually go back here. And we're going to go to /workspace/ open this template literal object inside and pass in the workspace ID. And then we also have to add the router inside. So the difference between router push and router replace is that router replace replaces the current history entry. So when you click back in the browser, it won't lead you back to, just this page where we are now, which is just a random slash. So there we go. You can see it's already working. So now if you're logged in, if you try to visit localhost 3000, you get redirected to this page, right? So if you just logged in, you will be redirected to the first workspace that we can find for you, or we're gonna open up a model. So let's try this out one more time. And we also have to do one more thing here, which is we have to revisit our, features, workspaces, components, create workspace model. Let's go ahead and let's add const router, use a router here from next navigation as well. So make sure you've added the import. And what I'm going to do, we can also do in the handle close set name to an empty string now. And then on success here, I'm going to do router.push. So we can do push here because, it's a different type of, this is kind of intentional, whereas this is a side effect. So inside of here, I'm going to do /workspace and then data. Right, so I know that my data is an ID, so you can actually call this ID if you want to. perhaps that will make more sense, right? So don't confuse it. Just because I call it data does not mean it's an object. If you really want to stay consistent throughout your project, what you can do inside of the workspaces, you can, wrap this inside it like this. So then this will be an object, and then everywhere you will have data, and you can do data.id inside, right? But you can see how it's kind of buggy, right? So I'd rather we just work with a direct return of workspace ID like that. So make sure you directly return workspace ID, and inside of here you do this. Great. Let's go ahead and try this out now. So this should not be open now. There we go. It's not opened. So what happens if I go inside of my workspaces and if I clear the workspaces table, and if I go ahead and go to localhost 3000, there we go. And I will now type personal. And there we go. I'm redirected, but this still stays open. So that's one thing that we have to do, is call handle close. So let's try this again. I'm going to go ahead and delete my workspaces table again. Let me go back to localhost 3000 here. I'm going to type personal, and there we go. I'm redirected to my workspace ID. Great. So I want to add one more thing before we wrap up. So it's another thing from Shadcn called toaster. Sonar. That's what it's called. There is a toaster, but I specifically want Sonar. So let's go ahead and add Sonar now. So this is quite simple to do. We go inside of source, app folder, layout.tsx, and inside of here we import the toaster from components UI Sonar and simply add it. You can add it just above the modals, for example. It's a self-closing component. And then, for example, if you go inside of create workspace model, you can go ahead and import toast from Sonar. And then inside of your own success, you can add toast.success workspace created like this. So let's try it one more time. I'm going to go ahead and remove all of my workspaces here. I'm going to go ahead and go back to localhost 3000, and I'm gonna write work here, and there we go. Now I have this workspace created bubble popping up right here. Perfect. So what we're gonna do next is start designing the workspace view. Great job. Now that we have our first workspace, let's go ahead and let's implement some methods, some components, which will actually display the name of this workspace and also give us an ability to create additional workspaces. So I want to start by revisiting our page.tsx, but not this one. Our new workspace ID page.tsx, where this is how we accessed the current workspace ID. I want to show you another way of doing that, which is if component is a client component or if it is inside of the client server boundary. So in that case, this is what you can use. You can go ahead and define your params by using use search params from Next navigation. And if you go ahead and try this, looks like it is still not working because it's not search params. My apologies, it is use params. Search params are for queries. There we go. Now we have our ID in an alternative way. The only issue here is that workspace ID might not always be a part of this params thing. So what you can do, for example, is define a type here. For example, you can go ahead and define workspace ID to be a type of number, and then this would be a number, right? So that's something that you can do here. So what I want to do is a reusable hook, which will be used to access workspace ID wherever we might need that. So let's go ahead and let's put this inside of our common hooks. So I want to do that in the source folder here. I'm going to go ahead and create some hooks, and inside I'm going to create use workspace ID like this. And then inside of here, I'm going to import use params from next navigation. And I'm also going to import the ID type from convex underscore generated data model. Let's export const use workspace ID here. And we're going to go ahead and define the params. And then we're going to return params workspace ID as ID workspaces. Basically, what this will do is save us a lot of type errors, because the ID workspaces is something that is compatible with our convex mutations, but also has the normal string properties. So we won't have any issues for this being a type of ID, because this is inherently a string. So let's go ahead now and try it out inside of our workspace ID page. So I'm just going to go ahead and define const workspace ID to be use workspace ID. And then let's go ahead and just render the workspace ID directly here, and we no longer need this. Just make sure you have use client put here, and there we go. Works just as it did before. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's revisit our workspaces API. So inside of convex, our workspaces here. And let's go ahead and below get, let's export const get by ID. Let's go ahead and define the arguments to be ID of workspaces like this. And let's add a handler here, which will be an asynchronous method, which accepts the context and the arguments like this. Now inside of here, I want to go ahead and get the user ID from await auth get user ID. If there is no user ID, we're going to throw new error unauthorized. And let's also pass the context inside of here like this. And now what I want to do is I want to simply do return await context database get and pass in arguments.id. So later, obviously, we're going to restrict this, so only those who are members of the workspace can fetch its information. But for now, we don't have the members functionality yet, so we're just going to allow anyone who has the ID to fetch that. So let's go ahead now inside of page workspace ID here, and let's go ahead and actually first go back inside of features, workspaces, API, and inside you can copy and paste use get workspaces and rename the copy use get workspace. So singular workspace like this. Let's go ahead and let's create interface use get workspace props to be an ID, which is a very simple ID of workspaces. Let's go ahead and define the props here to be use get workspace props and extract the workspace, or sorry, just the ID. And use query will use the API workspaces get by ID, and in the second argument we're gonna pass in our ID. There we go. Now let's head back inside of our page here, and then we can go ahead and extract data from use get workspace and pass in ID as workspace ID. There we go. So we are now using our newly created use get workspace in combination with our newly created workspace ID. And then in here we can JSON stringify data, and we can call this data. And there we go. Now you can see the entire model, and you can see the name work, you can see the join code, you can even see the user ID which created it. Great. So now that we have this done, let's go ahead and let's actually develop the layout for this specific route segment. So inside of workspace ID, where we have page, which is a reserved keyword, which is used to create new routes, there is another type of reserved file, which is called layout. layout is used to create reusable, well, layouts amongst a specific route segment. So later in the workspace ID, when we have /channel and then channel ID, this layout will be reused for that page as well, so we can save some time repeating code. There are a few caveats with the layouts, so let's go ahead and learn about them. First of all, just like pages, you need to use a default export for them. So I'm going to call this workspace layout. And the second caveat is that if I just add a div and write layout here, you can see that now I can no longer see that page. I can just see layout. That's because just like our root layout, so right here in layout.tsx, so the root layout, just like our layout here, requires the children prop. So the children are the rest of the route segment, which will be rendered inside of that layout. So let's go ahead and create an interface, workspace. I want to call it workspace ID layout since this is, workspace ID segment. So workspace ID layout props will accept children, which are a type of React node. And let's go ahead and define workspace ID layout props and get the children. Let's fix this here, and then we can render the children inside. And then there we go, we're back to where we started. But what we can do now is we can create some reusable elements for the rest of that route segment. Great, so let's start by doing the following. So let's go ahead and give this div a height of full, and let's go ahead and give it a background color of red so we confirm that it took up the whole screen. If yours is not, in that case, confirm that inside of your app folder, your globals.css, you have this part of the code. Okay, I have this error here, which is just because something is cached incorrectly. You probably don't have that. Great. So we're going to leave this at height full. And then what I want to do in here is I want to add a toolbar component, right? So toolbar is a component that does not exist yet, but we're going to go ahead and create it now. So since we won't reuse it anywhere outside of this route segment, we can just create a new file, toolbar.tsx, inside of here. If you want to, you can create a components folder inside, but honestly, the app router allows us to do whatever we want here. So I'm just going to create a toolbar.tsx. So this will not be, what's important is that you don't name your components layout, page, error, or loading, because those are reserved keywords. You can find them in the Next.js documentation. But stuff like toolbar, feel free to call it like that. Let's go ahead and export const toolbar here. And let's go ahead and write toolbar. Then we can go back inside of the actual layout and we can import the toolbar. Let me just refresh, and there we go. Now we have the toolbar here. So that's basically how layout works, right? Let me go ahead and try and explain this further. So I'm going to give it the background color of red 500. And you can see that this is our toolbar or navbar above, right? So now if I in the future have, for example, channel here, and then inside channel ID, and then inside page.tsx, you don't have to do this. I'm just demonstrating something now. So channel ID page, div, hello. And then if I change my URL to /channel/123, there we go. You can see that it has a completely different route segment now, but it still has that toolbar, right? And the cool thing is that the layout part will not re-render on route changes, right? So that's how those layouts work. That's why the children prop are important. Great. So I'm going to remove the channel folder now because I just used it for demonstration. All right, so back inside of my toolbar here, let's go ahead and actually style this. So instead of using div, you can use the nav property. Instead of this color, let's go ahead and give it a specific hex color of 481349, like this. And let me just go back to my workspace ID page. There we go. Now inside of here, I'm also going to give this a flex items center, justify between, height of 10, padding of 1.5, and that should be it, right? So I just kind of expanded it now, right? Now inside of here, I'm first gonna go ahead and create an empty div, and I'm just gonna give it a class name of flex1. So basically, I'm just gonna go ahead and take up some space here in the navbar because I plan on centering my toolbar here. Now inside of here, I'm gonna go ahead and open up a div, and I'm gonna give this div a minimum width of 280 pixels. I'm gonna give it a max width of 642 pixels. I'm gonna give it a grow of 2 and shrink property. And now inside of here, I'm gonna add a button component from components UI button. So it should be visible right here. Now I'm gonna go ahead and give this button a size of small, and I'm gonna give it a class name of bg accent /25. That means opacity, hover, background accent 25, which means don't change it on hover because by default buttons have different colors on hover. We are overriding that now. I'm gonna give this button a full width, which will basically be however this parent container is resized. And I'm gonna give it a justify start, so the elements inside are not centered inside of this button. I'm gonna expand this button to height 7 and a px of 2 on left and right. There we go. So let me just zoom out a bit so you can see how this is looking now. All right. So now I'm gonna go ahead and inside of this button, I'm gonna add a search icon from Lucid React. I'm gonna give it a class name of size 4, text white, and margin right of 2. And inside of here, I'm gonna add a span element, which will say search workspace. I'm gonna go ahead and give the span text white and text extra small. There we go. Now we have a button here which says search workspace. Great. And now let's go ahead and do the following. So I'm gonna go ahead outside of this div here, and I'm gonna create another div with a class name mlauto flex1 flex items center justify end. And inside of here, I'm gonna add a button component with an info icon. So make sure you've imported the info icon from Lucid React as well here. And this info icon will have a class name of size 5 and text white. And the button itself will have a variant of, let's go ahead and try with ghost and see how that looks like. All right, close, but not exactly what I imagined. So I want to go inside of the button and I want to modify it a bit. So you can command click on the button here or visit your components UI button.tsx alongside avatar, card, and all the others. So we played with this in the beginning of our project. And now we're going to go ahead and actually add a new variant here, and let's call it transparent. So this will have a background color of transparent. On hover, it will be a background color of accent with an opacity of 10%, and text will be accent. But we're also going to do something else, which is we're going to add a specific icon SM, meaning icon small, which will have a height of 8 and a width of 8 here. Like this, and let's also do some modification here. So the regular small button should have a height of 8 here, like this, and the rest can stay the same. Now let's go back inside of our toolbar here, and let's replace the variant of this button with transparent. So now it should look just a little bit better, right? And let's go ahead and give our button a size of icon small. There we go. Now it's looking much better. Perfect. So we now have that. And now what I want to do is I actually want to render out the workspace name here. So we're going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to get workspace ID from use workspace ID from my reusable hooks. And then I'm going to go ahead and call use get workspace here. So individual workspace from my feature workspaces API use get workspace. And I'm going to go ahead and pass in the ID prop as workspace ID. And then in here, I'm going to destructure the data. And then I can go ahead and use data question mark name inside of here. And now we have a problem because my toolbar is not a client component. But what we can do here is we can simply mark the entire layout as a use client, because this is mostly going to be kind of an interactive app. Not much server components are going to be used here, so we can safely mark the entire layout as use client. But here's the thing you might not know. Just because you mark a large chunk or segment of your route as use client, like layout, does not necessarily mean that children are going to be passing the client server boundary, because you can put server components inside of client components. You can do that by using the children prop. So in case you were wondering, does this mean that all subsequent children nested routes will be client? Nope. As long as they're passed through children, which is how layout works, they will not be client components by default. All right, and now since we marked our layout as use client, it means we already are in the client server boundary here, and there we go. Now, at least for me, this says search work because that is inside of here. Let me just log in here. Here I am. Let me find the workspaces. There we go. So my workspace name is work. If I go ahead and change this to code with Antonio workspace, and I go back here, there we go. It says search code with Antonio workspace. Excellent. So we just wrapped up the toolbar and we have the basic functionality of how to fetch our data. Before I wrap up the chapter, I just want to tell you that this useGet workspace, which we call here, and the one which we call here is actually cached. So whichever one gets called first will be cached. So any subsequent calls will not exactly be calls, but more like a global state, which is now stored until Convex detects a change on the backend and it will automatically update it in all places. So no, using it in multiple places is not causing multiple calls or stressing the backend. So you can safely do that, just like you would with React query. Great job. Just as we've created our toolbar component, we can now create our sidebar component. So let's revisit our layout where we render the toolbar. And let's go ahead and wrap our children here inside of a div. This div will have a class name, flex, and a height of calculation 100 viewport height minus 40 pixels, which is basically the offset for our toolbar here, which is 40 pixels. So we could technically offset by 10. Oh, we are using calculation, so yes, we cannot do that. We have to write specifically here in pixels. Great, so now we have that, and now let's add our sidebar. So basically the children and everything inside of this div will be offsetted, its height will have offsetted height by 40 pixels here. So now we have to create the sidebar, and we can do that in the same place here. So sidebar tsx, and let's export const sidebar. And let's return not a div, but let's use the aside element. Let's write sidebar, and in the layout, let's now import the sidebar, not from Lucid, but from /sidebar, so the same way we imported our toolbar. And now you can see that I have the text sidebar here. It's kind of conflicting with this text data, but that's fine. So basically this is our sidebar. And now let's go ahead and actually give it some styles. So I want to give it a class name of width, specifically 70 pixels, a full height, a background color of a specific hex 481349, flex column, gap y4, items center, padding top of 9 pixels, and padding bottom of 4 pixels. Let's take a look. There we go. So now it has the same color as our toolbar here, but it only fills up this much space. And now inside of here, what we can do is we can just add an empty div here and just type a letter A, for example, and then another div here, which will render our user button component from features auth components user button. There we go. This is our user button now. Now let's go ahead and give this div a class name here of flex column, items center, justify center, gap y1, and margin top of auto. And there we go. You can see how now it is here at the bottom. Great. Now let's go ahead and replace this with a useful component called Workspace Switcher, like this. So let's go ahead and create our workspace-switcher.tsx component in the same space here. And we can just quickly export const workspace switcher here and return a div, workspace switcher. Let's go back to the sidebar and we can import the workspace switcher component from /workspace switcher. And we should now just have a text which says workspace switcher. I've been logged out. Let me log back in. There we go. Workspace switcher. Great. Inside of this workspace switcher, let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from the drop-down menu. So that's the drop-down menu, the content, the item, separator, and the trigger. So now I'm also gonna go ahead and replace this div with the actual drop-down menu, like that. And inside of here, I'm gonna add a drop-down menu trigger. And inside of here, I'm gonna add a button component from components UI button, like this. And then inside of here, I'm gonna go ahead and simply render a letter A for now. Let's go ahead and give this button a class name, size 9, relative, overflow hidden, background color, specifically of ABABAD. On hover, it will have the same background color, but with a slight opacity, so /80. And then we're gonna have text slate 800, font semi-bold, and text extra large. So all of those class names for this button here. So let's go ahead and take a look now. There we go. So this is the button which we are going to use to switch our workspaces. So below this, we're gonna have a drop-down menu content, which will have a side of bottom, and a line of start, and a class name of width 64. So now when you click on it, there we go, you can see a little drop down popping up here. And now let's go ahead and actually add some hooks here before we go any further. So first of all, I want to get the workspace ID, and I can do that using our reusable use workspace ID hook, like this. I'm just going to move it here alongside with the button. Then we can also get data, which will be aliased to workspace from use get workspace and pass in the ID as workspace ID. And then down here, let's go ahead and let's get data workspaces from use get workspaces, like this. So we have these two features. I'm going to separate the feature imports here like that. So use get workspace and use get workspaces. And we can join them here. So these calls are together. And let's add is loading and let's remap the loading to workspace loading. And this other one, use get workspaces, which I've just moved above, will have is loading remapped to workspaces loading, like this. Great. And if you want to, you can separate this so it's more readable. And now I want to go ahead and write const filtered workspaces which will be a very simple method, which will look through the existing workspaces and use the question mark dot filter. And inside of the filter method, it's going to get workspace as the argument, and it's going to check whether workspace question mark underscore ID is not equal to workspace ID. Basically, in the list of available workspaces, I don't want to render the currently active one, right? So if you only have one workspace, I don't want to render it again in the list of available workspaces. Great, so we now have that, and here's another thing which we're gonna already prepare here, and that is use create workspace model. Remember that? So that's the cool thing. It is reusable. So we used it previously for something else, and now we can explicitly call it here. How? Well, very simply, we have open and set open, like this. But we are not going to need the first argument, so we can prefix it with an underscore, which, as you can see, changes its color as if it is being used. You can see when I remove it, it's kind of grayed out. But when I add it, it's like it's being used. So this basically is a universal method of saying, all right, I'm not going to use this, but I need something filled in this place because we can't just get to set open. I mean, there are, some syntax tricks you can do, but this is just fine. So let's go ahead now and use all of these things we have just added. So the first thing I want to add in this button here is this: if workspace is loading, so individual workspace, not workspaces, but individual workspace. If that is loading, I want to go ahead and render the following. I will just render a loader from Lucid React. So make sure you've added loader here. I'm just going to move the import to the top here. I'm going to add a loader. And I'm going to give it a class name, size 5, animate spin, and hover, shrink 0. Otherwise, if we finished loading, I'm going to show workspace question mark name dot character at index 0 to uppercase. Like this. There we go. Now it says C because the full name of this workspace is Code with Antonio Workspace, which begins with the letter C. Excellent. Now let's go ahead and do the following. In the first item here, so drop down menu item, we're going to do the following. We're going to give it a class name, cursor, pointer, flex, column, justify, start, items, start, and capitalize. And inside, we're going to render workspace question mark name. And then below that, we're going to add a little span, active workspace. We're going to give this span a class name of text extra small, like this, and text muted foreground. So now, there we go. You can see that this is the currently active workspace here. And let's go ahead and now also add the router here. So const router, use router from next navigation. Make sure you add this import here. I'm just going to move it here. And I'm going to go ahead and give this drop-down menu item on click. Router.push, open template literals, /workspace. And then we're simply going to use workspace ID from our use workspace ID here. So now the user, if they click here, will just get redirected to the homepage of their workspace. So if they are in some channel or somewhere and they just want to go back, they can just click here and it will refresh the entire workspace for them. Great. And now what I want to do is outside of this drop-down menu item, I want to go ahead and use the filtered workspaces map, get the workspace, and I want to add a drop-down menu item here. I'm going to go ahead and give the drop-down menu item a key of workspace._ID, a class name of cursor, pointer, and capitalize. I'm going to give it an onClick, which will call router push open backticks /workspace, and then a simple workspace._ID, like this. So now let's go ahead and, well, the thing is, I don't think we should develop now because we can't see this, right? So this is what I want to do first. Outside of this .map, add another drop-down menu item, which we're going to use to create new workspaces. So I'm going to go ahead and add a div here with a class name, size 9, relative, overflow hidden, background color, open this exact hex color, F2, F2, F2. Text will be Slate 800, font will be semi-bold. Text will be extra large. The entire component will be a rounded MD. We're gonna have flex here, items center, justify center, and we're gonna have a margin right of 2, like this. So a very long class name here. Feel free to pause and take a look. And inside of this div here, I'm just gonna go ahead and render the plus icon from Lucid React. So make sure you've added the plus icon here. And then outside of this div, I'm just gonna say create a new workspace. So now, there we go. You can see we have a nice little button here. So let's also give this drop-down menu item a class name of cursor pointer. And let's give it an on-click here. Very simple, set open to true. Which set open? Well, this one, the use create workspace model. So now, if you click here, there we go. So I'm gonna call this one personal. There we go. And now inside of here, we can go ahead and try out whether this is working or not. So let's go back inside of the filtered workspaces now. And now inside of here, I'm gonna go ahead and add a div, workspace name, character at 0 to uppercase. And then below that, workspace.name. There we go. So I can now switch between personal and code with Antonio workspace here. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's style this a bit better. So I want to go ahead and copy this entire div here, which we used for encapsulating the plus icon, and we can paste it here, right? Like this. And let's just change the background color of this one to be 616061. Like this, and let's use the text white. And I'm pretty sure everything else can stay exactly the same as the one below. And there we go. Now you have a nicer switcher here. And I'm pretty sure you can notice this little kind of bug that is happening. So the only reason that is happening is because of this stringified JSON here. So let's go ahead and see if removing that will fix it. So inside of workspace ID page.tsx, let's just say workspace ID page here. And we no longer need this, nor do we need this. And we also don't need any of this at that point. So I'm changing workspace ID page. And I think that now, regardless of which one we are on, there we go. We have a nice little look here. Perfect. So this is a long name, so perhaps we can kind of truncate it. Let's see. Inside of workspace switcher, I can maybe add truncate here in the beginning. And let's see if that will change anything. It will not. What if I add overflow here? Overflow hidden here? Still not. How about if I add truncate here? Looks like now it's beginning to look like something. Oh, I added truncate here. That's not what I should do. What I should have done here is add shrink 0. That's what I need to add here. And then this should be truncated. And I think that we can do that in this way. So this is overflow hidden. And then this will be a paragraph. And let's give this a class name of truncate. There we go. So now we have a nicer solution. Perfect. So long names will now get truncated like this. Excellent. So you now have a nice little sidebar here. So let's go ahead and wrap up the sidebar by adding another type of component, which we are not exactly gonna use too much, but it might give you some inspiration to extend this project yourself. So below the workspace switcher, let's add a sidebar button like this. So sidebar button, and let's go ahead and in the same place add it sidebar button.tsx like this. So the sidebar button will have an interface. Sidebar button props, it will accept an icon of either Lucid icon from Lucid React or icon type. And then we're gonna have a label, which will be string, and is active, which will be a boolean. Let's export const sidebar button here. And let's go ahead and add sidebar button props. Sidebar. There we go. Inside of here, let's destructure label is active and all of these things. And let's go ahead and let's return a div with a class name, flex column, items, center, justify, start. My apologies, justify center, gap y 0.5, cursor, pointer, and group. Inside of it, let's add a button component from components UI button. And I want to stop us here because it would be nice to actually see what we are doing, right? So let's go back inside of sidebar and let's go ahead and import sidebar button from /sidebar button. Let's go ahead and give this an icon of home from Lucid React. So make sure that's the one you import. We're going to give it a label of home and is active. So now you should have a new button here. So let's go ahead and give it some new props here. So variant for this will be transparent. Class name will be the following. Let me just collapse this too. So class name will use the CN from libutils, which will allow us to conditionally render Tailwind classes without any conflicts. So yes, there are, of course, alternative ways of doing that using template literals. You can just do is active and then one class name, otherwise another class name. But it is very, very easy for this to be messed up and cause some weird bugs. So trust me, just use the CN library. It comes with Shadcn UI, so it is inside of libutils. So you have it if you have Shadcn installed, which is something we do. So inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and add default classes, which are size 9, padding 2, group, hover, background, accent, with an opacity of 20. So that's the default classes, right, which are kind of hard-coded. So we can put them in the first parameter. And then in here, let's conditionally render BG accent 20 to be the default one if something is active. And inside, we have to render the icon which we passed, which we can do using the icon prop, but we first have to remap it to icon with capital I so that it can be rendered as a component, like this. And then let's give the icon a class name of size 5, text white, group hover, scale 110, and transition all. And outside of the button, create a span, which will simply have the label, and give this a class name of text 11 pixels, text white, group hover, text accent. And there we go. You now have a nice home icon here, like this. And now let's go ahead and go inside of the sidebar, and we can render this a couple of times. And let's remove is active from the other ones. Let's go ahead and add messages square icon. From Lucid React, so make sure you've added this. Let's give this a label of DMs. Let's go ahead and give this a bell icon. So yes, with Lucid React, you can either import bell or bell icon. right? So it's useful if you have a component named Bell and then you want to add an icon which is called Bell. So Lucid offers you to either import Bell or Bell icon. It's the same thing. So all imports are prefixed with suffixed with icon as well. So I can also do messages square icon. You can see no error here in the import, but it still works, right? So you can do that if you want to. So Bell here and more horizontal here from Lucid React. Let's change this label to activity and let's change this to more. And there we go. You now have a beautiful sidebar here. So we are primarily just going to focus on the home page, but if you want to, you can later develop your own previews for this. Don't worry, we will have DM functionality, of course, right? But we're gonna see what we're gonna actually do for the screens of this. So if you want, you can also modify when these are visible, right? By using path name. So use path name from next navigation like this. So let's move that to the top. And then you can go ahead and modify each of these is active to be if path name includes /workspace, for example. There we go. In that case, home is active, right? So that's how you can do it dynamically if you don't want to hard code it. Great. So we're going to come back to this later. What I want to do in the next chapter is implement the channel sidebar here so we can actually start rendering some channels. And another important functionality is actually members, right? Because right now I can load pretty much any workspace from anywhere, right? And if I know the ID of a workspace, I can just enter it inside of my URL and it will join right here, and I will be able to see all the channels they have, messages and everything. Well, that's not good, right? So we're gonna have to actually implement some member functionality as well. Great job. Let's continue and let's develop the members functionality and also the beginning of the channels sidebar here. And before we do any of that, I have an error here, which tells me that I have a hydration error. And it tells that a button cannot be inside of a button. So where is that exactly happening? And you could perhaps have the same error. It's happening in the workspace switcher component here because our drop-down menu trigger wraps a button component. The drop-down menu trigger in itself is already a button. So what you can do is mark it as a child like this. And when you refresh, the error is gone. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's do the members functionality. So I'm going to go inside of the source folder, my apologies, inside of the convex folder, schema, and below the workspaces, I'm going to add members. I'm going to use the define table method here. And I'm going to add user ID, which will be associated with each member. I'm going to add workspace ID, so I know, all right, so this user is a member of which workspace, right? And we're gonna have a role of each member in the workspace. So that's going to be a union of options, and we're gonna use v.literal admin and member. You can also use guest or whatever else you prefer. There we go. So basically each user will have its own member profile depending on what workspace they are in. So that's how we are going to implement the DM functionality, because otherwise DMs would be global, right? But this way DMs are only on the level of a workspace. So each user has a personal identity in that workspace, which we are going to call member. Great. And now let's also add some indexes here so we can query this faster. So the first index will be called by user ID. So if I quickly want to find a member by the user ID, I will define an index here, which will simply allow me to query faster and more optimized by a user ID. Then let's also do the same thing by workspace ID. And let's go ahead and define which properties should we look for here. Well, that's the workspace ID. And last index we're going to add is a combination of both. So by workspace ID, user ID. So for that, we're going to look for both, well, in the first place, workspace ID and then user ID. There we go. So we now have optimized ways of looking for these items right here. Great. So where do I want to use this first? Well, I actually want to use it in our method. Let's go ahead and go inside of workspaces here. We're going to use it here, right? So this is where I want to use it first, in the create method here. So let's revisit our create method. One thing that we are not doing after we create it is we are not creating any members. So if we are the user that created a workspace, it will be correct to assume that we are the admin and the member of that workspace. So let's do await context database insert members user ID, workspace ID, and the role of admin. Like that. You could eventually, every now and then just take a look at your terminal where you're running bunx convex dev or npx convex dev and just confirm that your latest logs are all correct, right? All success messages. You should not have any errors, otherwise the members might not be synchronized for you. Great, so now every user that creates a new workspace will also be a member of that workspace. So let's try that out now. I'm gonna go ahead, here's my data. So I have 2 workspaces, right? But I don't have any members. But now, if I try again and create a new workspace, I'm going to call this test. There we go, I have a new workspace now. And I now have a member role of admin for, let's go ahead and see, for this user ID, that is correct, and for test workspace. Perfect. So our code is working. Great. So now that we have this ability to add an admin every time we create something, let's go ahead and modify our get query. So this get query now should only show me servers, workspaces that I am a part of. So let's do that by modifying it like so. User ID will first of all be await out get user ID. If there is no user ID, and of course we have to pass in the context here. If there is no user ID, here's a practice that I'm going to follow. In queries, I will not throw errors, right? I will simply throw default empty states, whereas in mutations, I will throw errors because I can catch them. But for queries, I can only catch them with error boundaries, and that's just not the perfect solution for me. So I'm going to do things like this. I will just throw an empty array for a person who is trying to fetch something, right? And I know that they won't be able to, like this. And then let's go ahead and let's see. I want to find all workspaces that this user is a member of. Right? So what we can do is we can fetch all members that this user has, right? So I want to find all tables which have user ID of my currently logged in user, and I'm looking for all the members that exist. Basically, I'm looking for all servers that he is a member of, he or she is a member of, right? So let's go ahead and do await context.database query members with index by user ID, and let's go ahead and do query equals user ID equals the current user ID. So we are using our newly optimized index here. There we go. And let's not forget to collect in the end. So now this will get all the members that I am a part of with a very optimized index here. And now let's go ahead and let's get all workspace IDs that we can extract from here. So members.map member workspace ID. Let's go ahead and define the workspaces array here. So we are now going to generate the workspaces using this. So very simple, for const workspace of workspace IDs. Let's get the workspace by very simply calling await context database get and passing the current workspace ID from the loop. For const, this is workspace ID, like that. If there is a workspace, and only if there is a workspace, go ahead and push to the array above. Like this. So the reason I'm using for here is because I'm doing await. You can use promise all in combination with .map if you want to use .map really, but I think this is just cleaner. But you cannot use normal .map and then just mark it as asynchronous and use await inside. You cannot do that. You can do it if you use promise all solution, but I suggest you just do it like this. It's cleaner and it's cleaner what's happening, right? And then we are not going to return the entire query here, but instead just workspaces. So let's take a look at this now. Now, if I go ahead and click here, you can see that all of a sudden, all of my workspaces have disappeared. That's because remember, even though I have multiple workspaces, do I even have workspaces? Oh, looks like I don't even have workspaces. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and delete my workspaces here. I'm going to go inside of members and I'm going to delete my members as well. And now I'm going to log out. All right. I'm going to log back in here and I'm going to create a new workspace here, which I will call GitHub workspace, right? So basically I want to ensure that I am a part of this workspace here. Then I'm going to create a new one, which will be called GitHub 2. There we go. So now I have GitHub workspace and GitHub 2, right? This is my GitHub account. So I have these two workspaces because I'm a part of them. And now I'm going to log out and I'm going to go ahead and log in with another account. I believe I still have this. There we go. And let's take a look at what just happened. So I am redirected back here for GitHub 2, but I am not a part of that. And you can see that when I click in this switcher, I cannot see these workspaces, right? I think I'm just accidentally actually seeing this because what should be happening is just this, right? But you're already noticing a bug here. So this part works fine. So this part knows that I am not a part of any workspace and I should be getting this modal. You might be getting this modal, right? Depending on where you were redirected to. But you can see that if I just copy the URL from my previous workspace, which was in my GitHub account, I can still see it right here, right? So let me repeat what I've just done. I'm going to go ahead and go inside of this GitHub here. There we go, I am here. So these are my actual workspaces which I've created. And I'm going to copy the URL of one of them. I'm going to log out. And let me see, can I even do this? Okay, so I can't do this because of our middleware. But let me go ahead and use my Antonio account. And I will go ahead and now change the URL. And there we go. I can still access this workspace even though I'm obviously not a member of that workspace. So now that tells me that we have to modify our get by ID here so it also looks for the member. So we kind of have this solution finished here. So let's go ahead and use const member to be await context.database query members with index by workspace ID and by user ID. So we want to find that unique combination, right? So inside of here, I'm going to check if query equals for workspace ID to be arguments.id. And then I'm going to chain the equals for the user ID to equal to the current user ID. So this way I fill the entire index and I know that this will be a unique member, right? So only one member with the same user ID and workspace ID can exist. We obviously did not limit that in the schema, but our functionality is telling me that that's how it's going to work, right? So now if there is no member, I will just return null. So now if I try and refresh this, I should not be able to see anything. And there we go. You can see how it loads, but not exactly, right? You can see that this is kind of broken and my search is also broken. Basically, it doesn't know where I currently am. So obviously later we're gonna have some proper error screens here. But right now, I think this is working just fine. Great, so we have this. So what I wanna do next is I wanna go ahead and actually modify this join code method here. So how about we do const generate code, and we're simply gonna go ahead and let's do const code to be array from length will be 6, and then we're gonna create a method here which will very simply use a combination of all of these characters. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then all lowercase letters. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. There we go. No need for any external library. And let's go ahead and randomly generate something. Multiply this by 36. There we go. And then join everything and return the code. And now let's use that generate code here. There we go. So now if you go ahead and actually go back to localhost 3000 here and write, code test, for example, go inside of data here, check your workspaces, and code test should now have a more original code, as you can clearly see right here. Great. So I suggest that you don't add uppercase letters, right? So because my codes are not going to be case sensitive, right? So whatever user enters, lowercase or uppercase will be correct. I just want to keep it simple. Great. So we have this now. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and build this part of the sidebar, so I can open up the preferences, and so I can also add some invite code generation so that we can practice inviting our users, right? Because now we know that each user has their own workspaces, right? So not everyone will be able to look at them. So we can already practice inviting that other user to be a part of our workspace. So let's go ahead and now work on creating this sidebar. Let's go ahead and let's implement the channels sidebar here. So I'm going to go ahead and add a Shadcn component, which is going to be called resizable. Let's wait a second, and there we go. So now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our layout for the workspace ID. So inside of source, app folder, workspace ID layout right here. And let's go ahead and import everything we need from resizable here. So resizable handle, panel, and panel group. Now let's go ahead and below the sidebar, let's add a resizable panel group. And let's move the children inside. Then inside of here, let's add resizable panel. Where I'm going to simply render a div channels sidebar. And then for the children here, we're gonna add a new resizable panel. And let's just wrap it around. Just like this. Now I wanna go ahead and give the resizable group a direction of horizontal. And I wanna add right after this resizable panel, let's add a resizable handle. And let's add with handle here. So let's see, can we already take a look at this, and there we go. Now we have this huge split in the middle of our screen. One is a channel sidebar and one is a workspace ID page. And you can see how cool it is that we can expand this, right? But it doesn't exactly load correctly. So I wish that channel sidebar would load something like this, and I wish that it can only expand to, let's say, this far, and that it can only collapse to, let's say, this far. Well, we can do all of that. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of the first resizable panel here, and let's give it a default size of 20. Let's give it a minimum size of 11, and let's give it a class name of background color, and let's go ahead and write a specific hashtag 5E2C5F. And there we go. This is now looking much better, but it's not perfect just yet, specifically because every time I resize it to a certain point, if I refresh, there are some weird flashes and it just does not keep its size here. So let's go ahead and do the following. Before we continue, let's first add to this resizable panel with the children a minimum size of 20. So this way, we cannot collapse it entirely. So both now have their limits, right? And now in order to fix the fact that this is forgotten after we refresh, let's go ahead and simply add autosave ID. And let's go ahead and call this since this is going into localhost, let's prefix this with, our, I don't know, I'm going to use some CA like Code with Antonio. You can use whatever you want. CA workspace layout. Like this. And there we go. You can see that now when I refresh, it stays where it was. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and fill the first resizable panel with a component called Workspace Sidebar. Now let's go ahead and create that, so workspace-sidebar. And inside of here, we can just return a div for now. Workspace Sidebar. Let's go back inside of the layout. And we can import our new component the same way we added toolbar and the generic sidebar. Great, and before we can continue forward with this, we need to create a few endpoints for our members. So let's go ahead and go back inside of Convex, and let's create a new file called members. Specifically, I'm interested in my current member. So I'm going to go ahead and add a query here. And of course, we have to import the query from _generated server. The first argument is going to be, whoops, this is supposed to be an object. Just a second, like this. So arguments will accept workspace ID. And we also have to import the helper from convex values. And then inside of the handler here, which has context and arguments, which will also be an asynchronous method, we're going to go ahead and fetch the current member for a specific workspace. So let's get user ID using await auth get user ID and pass in the context. If we're missing the user ID, we're simply going to return null. Remember, my practice here is to not throw errors in queries, only in mutations. And now let's go ahead and write const member, await, context, database, query, members. And we are looking for that index, which we previously already used by workspace ID, user ID. So that index is what we are looking for. So now inside of here, we can get the query, and we can do query equals workspace ID with arguments workspace ID, and then we can chain another equals user ID equals user ID. And let's not forget to collect the results. If there is no member, return null again. Otherwise, we can go ahead and return the member. There we go. So now let's go ahead and let's actually turn this into a hook. So I'm going to go inside of source features and I will create a new folder called members. And inside of here, I'm going to create an API folder and a new use current member.ts. Let's export const use current member. And let's get the data using use query from convex react and API from its location. So just like we previously did. And we're going to call API members.current. And we also need to create an interface here, use current member props to accept workspace ID, which will be a type of ID workspaces. And in here, let's just assign those props. So use current member props. We'll get the workspace ID, and then we can pass in the workspace ID. Const is loading will be if data is undefined, and let's return data and is loading like this. So now we can go ahead back inside of the workspace sidebar. So that's located inside of the app folder, workspaces, workspace sidebar here. And we don't have to mark this as a client component because we already crossed that boundary in layout here. So we use the workspace sidebar inside of here, so everything is fine. Let's get the workspace ID using our use workspace ID hook here. And then let's go ahead and let's get the member, use current member. And let's go ahead and get use workspace. Whoops, use get workspace. So the reason I differentiate between calling this use current member and this use get workspace is because we are not explicitly telling anyone what member I want to load, right? So it's just the current member depending on the workspace ID. Whereas in here, I specifically want to load this workspace ID. So that's the difference in naming. So that's why I also have use current user, because I don't specify which user, just the currently logged in user, right? All right, so inside of here, we have to pass the workspace ID, and inside of here, the same thing, but we call that ID, no need to be redundant, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and get the data to be member here is loading will be member loading. And inside of here, data will be workspace and is loading will be workspace loading. There we go. And now what I'm going to do is if workspace is loading or if member is loading, because those two are crucial for the things we're going to do further, is I'm going to return a div with a class name, flex column, background of 5E to C 5F, full height, items, center, and justify center. And inside of here, I'm going to display a loader from Lucid React. So let me just move that to the top here. And I'm going to go ahead and give this a class name of size 5, animate spin, and the text white, like that. So we can already try it out. There we go. Every time I refresh for a split second, you can see the little loader here. Great. And now we're going to do something else. We can copy and paste this. And this time change the if clause to if there is no workspace or if there is no member, meaning that obviously something was not loaded correctly. We're going to modify this slightly by adding a gap y2 here. And this will now be alert triangle from Lucid React right here. And below that, we're going to add a paragraph, workspace not found. And we're going to remove animate spin from here because this is not a loader. And this will have a class name, text white, and text small, like this. So for now, what I'm going to do is, you don't have to do this. I just want to demonstrate. I'm going to turn this to true. So there we go. This is how that will look like. So previously, it wasn't very clear, you know, when I was in another workspace and I copied the URL and then pasted it here, it wasn't exactly clear that I should not have the access for this. But now it's going to be very clear, because we are not going to be able to load neither the workspace nor the member. So we're just going to show to the user, hey, this workspace is actually not found. I have nothing else to show you here. Great. So now I just want to go ahead and copy this div and just replace it here, and let me go ahead and close it like this. So it's going to be flex call and hide full, but it's not gonna have items center or justify centers. It's gonna be a little bit more simpler. And then inside of here, we're gonna develop workspace header component, which we're gonna use to showcase some preferences about workspace, right? Or to delete the workspace. So inside of here, let's create a new workspace-header.tsx. There we go. So let me close everything besides that for now. And let's export const workspace header. And let's return a div here. Let's go back inside of the workspace sidebar, and you can now import workspace header from /workspace header. So let me just see, where did I create the workspace header? My intention was to create the workspace header in the same place as workspace ID, but I accidentally created it in the workspace folder. So I will just drag it inside of the workspace ID. Perhaps you did not have that issue. And now you have to go back inside of the workspace sidebar and just fix this. So it's / instead of .. in case that even happened to you. Great, so now we can go ahead and develop this workspace header here, or at least the initial design. So let's give this a class name of flex items center, justify between, padding x of 4, a height of 49 pixels, and a gap of 0.5, like so. Now inside of here, we're gonna have a drop-down menu. So let me go ahead and just add everything we need from drop-down menu, which is the menu, the content, items, separator, and the trigger. So let's go ahead and develop this. So we need drop-down menu trigger. Remember to mark this as child, because inside we're gonna have a button component. So button cannot be a descendant of button. That causes a hydration error. So by marking this as child, this entire component will actually become this. So make sure you've imported button here as well. Let's go ahead and now actually style this button here. So I'm going to give it a variant of transparent. I'm going to give it a class name of font semi-bold, text large, width of auto, padding of 1.5, and overflow of hidden. Then I'm going to give this a size of small. Inside of here, I'm going to create a span with workspace name. Do I actually have workspace inside of here? All right, so there are several ways we can do this. So if you want to, we can use the hook use get workspace here to actually, you know, and have it inside of here. Or what you can do is you can simply pass in, you know, the workspace, for example, and then just pass in the workspace like this. So let me go ahead and see whether this is a better solution or to reuse our hook, because we can reuse it, it's cached, right? So let me see, workspace header props. Workspace will be a document of workspaces. So you can import the doc type from convex, the same place you import the ID type. And I'm just interested whether this will be compatible or not. So let's see, workspace. And there we go. It seems to be perfectly compatible here. So now that we have the workspace here, we actually don't have to use the question mark, because if there is no workspace, we return this specific error here. Great. So now workspace header can be kind of a dumber component. And we should already see how that looks. There we go. Perfect. Let's go ahead and give this span a class name of truncate. And then let's go ahead and give this chevron down icon, which you can also import from Lucid React. Let me just move that to the top. And I'm going to give the chevron down a class name of size 4, ml1, and shrink 0, like this. There we go. So now we have this nice little header for our workspace. And now when we click on this, we are supposed to be seeing some options. So below the drop-down menu trigger, let's add the drop-down menu content. Let's go ahead and give the content a side of bottom. Let's go ahead and give it in a line of start, a class name of width 64. And inside of here, let's add a drop-down menu item. This drop-down menu item will have a key of workspace !_ID. Well, we have the workspace, so no need for a question mark here. And it actually does not need a key, my apologies. So just a class name will be cursor, pointer, and capitalize. Now inside of here, let's go ahead and open up a div, and let's go ahead and add workspace.name.character at 0 to uppercase. Let me just see. So character at, my apologies. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a class name of size 9, relative, overflow, hidden, background color, 616061, text white, font semi-bold, text extra large, rounded MD, flex, items center, justify center, and margin right of 2. So a pretty long style. Feel free to pause and write it out. Then we're going to go ahead and go below this, and we're going to add a class name, flex call and items start. I'm going to add a paragraph, which will render the workspace name inside. And I'm going to give it a class name of font bold. Below that, I'm going to have a paragraph of text extra small and text muted foreground, and this will render a text active workspace. Let's go ahead and try it out. There we go. But obviously, we should not have added the margin right of 2. My apologies. Let me remove that. Looks like it's still not centered. Oh, we should have margin right. Okay, I see the issue. We need the margin right, but we don't need a typo in justify center, which is something you might not even have. There we go. Perfect. So now we can see our active workspace here. And what I want to do now is I want to add a couple of more drop-down menu items inside of here. So below this, let's add another drop-down menu item. And we're going to go ahead and inside of here, my apologies. Okay, I don't know why I skipped the properties. So class name here will be cursor pointer and py2. And then on click for now will be explicitly an empty arrow function. So I remember that I have to put in something here later. And let's write invite people to workspace.name like this. There we go. So now we have this little button here. And I also want to go ahead and add a drop-down menu separator component here. There we go. So now it has a nicer look. Great. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy this entire segment once more. But this time I'm going to say preferences. Like this. There we go. So invite people and preferences. Great. But I only want to render these if I am an admin. So I'm going to go ahead and add isAdmin, which is a required boolean in this case. isAdmin. I'm going to go inside of the workspace sidebar, and besides passing workspace, I will pass isAdmin to check if the current member, or how did I call it, member, dot role is equal to admin. Let me just confirm whether I can use this as such. Do I have a member role? I do. Use current member. I think something might be a little bit wrong here. That is because inside of here I wrote .collect. So let's resolve that. So inside of convex, inside of members here, instead of using .collect, I am certain that this will be unique. There we go. So only one is returned now. So now inside of my workspace sidebar here, I can with no errors pass in this role check here. Great. And now we have the isAdmin here. And I only want to show these two options if we are admin. So if isAdmin, only then should we go ahead and show these two. I'm going to go ahead and open up a fragment like this, and then I will just copy these two options. So these two drop-down menu separators and the menu item. There we go, like this. So nothing should change much, right? Because I still have my admin privileges. But if I, for any reason whatsoever, I'm just going to test this out myself. I'm going to go inside of members. Well, I don't know which exactly I am. I'm gonna assume it's the newest one. So let me change this from admin to member. And I think that now, is that still my account? Okay, maybe not that one. I'm just gonna change all of these to member. One of them should definitely be my current member account. You don't have to do this, I just want to demonstrate it. There we go. So this is how a guest will see it, right? They will not see those options here. Great. So now I'm just going to bring everything back to admin here. And we're going to add two more things here. And we can wrap up the chapter, since for now I just want to build the UI around this, and then we'll actually make the models for this in the next chapter. So outside of this drop-down menu, I want to add a div here with a class name, which will be flex items center and gap 0.5. So something to fill the space here. Let's go ahead and add a button component and a square pen icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have button and square pen here. Let's go ahead and give the button a variant of transparent and the size of icon small. Let's give the square pen a class name of size 4 inside. Like this. There we go. We now have a nice little new message method here, which we can use for whatever we want, maybe to redirect and focus on the new message, or maybe some specific screen. Great. So if you want to, you can also add another button here, for example, list filter from Lucid React if you want to. And there we go. Now you have this filter here, and perhaps that will give you some ideas about filtering out the channels, or maybe it can open the search, which we're going to have anyway here above. We're going to see that later. Great. So just one more thing I want to do before we wrap up is implement a hint component. So let's go ahead and let's add tooltip first. So bunx, let's add tooltip. There we go. And now we're going to implement our own reusable tooltip, which will be a bit better than the existing one. So I'm going to go inside of components, and I'm going to create hint.tsx, and I'm going to mark it as client, and I'm going to go ahead and import everything we need from our new tooltip component here. Then I'm going to create an interface hint props. The label will be a string. Children will be React node here. And then we're gonna have side, which is going to be optional, and we're going to have a line, which will be optional as well. So for the align, we're going to have start, center, and end. And for the side, we're gonna have top, right, bottom, and left. So it's important that they are exactly these because the tooltip component supports those. And now let's go ahead and let's actually export const hint. Let's go ahead and define hint props here. And then we can go ahead and we can destructure all of them. So label, children, side, and align. And inside of here, we can go ahead and build the hint component. So we start with the tooltip provider. Then we add a tooltip. We give it a delay duration of 50 because by default, it takes some time to show up when we hover on something. So I want to make it quicker. And inside we render the tooltip trigger like this. And we render the children. And in order to avoid hydration errors, we mark this as child. Then below that, we add the tooltip content. We give it the side prop, the align prop. And we're also going to give it a class name here. So background color will be black, text will be white, border, and border dash white slash 5. So this is the class name. Now inside of here, we're simply going to have a paragraph which will render the label, and then a class name to that paragraph, font medium and text extra small. Now let's go back inside of our app folder, workspace, workspace ID, workspace header here, and we can import that new hint component from components hint, and we can, for example, wrap our new button inside of a hint here. And let's give it a label of new message and a side of bottom. So now when you go ahead and hover, there we go. You get a helpful message describing the button. And you can go ahead and copy that for this one as well. And instead of new message, for example, we can just say search or filter conversations like this. There we go. Great. So that is it for this chapter. In the next chapter, we're actually going to go ahead and first modify the preferences so we can edit the name of this workspace and actually remove it. And then before we do the whole invite thing, I actually want to do the channels and the display of members so you can see the invite happening in real time. Great. Amazing, amazing job. Before we move forward with our preferences and our invite people modal, I want to bring your attention to our terminal. Inside of here, I've noticed this warning, detected multiple UTI instances. And we also have this warning for panel default size. This is okay, because we're gonna come back to this later, because there are still some more panels that we have to add. So if you're wondering what is this panel default size, well, that is referring to our workspace ID layout right here. So these resizable panels, basically, for this one, we have the default size, but for this one, we don't have the default size. That's okay for now. But this is the one that I'm worried about, detected multiple UTI instances. That's because we didn't do proper initialization to use UTI inside of Next.js. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go inside of the source, inside of components, and I'm gonna create UTI provider.tsx. I'm going to mark it as use client. I'm going to import provider from UTI, and I'm very simply going to export UTI provider here. I'm going to create an interface, which will very simply have children inside. Let's go ahead and let's assign those props here. And let's very simply return the provider, which will wrap our children. And we also have to destructure the children from here. And that should be enough to resolve our issue. All we have to do is go inside of the app folder, layout, and we have to wrap our toaster and models and children inside of that UI provider, like this. Specifically make sure that the models and the children are inside. Toaster is not really that important. And let me just move this to its place. And there we go. I'm going to refresh this to ensure it's working. I'm going to try and open a model. So all of that is working, and there we go. You can see that no longer are those errors popping up, and still everything is working just fine. So that is the proper initialization of UI inside of Next.js. You can see that in the documentation of UI specifically for Next.js. Great. So what I want to build next is the preferences. I want to do that because I want to wrap up all everything needed for our workspace entity. That includes updating that entity and also removing that entity. So this preferences model will open up, and it will give us the ability to rename our workspace, but also to remove the workspace. Now that we resolved this, we can go back inside of our workspace ID folder right here. And inside of here, I'm going to create the preferences model.tsx. Let's go ahead and export const preferences model. Let's go ahead and now render it inside of the workspace header here. So it's not going to be controlled globally. We're just simply going to render it here. So I want to go ahead and wrap this entire thing inside of a fragment like this. And for now, what we're going to do is we're going to render the preferences model here like this. If you go ahead and look at it now, you will just see this weird text in the beginning. So now we're going to go ahead inside of here, and we're actually going to import everything we need from the dialog components like this. So that will be dialog, dialog content, trigger, header, title, close, and footer. And we're also going to prepare some props for the preferences model. So interface, preferences model props. We'll have open, which is a boolean, set open, which will control the current boolean value, and initial value, which will be a string. So we can go ahead and assign those here, and we can destructure them: open, set opened, and initial value. Now inside of this, instead of this being a div, this will be a dialog like this. And inside of that, we're going to have our dialog content, a dialog header, and a dialog title. Let's go ahead and simply write value here, which will be controlled by state. And it will have the initial value as the initial value here. And we can import useState from React like this. And for the dialog, let's go ahead and give it open of open and set open. My apologies, on open change, set open. Now we can go back inside of the workspace header here, and we can create our own open, set open, use state, and false by default. So it's going to be controlled by this component because this is the only component that will be able to open it. So no need to create the whole global state and to put it in our reusable models provider, right? We can just easily do it here. So open is open, set open is set open. And the initial value here will be workspace name like this. And now let's go ahead and let's find our preferences drop-down menu item. And in here, we're going to change this to set open true. There we go. So now when I go ahead and click on the preferences, there we go. You can see a new model has popped up. So I just want to name this a bit more precisely. So this will be called open preferences open and set preferences open. I want to call it like that in case we have additional models inside of here. So this will be preferences opened and set preferences open. And then we're going to change this to be set preferences open true. There we go. Still works as intended. Great. So now inside of here, I want to go ahead and give the dialog content some styles. So let's give it a padding of 0, background gray of 50, and overflow hidden. Then for the dialog header, we're going to give it a padding of 4, border of bottom, and background color of white. And then inside of here, outside of the header, we're going to have a div with a class name, px4, and padding bottom of 4. Alongside that, flex column, and gap y to just like this. Let's see if we can notice any differences now. So quite subtle, but the header should now be white, and this should be slight gray color. Now inside of here, we're going to go ahead and create a div with a class name, px5, py4, background color of white, rounded, lg, border, cursor, pointer, and hover, background gray 50, like this. Now inside of here, we're going to open up a new div with a class name of flex, items, center, and justify between. And then a paragraph inside with a class name of text small and font semi-bold. This will be the title, which will simply say workspace name. Below that, we're going to have another paragraph, which will say edit. This paragraph will have a class name of text small and text of 126483 without the number 7, like this. Hover underline and font semi-bold. And then outside of this div, which encapsulates our two paragraphs, we're going to have another paragraph which will render the current value and a class name, text small, like this. There we go. So we now have the workspace name, and we have the name of the workspace in here. So when we click on this thing, a new model will open, which we're going to use to, well, update our name. But before we go there, let's go ahead and let's create another thing here. So I'm going to, let me just see, where does this begin? Like this. So after you close the dialog header, we have this div, which has flex call and gap y of 2. And now we just created this container here. So that's this part, right? So below that part, go ahead and add a native button here. And let's go ahead and style it a bit. So disabled here will be false by default. On click will be explicitly just an empty arrow function. And then the class name here will be flex, items center, gap x2, px of 5, py of 4, background color of white, rounded large, border, cursor, pointer, hover, background gray 50, and text rows 600. So quite a large class name. Feel free to pause so you can type it out. And then inside, we're going to render a trash icon, which will be a self-closing tag, and a paragraph, delete workspace. Let's go ahead and give the trash icon a class name of size 4. And let's go ahead and give the paragraph a class name, text small and font semi-bold. Make sure you've imported the trash icon from Lucid React here. So there we go. Now we have this nice edit container and also this delete container. And now it's time for us to actually create some further functionalities regarding this. And I think the best place to start is to actually create our update API endpoint. So let's go inside of our convex folder, inside of workspaces here. And I'm going to go ahead and go all the way down here and export const update. This will be a mutation. For the arguments, it will accept the ID, which is VID workspaces. And it will also accept a new name. Then we have the handler, which is an asynchronous method, which accepts the context and the arguments in the second parameter. Now inside of here, we have to do our usual verification. So we can copy this from the one above, which is get by ID, like that. So let's go ahead and do it here. So we get the user ID. If there is no user ID, we throw unauthorized here. And then we attempt to find the member using the arguments.id as the workspace ID and the user ID. And we know that that will be a unique member. And now we'll do the following. If there is no member found, or if member role is not an admin, meaning that a member is trying to access this, we will throw a new error back, unauthorized. And then we will simply do await context database patch arguments ID, and we're gonna go ahead and pass in name to be arguments name. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's create our use update workspace method. So I'm gonna close everything here, and I'm gonna go inside of source, features, workspaces, API, and we can copy and paste use create workspace, and this time do use, which one will this be? Update workspace, like this. And I wanna keep that opened. So make sure you are inside of use update workspace, and let's also keep the actual workspaces API opened. So let me just see, if I make this a constant workspace ID, will this be a workspace ID? Looks like it will not be. Okay, so in order to be consistent, I want to return back arguments.id, so at least we return back something, right? I always want to return something from my API endpoints. So, and let's fix this typo to be update, like this. So this way, at least we are updating it. We are returning the ID similar to the one in the create method, so we don't have to modify our use update workspace much. There we go. So the request type is the same. The data is the same. The response type is exactly the same. And now we're just going to go ahead and rename this from use create workspace to use update workspace, like this. And we're going to modify the mutation to call API workspaces update. And now we're going to see whether we are missing something, and well, we are, yes. So besides the name in the request type, we also need to pass in the ID. There we go. So the request type needs to be modified so it accepts the ID and the name. There we go. And I believe there's something I forgot to do here, both in the use update workspace and use create workspace, and that's that I never set the error status. So let's go ahead and do that. So if we get inside of the error here, we also have to set the status to error, like this. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing inside of the use create workspace here. If we get in the catch, it means that I have to set status to error. There we go. So we now have the use update workspace. So ensure that inside of your use update workspace, you're using the API workspaces update, and that you have modified the request type to accept the ID and the name, and it will return back an ID because we explicitly defined that here to return something. You don't have to return anything, of course, but I just want to be consistent with expectations of my API. Great. Now that I have that, let's go ahead inside of my API workspace ID preferences model right here. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and actually add that mutation here, or at least initialize it. So I'm going to go ahead and add a constant use update workspace like that. And from here, I will get mutate, which will be update workspace. And we're going to have is pending, which will be is updating workspace, like this. And now that we have that, let's also go ahead and let's prepare our delete method. So we can go ahead and copy the update method here, because the delete will be quite similar. So this copied one now has an error, of course, because it's the same named constant. So I'm going to remove this. No, do not call it delete, because you can see delete is not allowed as variable declaration name, because delete is a reserved keyword. So let's call it remove. And it will not accept a name, just the ID of the workspace we are trying to remove. And this rule set can stay the same. If there is no user ID, unauthorized. If there is no member, unauthorized. So what we're going to do here is we are simply going to call delete arguments ID, like so. But that is not everything we have to do here, right? So we also have to delete all associated members in this workspace. Otherwise, we're just going to delete the workspaces. So let me remind you of our schema, right? So our members are connected to the workspace, but by default, convex will not cascade all entities. They do have something called convex ents, which is a different way of writing convex, but it is a bit unfamiliar to me, so I just wanted to use it, convex in the way I'm familiar with. So basically, when we delete the workspaces table, we also have to delete the members associated with that workspace manually. We have to do that ourselves. So let's go ahead inside of the workspaces here. And what we are going to do is the following. We're going to prepare members from await promise all. So for now, it's just going to be members, but later it will be something else. So let's go ahead and do context database dot query members with index by workspace ID. And very simply, we're going to use the query to find workspace ID with matching arguments ID. So this will find all members inside of this workspace ID. So later on, when we have channels, for example, and we also want to clean them, this is exactly what we're going to do. We're just going to, extend this with channels, for example. We're going to add a new query here, and this will query for channels. And it will be pretty much exactly the same. So that's how we're going to handle that. So for now, we just have members. So let's go ahead and resolve that here. For const member of members, await context database, delete member underscore ID. And let's just see what type of error do I have here. Oh yes, we are missing .collect here. There we go. So now we have the functionality to delete workspaces as well. And as always, I just want to return back something, so just to ensure that you are returning something from this remove mutation here. So now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our features workspaces API, and we can now copy use update workspace, paste it here, and rename it to use remove workspace, like this. Let's go ahead and change the request type to only accept an ID, because that's the only thing we are accepting here. Let's go ahead and rename this to use remove workspace. And we're going to go ahead and modify our mutation here to call API workspaces remove. There we go. Everything else works just fine. Perfect. So we now have those two hooks, and we can now revisit our workspace header. Precisely the preferences model. So this is where we last stopped. And now we can do the same thing, but with use remove workspace. So make sure you've added the import for use update workspace and for use remove workspace. I'm just going to go ahead and move them here and have them separately. Now inside of here, I'm going to rename this to remove workspace. And this will be is removing workspace. There we go. So now let's go ahead and first implement the update functionality, because I want us to be able to see those changes before we, remove everything here. So for that, we're gonna need another modal, because once I click on edit, I expect another modal here to pop up, which will allow me to fill in the name. So for that, we have to go ahead. Well, we have everything regarding dialog here. So let's go ahead and build another dialog, which will again be controlled inside of here. So let's go ahead and call this let's see, how did I call it inside of here? I called it preferences open. So this will be edit open, set edit open, use state and false by default, like that. And then we have to find this div right here. So which is above our button and which is the first element inside of this div here. And we want to encapsulate it inside of a new dialog, like this. So this will be indented, all of this thing inside. And then this dialog here will be controlled as such. So let's go ahead and give this an open of open edit or edit open. And on open change will be set edit open, like so. Then inside of here, this entire thing will be a dialog trigger, right? So this won't be the content. When we click on this entire thing, that's what's going to open the modal, right? And let's go ahead and give this an as a child property. And then below the dialog trigger, we're going to have a dialog content again. And inside of here, we're going to have a dialog header and a dialog title, which will simply say rename this workspace, like so. And then outside of the dialog header, we're going to have a form element. The form element will have a class name, space y4, and it's going to have an onSubmit, which for now will be just an empty method. And then we're going to add the input component here. So make sure you've imported the input from components UI input. Let me just find where we were. So in this form, this will have a value of value, which we are holding in the state, which has the default value of initial value, which is the workspace name property. Disabled will be is updating workspace. Besides that, we're going to have onChange, which will get the event and set value to event target value, like so. Then we're going to have required autofocus. Minimum length will be 3, maximum length will be 80, and placeholder inside of here can be the same thing that we had in our create workspace model. So workspace name, right? Workspace name, for example, work, personal, or home, like so. And then outside of the form here, my apologies, inside of the form, we're going to have a dialog footer. So you should have all of these things imported. Inside of the dialog footer, we're going to have a dialog close and have the as child prop here, which will have a button component. So make sure you've added the button import from components UI button, like so. Let's go ahead and close this button. So this will serve as the close button, which will simply say cancel. Let's give it a variant of outline, a disabled of is updating workspace. And outside of dialog close, another button, which will say save. And this will have a disabled prop on is updating workspace as well. So now when you click here, there we go. You can see that you have a nice modal which opens up and tells you to rename the workspace. Great. So now we actually have to implement the onSubmit method. So let's go ahead and give this onSubmit method a handle edit prop, like so. And now we actually have to develop it here. So after we initialize these hooks, let's add const handle edit. This will have an event of React form event. and HTML form element inside. Whoops. Let's do event prevent default, like so, and then simply call update workspace and pass in the ID to be, let's see, what do we have inside of the preferences model? So we just have the initial value, and we need to find a way to get the workspace ID. So we can either pass that as prop, or we can call our handy workspace ID from use workspace ID, because it's always going to be a part of our URL. So we can safely use that, use workspace ID here. There we go. Workspace ID is here. And the name will be the value that user has typed. And then we're going to go ahead and open our onSuccess method here. So we don't need to work with data in this case, but we can call the toast success workspace updated. And make sure you've imported the toast from Sonar package, like so. And then we're going to have on error here, toast error, failed to update workspace, in case something goes wrong. And if it succeeded, we can also do set open edit open to be false, meaning just close the thing. There we go. Perfect. So we now have handle edit. Let's go ahead and check it out. So I'm going to click on preferences, and I'm going to call this renamed. And there we go. Workspace name is renamed, search renamed, and it says renamed here, here. And if I switch, there we go. I can switch back to renamed. Let's see if I can rename this one. Preferences. I'm going to call this public. There we go. Works instantly. Amazing. And now we have to do the same thing for delete. And I just want to bring your attention to, one little thing that you might be wondering why I did. So I kind of put a lot of ways into opening this inner modal. So this one, right? I control it both with the prop edit open, but then again, I use the dialog trigger to open it instead of a separate button, which we'll simply call set edit open. And then down here, for example, I use dialog close instead of just set edit open to false. Basically, I'm using this combination because I want a specific behavior. So when the user clicks cancel, this can close instantly. But when the user clicks save, I don't want it to close. I want it to submit, and I want it to only close after a successful update. So that's why I added both the control via the open prop and also via these components such as dialog trigger, which automatically changes the set edit open to true. So that's what this prop does. It will basically be called on the dialog trigger and also on the where is my dialog close, for example, right here, also on the dialog close. So in case you were wondering about that. And now we have to do the same thing, but for handle close. So, sorry, handle edit, const handle edit. My apologies, handle remove. So inside of here, we're gonna go ahead and call the delete workspace, remove workspace. We're gonna pass in the ID, workspace ID, and the same thing. So we can go ahead and copy this on success and on errors from here. And we can call this one workspace removed. And don't need to change anything here. And we can go ahead and say fail to remove workspace. What we'll have to do here is redirect the user, right? In order to give them some proper experience. So let's add use router from next navigation. Basically, we don't want the user to stay in this removed workspace, right? So this is what I'm gonna do now. For now, I'm just gonna go ahead and prepare this. So router push, actually router replace. I don't even want the user to be able to go back to that route, right? So let me get this handle removed now, and let's chain it to our button, which has the trash icon. So handle remove, and disabled is removing workspace, like so. So I have a couple of workspaces, and I recommend that you create at least 3 workspaces. So let me just have multiple workspaces so we can play along with them. So I'm going to go inside of one, and I'm going to go inside of preferences, and I'm just going to go ahead and click delete workspace. And there we go. You can see that I was immediately redirected back. All right. So let me just see. That's because of this, right? But I will now comment this out and try it out on a new one. So you see how that looks like. So that's how it will look for the person who deleted the workspace. But what about everyone else who is in the workspace and doesn't know that the workspace was deleted? Well, for them, they won't be redirected, but they will have the workspace not found message. And I think that's good enough because later we're obviously going to have that displayed here as well. And then they will just switch to another workspace, which they have. This will be, of course, an edge case. Every other time they try to visit that, they will just get redirected, right? So we can now get this back. One thing that I am missing though is that it is very, very easy to delete a workspace. It feels like we need some kind of confirmation here. So let's go ahead and do that next. So I want this confirmation model to be reusable because there will be a lot of other things that I will need confirmation from the user. So let's go ahead and separate that into its own hook. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new use confirm TSX hook. Yes, TSX. That's because we're going to have some JSX elements inside. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare some things. Let's get use state from React. Let's import button from components UI button, and let's import everything we need from the dialog. Dialog content, description, footer, header, and the title. Now inside of here, let's export const use confirm. Inside of here, the first argument will be the title, which is a string, and the second one will be the message, which will be a string as well. Now let's go ahead and let's define what this will return. So for now, let's return any and any, and I will just return that back. So just two strings. Now let's go ahead and define our promise and set promise inside of use state here. By default, the value of this will be null, but the entire type will be the actual promise, which has the resolve method. And inside of the resolve, it will give back the user choice, which will be true or false, aka confirm or deny, and return this as a void. Or it can be null, like this. So make sure you allow this prop in the use state. And now what we're going to do is we're going to define our confirm method. So let's go ahead and define new promise. We get the resolve and the reject, and we call set promise, and we define our resolve method inside, like so. Then inside of here, let's go ahead and let's define const handle close. So when we close, we're simply going to set back the promise to null. Let's go ahead and do const handle cancel. So cancel is an explicit false. So inside of here, we're going to do a promise on the question mark dot resolve false, and then call handle close to reset the promise. And we can copy and paste the handle cancel for the handle confirm. So this will send an explicit true back from the user. So if you're wondering why are we doing it in such an odd way, that's because I want this to be very easily usable. So for example, inside of my preferences model, inside of here, when I do handle remove, what I want to do is mark this as an asynchronous method, and then I want to do const OK await confirm. And this will open the model, right? And then in here, I'm going to do if not OK, simply break the method. So during this await, the model for the confirmation will be opened, and this confirm will come as a return of here. So we're going to return the confirm here, right? So that's how I want that to work. That's why I'm doing it in such an odd way. And full disclosure, this is a genius solution by a Medium blog, which I will link in the description. So make sure to read that as well. So let's go ahead and continue developing this. So we have the handle confirm method. We have the handle cancel method. And now we need the actual confirm dialog. Inside of here, let's get the dialog, and it will be open if promise is not null, right? So if it is true or false. And let's go ahead and open the dialog content inside, the dialog header, the dialog title, and the dialog title will simply render the title. Below that, we're going to have the dialog description, which will simply render the message. Outside of the header, the individual message like this. Outside of the dialog header, we're going to have the dialog footer. Let's go ahead and close the dialog footer component. Let's give it a class name of padding top 2. And inside, we're going to render a button component, which will have an on-click of handle cancel and a variant of outline. And it will say cancel. And then we can copy and paste this button, and we can add an on-click to handle confirm here. And this will have a normal variant, so we don't have to define it, and let's call it confirm. And then we're going to return the confirmation modal here, confirmation dialog. And inside of here, we're going to have the confirm method. There we go. So confirm dialog and confirm. And then we can modify these types here to be a bit more precise. So the first one will be a return of jsx.element. And the second one will be a return of promise and unknown inside. There we go. No type errors. So now we can go inside of our preferences model right here, and we can go ahead and we can get our confirm dialog, the confirm method from use confirm hook. Make sure you've imported the hook from use confirm, like so. And let's go ahead and give it inside of here the first message, which will be, let's go ahead and say, are you sure? And then a description, this action is irreversible. And then we have to render the confirm dialog somewhere. So let me wrap the entire thing here in a fragment. It really doesn't matter where you put it, of course, but I just want to keep it separated from everything else. I don't want it to be in the component tree. So we have to render it somewhere, the confirm dialog. And then we have this confirm method here. So we can go ahead and go inside of the handle remove here, and we can mark this as an asynchronous method. Const OK, await confirm. And then if not OK, we're going to do an early return and break the method so this will not be called. Let's try it out. When I click delete workspace, there we go. It asks me to confirm, so I can safely cancel. And the cool thing is you can easily add that to handle edit, for example. You can go ahead and click asynchronous here and do the same thing. Const OK, await confirm. And you can add multiple hooks, right? So if you want separate confirm for edit, you will just copy this. This will be confirm edit dialog, and this will be confirm edit. And then you can have different messages, right? So that's how cool this hook is. That's why I really wanted to use it. Of course, we don't actually need it for handle edit. We just need it for handle remove. Make sure it's asynchronous, make sure you await the confirm. And I think you already saw that confirm. So if I rename this to confirm 2, there is no error here. That's because confirm is, as you can see, let's go ahead and open this. Looks like it is a native inside of JavaScript, right? It's part of the window object. So perhaps there could be some better name for it. I don't know, but if you override it, you know, it will use your constant instead of the window one, right? In case you were curious why no errors are being thrown. So when I click confirm, there we go. We just deleted all of our workspaces. Perfect. So we now have full control over renaming and deleting our workspace. Next step is the invite people, but before we do that, I want to go ahead and render the channels and the users here in the sidebar. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's actually list out the members in this workspace, as well as the channels and some other stuff. I want to do that before we add the invite feature so you can see new people appearing here in real time. So let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go ahead and go back inside of my workspace sidebar here. So at the moment, the only thing I have is the workspace header with the workspace and is admin props. So below that, I'm going to add a div with a class name, flex column, px2, and margin top 3. Then I'm going to go ahead and create a sidebar item component, which we are going to reuse. I'm going to go and already pass it some props here. So I'm going to give it a label of threads. I'm going to give it an icon of message square text from Lucid React and an ID of threads. So let's go ahead and just make sure you imported the message square text from Lucid React. And now we're going to go ahead and actually create the sidebar item here. So I'm going to go inside of the workspace ID folder and create sidebar-item tsx. Let's create an interface sidebar item props here, and let's give it a label of string, an ID, which will be a type of ID channels, which we don't yet have, or it will be a string. So let's actually do this. Let's just write string for now, and you can remove the ID import because we don't have the channels model yet. The icon will be a type of Lucid icon from Lucid React, or icon type from react-icons/lib, like that. And let's export const sidebar item here. Let's go ahead and destructure the props, sidebar item props, like this. And then we need label, we need ID, we need icon, which we can immediately remap to icon with a capital I so we can use it as a component. Inside, let's go ahead and let's return something. So we're going to return a button component from components UI button. Make sure you've added that import here. And inside, we're going to go ahead and add a link from next link as such. I'm going to move it here. We're going to go ahead and give this an href, open backticks/workspace. Then we're going to go ahead and fill it with workspace ID, which we can get by our hook, which will be called use workspace ID, like that. So /workspace, workspace ID, /channel, and then ID. There we go. Now inside of here, we're going to render our icon and then a span, which will render our label. Let's go ahead and give the button an asChild property so it becomes the link. So this way we are not doing an anti-pattern of putting an href inside of a button. So this with an asChild now becomes an anchor tag, right? So let's go ahead and give this a variant of transparent and a size of small as such. Let's go back inside of the workspace sidebar and we can now import the sidebar item from /sidebar item. And there we go. We now have this threads icon here. Great. So now I want to create a variant for this sidebar item, and I want to use this method, which is seen in our Shadcn components. Inside of components UI, for example, button, you can see how they handle variants for default destructive outline. This seems to be a more reusable and cleaner way than just adding a bunch of if-else clauses. So I want to implement that. So let's go ahead inside of our sidebar item. And let's add CVA and type variant props from class variance authority. So you already have this because it comes installed with Shadcn UI. Just in case you don't have it, let me show you inside of my package.json which version I'm using. Great, so we have that now. And now let's actually create those types. So const sidebar item variants will be CVA. In the first argument, we pass in the default look of this component. So flex, items center, gap 1.5, justify, center, font normal, height of 7, px of 18 pixels, text small, and let's do overflow hidden. Now let's go ahead and open up variants. Individual variant, and then let's go ahead and give it a default of text hashtag F9EDFFCC. And then let's go ahead and create an active variant, text 481349, background white with a 90% opacity, and the same one on hover, like that. And now let's go ahead and add this variant prop here. So variant will be an optional prop, variant props, type of sidebar item variants, and we specifically target the variant property. There we go. So now we have this as an optional prop, and we can destructure it here. And then we can go ahead and pass it to our button here through class name. So let's use the CN library from libutils. And we are very simply going to dynamically decide which variant to activate using the sidebar item variants and passing the variant as variant here. So there we go. Using a prop, you are able to decide whether this style should be applied or this one. So this is especially useful if you're going to have many variants inside of here. So you could add a notification variant as well if you want to. There we go. So let's go ahead and take a look at it now. Let me just refresh. All right, looks like something has gone wrong here. And I believe that's because we have defined variants, yes, but we forgot to add the default variant. So let's do that as well. So default variant, default, like so. All right, and now let's change this from justify center to justify start. There we go. So now it's looking like a variant. Great. So now I want to go ahead and I want to try out, for example, giving it a variant of active. There we go. So this is how it will look like when it's active. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and reuse it one more time to add some cosmetics to our app. So this can, for example, be drafts and sent. And it can use the icon send horizontal from Lucid React, and the ID can be drafts. Send horizontal, messages, square text, make sure you have all of those. Oh, and let's go ahead inside of the sidebar item and let's actually continue styling the icon. I forgot about that. So I want to give the icon itself a class name of size 3.5, margin right of 1, and shrink 0. And I want to give the span a class name, text small, and truncate. There we go. So now if you go ahead and reduce this, you can see how it has a nice truncation effect. Great. Now I want to reuse these sidebar items and render our channels. But that's something we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and let's actually implement the channels. It's going to be quite easy to do that. So we're going to go ahead inside of source. We're going to go inside of convex, inside of schema here. And after members, let's go ahead and let's add channels. So define table. The channels are going to have a name, which will be a string, and a workspace ID that they are associated to. So v.id workspaces. And we're going to add an index for them by workspace ID, workspace ID. There we go. So we can easily remove them later on when we need to do so. Great. So now that we have the channels, it's still not enough, right? What we have to do now is that every time we create a workspace, it should have at least one channel, right? So we can do that by going back inside of our convex workspaces right here, find the create method. There we go. And just as we insert a member, we can also insert a channel. So await, context, database insert, channels, and let's go ahead and give it a name of general and a workspace ID. There we go. So now I'm going to go ahead and revisit my database. So as you can see, since I have Banex convex dev running, you can see that it detected my channels index here and all the new changes, and it successfully deployed all of that. So that's why I have channels here, but nothing inside yet. But we just added this change to the create method. So if I go ahead and create a new workspace, which I'm going to call channel test, and now go ahead inside of here, and there we go. You can see I have a new channel called general, which is associated to what workspace? Workspace called channel test. Perfect. So go ahead and do that. Make sure that you have at least one channel. And now we're going to go ahead and render them. But before we can do that, we have to create the actual get method for that. So let's go ahead inside of our convex and let's create channels.ts. Inside of here, let's do export const get to be our query from generated server. The arguments inside of here will be workspace ID. So we are loading channels for what workspace ID. And we also have to import the convex values here. And besides the arguments, we also have the handler, which is an asynchronous method, which has the context and the arguments. Let's go ahead and get the user ID using the await auth from ./auth. So auth.get user ID and pass in the context. If there is no user ID, since this is a query, I'm not throwing any errors, but I will return an empty array here. And now we have to find the associated member with this workspace and this user ID, since that's a unique member. So context.database, let's query by members with index by workspace ID and by user ID. Let's get the query here. Query equals workspace ID will be arguments workspace ID, and let's chain another equal for user ID, which will be the user ID which we detected from above. And let's get the unique user, member. In case we cannot get that member, that means whoever is trying to do this is not a part of this workspace. So for them, we return an empty array. And then finally, we can get the associated channels safely. So query the channels, and we can use an index here. So with index by workspace ID, let's get the query. And let's do query equals workspace ID, arguments workspace ID. And of course, collect. Let's return the channels back. There we go. That is our get channels here. So now we have to implement the equivalent hook for that. So let's go inside of source features and let's create a new feature folder, channels. Inside of here, another folder called API, and then use get channels.ts. Let's import use query from convex react. Let's import API from the convex generated API, and let's import the ID type from generated data model. Let's create an interface, use get channel props, a workspace ID, which is a type of ID workspaces. So we are querying by this workspace, which we're going to get via our use workspace ID hook. And let's export const use get channels. Inside of here, we assign use get channels, use get channel props, and I should name this channels because there's more of them like this. And inside of here we can destructure the workspace ID. Now let's define the data, use query API channels get, and pass in the workspace ID. Is loading is if data is undefined, and let's return back data and is loading. There we go. So now we are ready to display our channels. So let's go ahead inside of our app folder, workspace ID, workspace sidebar here. So back inside of here. And now we can go ahead and render the channels. So const use get channels from featured channels. I'm just going to go ahead and move that here. We already have the workspace ID here, so we can go ahead and simply pass in the workspace ID. There we go. And from here, the data will be channels, and is loading will be channels loading. There we go. So we now have the channels and channels loading. Great. So we can already go ahead and try this out. So below this, I'm going to go ahead and do channels ?map. Let's get the individual item. And let's go ahead and add sidebar item here, like this. Let's pass in the key to be item underscore ID, like that. Let's go ahead and give it a variant, which will check if item underscore ID. Well, we can't do it for now. Yes, I wanted to check it with the current ID, but we don't have that yet, so ignore that for now. The icon will be hash icon from Lucid React, so make sure you've added this import as well. Besides the icon, we're going to pass in the label to be the channel name, and ID will be item underscore ID. And do not call this channel, right? I purposely called it item in here because later we're also going to load the channel here, and we're gonna alias the data as the channel. So you won't get an error, it will just not work, right? So call this item or something unique, or channel item if you prefer to use the word channel. Great. So now there we go. You can see my general channel here, but in my other one, I don't have it. Why? Well, remember, we just added the functionality. So only new workspaces will have the general channel inside of here because we modified our workspaces here in the create mutation that we insert a default general channel. Great. So make sure that you are in a workspace where you can see at least one channel here. And now I kind of want to separate the channels into their own section, right? I want them to be separated from these two cosmetic items here. So let's go ahead and wrap these channels inside of a workspace section. So workspace section here will encapsulate this iteration of channels, and we're going to give it a label of channels. We're going to give it a hint of new channel, and an onNew for now will just be an empty arrow function. And now we have to actually create the workspace section. So inside of the workspace ID folder, let's create workspace section ESX. I'm going to create an interface, workspace section props, which will accept children as React node, label as string, hint as string, and onNew to be an optional method, which is a function. And now let's export const workspace section. Let's go ahead and define workspace section props here. Now we can go ahead and destructure the children, label, and hint, as well as onNew. And inside of here, what I want to do is I want to render out a nice little section which will say channels. Oh, I can show you because we have not actually. So let's just go ahead and wrap this up. Let's just return a div and children inside, like that. Now go back inside of workspace sidebar and import this. So workspace section from /workspace section. Right now, nothing should be different, but we are now going to work into giving this a more separated look and feel. So go ahead and give this outer div a class name, flex call, and margin top of 3, as well as px of 2, like this. So there we go. You can already see it being separated here. And now inside of here, go ahead and give it a div, class name, flex item center, px 3.5, and group. And now inside of here, also move the children out like this. So now we're doing something else. Inside of here, add a button component from components UI button. And inside of here, we're going to have a FA_down icon. So let's go ahead and add an import for that. So import FA_down from React icons FA, like this. And let's go ahead and give this a class name, size 4, like this. There we go. We have a huge button now. So let's go ahead and style it a bit. So variant will be transparent. Class name here will be padding 0.5, text small. Text here will be matching our sidebar items, so F9, ED, FFCC. And shrink 0 as well as size 6. There we go. So a very small button here. And now we're also going to go ahead and have another button here, which will simply say, it will render a span here, basically, and a label like this. Let's go ahead and give this a variant of transparent. Let's go ahead and give it a size of small. And let's give it a class name, group, px1.5, text small. Text will have the same color as the one above. Height will be 28 pixels, justify start, overflow hidden, and items center, like that. We're gonna go ahead and give the span a class name of truncate as such. There we go. So now this says channels right here. Great. So now I want to go ahead and add this ability to render a plus icon if we pass an onNew function. So outside of this button, if we have onNew, go ahead and render a hint from components hint. So make sure you've imported hint here. The hint will have a label of our hint prop. It will have a side of top and a line of center. We can go ahead and add a button inside as well. OnClick will be on new here. Variant will be transparent. Size will be icon small. Class name will be opacity 0. Group hover opacity 100. Transition for the said opacity. ML auto. Padding of 0.5. Text small. Then we can copy the text color from one of the instances above. There we go. Size 6 and shrink 0, like that. And inside of here, we're going to render a plus icon from Lucid React. So make sure you've added Lucid React here as well. We're going to go ahead and give this a class name of size 5, like this. And now when you hover, you can see that we have this nice little plus, which tells us, okay, you can use this to create a new channel. Of course, we don't have that functionality yet. So what I want to do now is I want to be able to toggle the channels to hide them or show them, and to open a modal which will be used to create new channels. I also noticed that this is more indented than the one above, and I think that's because in my workspace sidebar here, I'm rendering this workspace section inside of this div right here. So that's not something I'm going to do. I'm going to close the div at this point. My apologies, at this point. There we go. So I only want this sidebar items to be inside of that div. Workspace section will have its own indentation. There we go. You can see how now everything is perfectly and nicely aligned. So now let's go back inside of the workspace section, and I want to add a package here. So bun add react use or npm install react use. So it's a collection of useful hooks, and one of them, which I want to use here, is the use toggle. So inside of the workspace section, let's import use toggle from react use. There we go. And now inside of here, we're very simply going to add on and toggle, use toggle, and false true in the beginning, like that. And then we're going to go ahead and give this main button with FA caret down an on click of toggle, like this. And then we're gonna dynamically render the children. So only if it is on are we going to render the children. So now when you click here, you can see how the children disappear. But we also have to reflect that with the caret rotation. So I'm gonna go ahead and import cn from libutils here. And I wanna find the fa caret down. So I'm gonna go ahead and add cn here, size 4. And now we're dynamically going to change it. So let's also add transform, my apologies, transition transform. And then we're gonna go ahead and do this dynamically. So we can do this in the first argument, and then in the second argument here, check if it is on. In that case, rotate for 90, but add a minus in front. So minus 90. And now, there we go. You can see how it looks like. Great. Now that we have the workspace section component, we can do the same thing for our members here. So let's go ahead and do that next. In order to do that, we first have to create an API endpoint. No need to modify the schema. So we already have members inside of here, and we currently only have the current. So now what I want to do is I want to implement the get API endpoint. So export const get will be a query. Inside of here, the argument will be workspace ID. So basically, okay, you want members for what workspace ID. And the handler, which is an asynchronous method with the context and the arguments. So first of all, user ID, we can copy it from here. And we can also copy this exact logic, right? So you can copy it from the current user ID and check for the member. So let's paste that here. Whoops. But we're going to modify it slightly. Since this will return an array, if there is no user ID, we will return an empty array here. As well as if user is not a member of this workspace and wants to access the other members, for them it's just an empty array. Purposely not null because I don't want to break the app on the front end. So I want to ensure that this get endpoint always returns an array, right? Let's go ahead now and let's define const members here. And before that, let's get the data, which will be await context database query members with index by underscore workspace underscore ID. Let's get the query and let's do a very simple query equals workspace ID arguments workspace ID, and let's collect all the members. That's great. We now have the members, but here's a problem. If you go into the schema, members are not exactly something we can show on the front end, right? I don't even have a name for this member. I know their role, that's great, but I need their connection to the user, and then I want to display their name and their image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little method helper here called const populate user. So I want to get the context, which will be a query context type from generated server. And I need a user ID, which will be an ID users, like so. And since this is already populate user, no need for this to be user ID. This can just be called ID. So we're very simply going to do return context database get ID. There we go. This will now populate our user wherever we need to do so. So make sure you added the ID and query context here. And now inside of here, we can go ahead and actually implement that functionality. So we define the empty members array, and then we're going to do for const member of data, which we are loading here. So basically these are all the members in this workspace. So for each of that member, attempt to populate the user they are connected to. So await populate user context as the first argument and member.user ID inside of here. And I just clicked something, so we were here. Okay, so this is how we get the user. And we are only going to push to our members above if we were able to load the user. If for any reason we were not able to populate the user, there's nothing we can show on the front end. And now let's simply do members.push, spread the member, and then also add the newly loaded user, like that, and return the members array right here. There we go. So that is how we are going to load our members in a safe way with the actual user information like their name and their image. Now we have to go inside of source features, members API. We can copy and paste this one and let's call it use get members. There we go. And let's go ahead and change this to use get members props. This will be use get members, and let's fix the props here. And this is the same. We still need the workspace ID, but let's just change this to be get. There we go. We now have use get members hook. So we can go ahead and close everything and go back inside of our source app folder, workspace ID. I believe we have the workspace sidebar. So inside of here now, I'm gonna go ahead and add const data members is loading, members loading, use get members, and pass in the workspace ID. Make sure you've added the feature members here. I'm just gonna move it here. There we go. And now let's go ahead and use members in a same way, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and go just below this for now. Members.map. Also, let's call this item because we will have individual member later. And now inside of here, let's immediately return something, right? So a div, which will say item user name, like this. And there we go. You can see my name here because I am the author of this workspace and I am also a member of this workspace. Great. So now we have to make this a little bit better, right? So let's go ahead and actually create a user item component. So just like we had the sidebar item, we're now going to have user item because it's very different than the sidebar item. And in my opinion, it doesn't make sense to create a specific variant for it. It also needs a specific redirect on its own, and it just looks very different. So let's go ahead and export const user item here, which will return a button like this. And we are also going to need everything from the avatar here. So make sure you've added avatar, avatar fallback, and avatar image from components UI avatar, like that. And let's go ahead and create an interface, user item props, which accepts the ID, which is an ID type of users. It also accepts label, which is an optional string, image, which is an optional string, and variant, which for now can be an optional string as well. So make sure you've added the convex ID type here. Now we're gonna go ahead and define this user item props and pass in all of these. So ID, label, image, and variant. There we go. And for the variant, we can actually copy from the sidebar item, which is ironic because I just said it's going to be very different. But let's do it this way. Yeah, let's just copy the sidebar item variants from the sidebar item and paste it inside of the user item here. Let's rename this to user item variants. Let's import CVA and type variant props from class variants authority package, like that. And let's go ahead and see whether we should change something. So flex item sender gap. I think all of this is just fine. Let's go ahead and change this to px4, like this. There we go. And I think the text can stay the same here. Great. So we now have user item variants, which means that we can properly type this. So variant props, type of user item variants, and specifically targeting the variant prop. Great. Let's go ahead and give the label a default value of member if for any case we cannot load it here, like that. And let me just go ahead and close this like that. Go ahead and give this button a variant of transparent, a class name cn from libutils, so make sure you've added this import here. And we're just going to do the same thing as we did in our sidebar item. So inside of here, inside of cn, we're calling the user item variants and matching the variant to our variant prop. We're also going to have a size of small and as child, because inside we're going to have a link component. The link component will lead to /workspace, workspace ID /member, and then ID of that member. And inside of here, we have to get the workspace ID, use workspace ID. So just as we did in the sidebar item component, I will just move this here. There we go. But you can see this will lead to a different URL. Now inside of here, we have to add our avatar. We also have to give the avatar a class name of size 5, rounded MD, and MR of 1. Then an avatar image here with a class name, rounded MD, and source of image. And an avatar fallback here. And for the avatar fallback, we actually have to create it here. So avatar fallback will be label.character at 0 to uppercase as such. And inside, we just render the avatar fallback. Let's go ahead and give it a class name of rounded MD. And then outside of the avatar, add a span element label and give it a class name of text SM and truncate. There we go. Now we can go ahead inside. Let me just move this to the top here. We can now go ahead inside of our workspace sidebar, and we can replace this with user item. From ./user item, the same way you added the sidebar item. There we go. And now we're just gonna go ahead and pass in everything we need here. So the key will be item underscore ID. The ID will be member ID. Label will be member username. My apologies, item. Item.user.name. Image will be item.user.image. Variant will be if member underscore ID is equal to the current member ID, which we can easily get, but let's just not the same thing as inside of here. You remember I wanted to control the variant. We can't do that yet because we don't have that part of the URL yet. That's why I'm skipping that, sorry. All right, so just this will be enough. And now let's go inside, let's go inside of the user item, and this ID will be members, like that. There we go. So ID is for member, not for the user. Great, so we now have the user item here, and I want you to be logged in something that doesn't have a picture, because you can see I'm noticing a little kind of a bug here, right? So let's go ahead and actually resolve it, and it looks like we will have to wrap this into its own sidebar as well. So let's go inside of the workspace sidebar, and let's copy this workspace section, and let's wrap this members inside. There we go. So we can call this direct messages, and hint will be new direct message. There we go. So these are now direct messages, and these are the channels, and I can add a new direct message here. There we go. So now nothing is really visible here. I want it to be visible the same as this. So let's go ahead and visit the user button, and let's visit the user item so we can detect some differences here. So the avatar fallback should have this class name, it seems. So let's go ahead inside of the avatar fallback, and let's add this and see if anything changes. There we go. And I actually want to use this kind of rounded instead of rounded full. So can I give this avatar a rounded MD? Will that work? And I think I also have to do it here. So rounded. I'm doing this in the user button component if you haven't noticed. Basically, I'm trying to do a change. There we go. I want them to be rounded. And I'm also going to give it to the avatar image just in case. There we go. So just like the one in the user item, so they are now, matching, right? And perhaps inside of the user item, we can make the text a bit smaller. Maybe extra small. Yeah, I don't know, I can't even tell if it changed, but I think this looks fine. Great, so we can now render members and we can now render channels. Excellent. So what I want to do next is I want to implement the ability to add new channel and the ability to invite people so that we can get more direct messages as options here. And I just want to log out quickly and I want to log in with my GitHub because my GitHub has an actual image. So I want to see whether this looks fine. This looks just fine. Great, amazing, amazing job. And of course, if you go into some of your older workspaces like mine, I don't have any channels here, right? So don't be surprised. Only in the new workspace will you have the general channel inside. Great, great job. Let's go ahead and let's implement a functionality to add new channels on the click of the new channel button. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and revisit my channels feature. If I have it at all, I do, great. So inside of the channels feature folder, let's go ahead and let's create a new folder called store. And inside of here, you can open an existing one from Workspaces and you can just copy use create workspace model. And you can paste it in our newly created channels store right here. Let's go ahead and let's rename this instead of use create workspace model to be use create channel model, like this. Let's also go ahead and rename the hook itself. So use create channel model, like that. Everything else can stay the same. This is just a constant name. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's actually create the channel model. So we're going to do that inside of the channels feature folder. Let's create the new components folder inside and let's create channel model DSX, like that. Let's import everything we need from the dialog component right here. And let's import the hook, which we've just created. So use create channel model from /store use create channel model, like that. And let's export const create channel model. Now inside of here, we can return a dialog, which we've added an import for above. And now let's add the controls. So I'm going to add open and set open from use create channel model, like that. Let's go ahead and pass in the open prop to match our open state, and on open change we'll call the set open method. Inside of the dialog component, let's add the dialog content like this, and then let's add the dialog header, the dialog title, and inside let's add a channel, like that. Let's go ahead and stop here and let's try and render this out. So the first thing I want to do is I want to add this inside of our source components modals.tsx. So I'm going to go ahead and import create channel model from feature channels components create channel model. And I'm just going to add it here. Create channel model. There we go. So now we don't have to worry about any hydration errors and we can initiate this model from anywhere in our app. So let's go ahead and do that by revisiting our workspace sidebar. So I'm going to go ahead inside of the app folder, workspace ID, and let's find the workspace sidebar here. Now I'm going to go ahead and actually add our newly created hook. So const use create channel model from features, channels, stores, use create channel model. I'm just going to move that here above. Inside of here, I'm technically not going to need the open field, but we'll need the set open field. And what we can do here is mark the open with an underscore prefix, and then it will become this color as it is being used. So now let's go ahead and copy this set open, and let's find our workspace section, which indicates new channels here. And on new, we'll now call the set open true. So now, if you go ahead and refresh your app, and of course ensure that you have bun run dev running and bunx convex dev, or the equivalent npm run dev and npx convex dev. When you go ahead and click on channels, there we go. It should open up add a channel model, just like that. I just want to go ahead and protect this just a bit further by adding a new hook here, which we already have, which will be called use current member. Let me just see. Oh, I already have that. It is right here. My apologies. So let's actually use this member here inside of this method. So what we're going to do is say if member role is admin, in that case, call this method, otherwise undefined. So in case a guest is looking at this list, they will not see the plus button at all. Why? Well, for example, in direct messages here, if I remove the on new entirely, you can see that the plus button does not exist. So if a guest is looking at this, or if their role is not admin, in other words, they're just gonna see it like this, right? Without the plus button. But since we are an admin, we can see the add a channel model. So now let's go ahead and let's continue developing this channel model here. So I'm gonna go back inside of the create channel model, and outside of the dialog header, I'm gonna add a form here. The form will have a class name space y4, and inside I'm going to render an input component from components UI input. I'm going to go ahead and give this input a value, which will for now be an empty string, a disabled of explicit false, on change, for now an empty arrow method. I'm going to give it required, autofocus, minimum length of 3, maximum length of 80, and I'm going to give it a placeholder. For example, plan-budget, like that. And below this input, but still inside of the form, I'm going to create a div with a class name flex justify end. And inside, I'm going to add our button component. So make sure you've added the button import here. Inside of this button component, I'm going to write create, and I'm going to go ahead and disable this explicitly like this. So for now, false. So let's go ahead and see how this looks like now. There we go. We have a very simple form to enter the name of our channel and click create. Now I want to add some specific rules of how channels can be named. So I want channels to be all in one word, meaning I don't want any spaces. And if there is a space, I want to automatically turn that into this dash. So let's go ahead and implement that. First of all, let's go ahead and import from React use state. Now inside of here, I'm going to add name and set name and use state with an empty string here. And then let's go ahead and let's add our const handle change here to accept an event of React change event HTML input element. And inside of here, we're going to parse our value. So event target value, and then we're going to replace some of its parts. More specifically, we're going to use regex to replace all white space. So I'm going to go ahead and add a forward slash. I'm going to add a backwards slash s plus forward slash g, and then go ahead and add a dash here and to lowercase like that, and then set name value. Now let's go ahead And let's actually assign this. So the value will be name, and on change will be handle change. So now if you try typing something, plan, you can see how many spaces I add, but it actually writes a dash. So plan budget or my channel. Test white space test. There we go. So we cannot write white spaces. Great. So that's the behavior I expect here. Now let's go ahead and let's add one more reusable function here. So handle close will have a very simple job of calling set name and resetting it back to its initial state, and then set open back to false. And then instead of on open change calling set open directly, we're gonna call the handle close method. Now let's go ahead and actually create an API endpoint to create a channel. So let's go inside of convex channels, and let's go ahead and export const create, which will be a mutation from generated server. The arguments for this will be the name, which is a string, and also a workspace ID in which we are creating this channel. Then we're going to have an asynchronous handler here, which has the context and the arguments. And now we're going to go ahead and write the logic inside. So let me just fix the typo here. There we go. Let's start with getting our user ID here. So we need to check for that. And then, of course, if there is no user ID, we're going to go ahead and throw an error. So if there is no user ID, since this is a mutation, we can throw errors because we can catch them. So unauthorized here. And let's go ahead and throw a new error. Now we have to repeat our member logic, so we can steal that from here. So I'm going to write if there is no member, but also we can immediately check if member role is not an admin. In that case, they cannot create a channel. So we can go ahead and throw a new error again, unauthorized. Only now can we go ahead and actually create our channel. So I'm going to go ahead and call this parsed name. So in case they bypassed the front-end validation of our rules for how channels must be named, we're going to repeat that on the back end as well. So I'm going to call this arguments.name.replace // s +g and then a dash. And let's call to lowercase here, like that. I have a typo in my regular expression, so I'm missing I / before g. There we go. And now let's go ahead and actually create the channel. So const channel ID is await context database insert channels. Name will be parsed name. Workspace ID will be arguments workspace ID, like that. And let's return back the channel ID. There we go. We have our method to create new channels. Now let's go ahead and let's create a hook for that. So inside of source, features, channels, API, we already have use get channel. Now let's go ahead and go inside of workspaces and let's copy use create workspace because it's quite similar. And we can paste it inside of our channels API features folder. I'm going to rename this hook that I have just copied and pasted in here to be use create channel. Make sure you didn't accidentally cut, right? So make sure that you still have use create workspace in your workspaces API folder. And then go ahead and go inside of the new use create channel, double check that you're working inside of here. And now you can go ahead and modify some things. So we already know that our response type now will not be an ID of new workspace, but an ID of new channel. So that will be a type of ID channels. We also know that this will be called use create channel. And we also know that we are going to modify the mutation call here to be API channels create, like that. Now we also have to modify our request type to, besides name, also ask for workspace ID, which is an ID of workspaces. There we go. Once we edit this, and modify this, no more errors inside of this code. So now we can go back inside of our create channel model here, and we can add that hook. So I'm going to go ahead and add our use create channel, not model, but use create channel from /API use create channel here. And I'm going to destructure mutate, which we can call, well, we can leave it at mutate because we're not going to have any other mutations here, so no need for an alias. So mutate and is pending, like that. And then let's go ahead and implement our handle submit. So const handle submit method is an event of React form event, HTML form element. Let's go ahead and prevent default here, and then let's mutate. Let's go ahead and pass in our body or our arguments, which are the name and our workspace ID. Let me just confirm whether we have workspace ID or not. We do not, so let's add it here. Workspace ID, our reusable hook, use workspace ID. From hooks, use workspace ID, like that. Now we have the name, which we control inside of this state, and we have the workspace ID. Great. So now I also want to add our onSuccess method here. So after we successfully create a new channel, I want to redirect to that channel. So I'm going to add a to-do here, redirect to new channel, but we don't have that part of the URL yet, so I'm not going to do that yet. Instead, I'm just going to call the handle close method. Now let's go ahead and assign the handle submit to our form here. So on submit, handle submit. And let's modify this explicit disable false to be is pending, which we now have destructured right here from our use create channel. So now if you go ahead and try it out, pick any workspace. I'm going to go ahead and create a planned budget, for example. And there we go. We have a new channel here. If you click, it's a 404 because we don't have that part of the URL yet. There we go. You can go ahead and create any channel you want. General, random, however you want it to be. Great, great job. Now let's implement the invite model, which will appear when you click on the invite people to name of your workspace here. So let's go ahead back inside of our Visual Studio Code here, and let's go inside of our workspace header, which is located inside of source, app folder, workspace ID, and inside of here, you should have the workspace header. So let's go ahead and alongside preferences model, let's also add the invite model. Like this. Let's go ahead inside of workspace ID and let's create a new file, invite model tsx. Let's go ahead and export const invite model here. And let's return back a div invite model. Now let's go back to our workspace header and let's import the new invite model. I'm gonna go ahead and just move this above. So now you should see the text invite model here at the top. Now let's go ahead and let's copy and paste this state here. So this will be invite open and set invite open. And let's go ahead and pass those props here. So open is invite open and set open will be set invite open, like that. Now let's go ahead inside of the invite model and let's import everything we need from the dialog. So I'm going to go ahead and add dialog, dialog close, content, description, header, and title. Let's replace the main div with a dialog. And let's go ahead and let's destructure our props. So for that, we need an interface, invite model props. So I need open, which is a boolean, and I need set open, which accepts the open value and returns a void. So we can now use these props to destructure our items inside. So that's open and set open. And now we can control the dialog open feature by passing in the open prop and on open change to call set open here. Let's go ahead and add the dialog content here inside a dialog header, and then a dialog title here. And then inside of here, we can go ahead and write invite people to your workspace like this. So now if you go ahead and try and click here, it should open up a modal. Looks like it is not. So let's go ahead and debug why that's not happening. So we do have the invite modal rendered here, but we are never calling a set invite open, right? So let's go ahead and find our invite people to drop down menu item and change this to set invite open true. And if you try it out now, when you click here and click invite people to GitHub workspace, there we go, invite people to your workspace. Now we need to pass some data to this model. So let's go ahead and go inside of the workspace header and let's see what is available to us. So it seems like the entire workspace here is available. So how about we pass in the name of the workspace via workspace.name, and how about we also pass the join code to be workspace join code like that. So let's go inside of the invite model here and let's go ahead and define the name to be a string and join code to be a string as well. There we go, no more errors on this side because join code is a string and workspace name is a string as well. So now we have those props, so let's add them here to our destructured list. So beside open and set open, we now have name and join code. So now we can be a bit more descriptive here. So we can say invite people to name like that. And below this, we can add a dialog description. Use the code below to invite people to your workspace. Outside of this dialog header, let's go ahead and create a div with a class name flex column, gap y4, items center, justify center, and py of 10. So a big space on the top and on the bottom here. And then inside of here, we're gonna add a paragraph which will render the join code. There we go. So I just picked a random workspace, and in the beginning we created just this hard-coded join code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? But if you try on some new workspace, it should have a bit more proper-looking invite code like this. So look, this looks more random than the previous one. So now let's go ahead and style this so it shows a bit nicer in this model here. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this paragraph a class name of text 4XL font bold, and I'm going to give it tracking widest and uppercase. So the reason I'm putting uppercase here is because I made a decision that my codes will not be case sensitive, and also on the invite screen, it's automatically going to be uppercase regardless if the user has their caps lock on or off. You can of course decide that for yourself, whether you want to work like that or not. There we go. So now we have a big code showing here that allows people to see what the invite code is. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to go below the paragraph and I want to add a button from Components UI button. And inside of here, I want to say copy link, and I want to add a copy icon from Lucid React. So besides having the code, we also need to have an invite link for the user. So copy icon here will have a class name of size 4 and ml of 2. The button itself will have a variant of ghost and a size of small. So there we go. Now in here, you will have a copy link button, which will copy the URL where other users have to visit to enter this invite code, right? So let's go ahead and create a method which will actually do that. So I'm going to go ahead and add const handle copy. And now we're going to generate the invite link. So the invite link will actually always be static. And inside of here, we need to get the window location origin. So we get the protocol and everything else where this app will be hosted on. So in my case, it will be localhost 3000, right? We don't have to write that because what if it's deployed somewhere else? That's why we're using this. So window location origin / join and then workspace ID, and we can get the workspace ID using our use workspace ID. You can also pass it as a prop if you want to, but I want to make use of our hooks here. There we go. So now we have the invite link, and now what we're going to do is navigator.clipboard. So this is native browser API. This comes from window.navigator, I believe. Let me just check. Yes, window.navigator, but you don't have to type in window. So clipboard write text invite link like that. And this is actually a promise. So what you can do is you can import toast from Sonar, and then you can chain a .then, and you can do toast success invite link copied to clipboard. Like that, and then go ahead and use the handle copy on this button right here. On click, handle copy. So if you go ahead and click this, there we go, invite link copied to clipboard. And let me go ahead and show you. This is what was copied. So localhost 3000 / join and then the workspace ID. So we're going to develop that later, because if you try and go there now, it's a 404 page, right? So just ensure that your invite link is working. But that is just one part of what we are going to do here. We also need to allow the admin, the user, to reset the invite code in case people are uninvitingly coming in, right? So let's go ahead and develop that first. Let's go inside of our Workspaces API, so convex Workspaces here. And let's go ahead and let's add a new export const new join code. It will be a mutation, which in its arguments will accept a workspace ID, which is a v-id workspaces type. Then as always, we're going to have a handler, which is an asynchronous function. Let me just fix the async typo here. Inside of here, we can do the thing we always do, which is check whether we have a user ID or not here, like that. And then let's also go ahead and check whether we have a unique member, so we can write it out again so we remember how we do that. So we get the unique member by doing await context database. We query the members, and then we use with index by workspace ID and by user ID. So we get the query here, and then we're going to chain those two. So workspace ID to be arguments workspace ID, and then another dot equals user ID to be the user ID, which we just got via this method right here, which knows the currently logged in user. And we can safely do dot unique on this query. If there is no member, or if member role is not admin, we're going to go ahead and throw new error here, unauthorized. And now we can go ahead and generate new code. So I'm going to go ahead and reuse this method generate code. So let's go ahead and write const join code will be generate code, and then await context database patch arguments workspace ID join code. There we go. And let's go ahead and return arguments workspace ID here. Like that. Now let's go ahead and let's create a hook for this. So I'm going to go inside of my source features workspaces API, and I'm going to copy use update workspace because it's the most similar one, I believe. So we're going to go ahead and let's call this use new join code.ts, like that. So the request type only accepts the ID workspace. The response type will return back workspaces. Let's go ahead and change this to use new join code. And this will be API workspaces new join code here. And the values here, let's see if we're doing something wrong. So the ID should be workspaces, but let's see inside of new join code. All right, let's explicitly do workspace ID because this does not include workspace in its name. So yes, let's be more explicit here. Let's change workspace type to be workspace ID. There we go. So now our new join code accepts the value of workspace ID here, and that will safely be passed here. Perfect. So now that we have the use new join code, we can go ahead and add that mutation. So let's go ahead and go back inside of our app folder, workspace ID. Let's find the invite modal. Here it is. And inside of here now, let's go ahead and add our use new join code, which you can obtain from features workspaces API. I'm just going to go ahead and separate the features here like that. And inside of here, we're going to get mutate and is pending. So now let's go ahead and actually add some buttons to use that as well. So last thing we did was we added the copy link button. So now outside of this div, add a new div. So just before we close the dialog content here, and let's go ahead and give this div a class name, flex items center, justified between, and full width. And then let's go ahead and add a button here, which will on click handle the, let's just give it an empty function for now, and let's give it a variant of outline. This will say new code. And then we're going to go ahead and add a dialog close here. Give it an as child. So we close this in a component controlled way. And a button which will just say close like this. So now we have new code here and we have close here. Let's go ahead and also go ahead and add a refresh CCV from Lucid React here. Let's go ahead and style this. So class name, size 4 and ML of 2. Did I add a mistake here? My apologies. There we go. So now it should have a little icon here. And now let's actually add the method to deactivate or regenerate the new code. So const handle new code will first of all call the mutate here method, pass in the workspace ID, and then we're going to have on success here. Toast, we already have toast, great. So toast.success, invite code regenerated. And on error, toast error, failed to deactivate to regenerate invite code. So now go ahead and copy the handle new code here and paste it here in the new code button. So when you click this, there we go. You can see how new code is regenerated. So I want to go ahead and disable this if we are pending at the moment. So if I go ahead and click here, there we go. I don't want to be able to spam this while it's generating the new code. And since this is a pretty destructive action, and if you've shared the code with anyone else before, they will no longer be able to get inside, let's go ahead and let's use our confirm dialog here for a better user experience. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to add the confirm dialog and the confirm method from use confirm hook. So you can import use confirm from hooks use confirm. Now inside of here, let's go ahead and add the title, which will be "Are you sure?" And the description, this will deactivate the current invite code and generate a new one, just in case the user is not aware of what they are doing. So now let's go ahead and wrap this entire thing inside of a fragment. Let's go ahead and let's add the confirm dialog here. And then let's go ahead and modify the handle new code to be an asynchronous method, which will get OK from await confirm. If not OK, we're doing an early return here. So if you go ahead and try it out now, there we go, you get a confirmation. This will deactivate the current invite code and generate a new one. If you click cancel, nothing happens, but if you click confirm, new code is generated. Great, amazing job. So you just finished the invite model. What we have to do next is the invite or the join screen. Now let's implement the join screen. before we can do that, we have to create the join endpoint. So let's go back inside of the Convex Workspaces API here. And now we're going to go ahead and create a new mutation, which will simply be called join. So we're going to go ahead and add mutation here, which will have arguments. The arguments passed will be join code, which will be a string, and workspace ID, to which we are going to check whether the code matches or not. As always, we're also going to have a handler, which is an asynchronous method with context and arguments here. And now we're going to do our usual checks. So we can go ahead and copy this. If there is no user ID, there is no user to join. Then let's go ahead and let's check if we have workspace. So await context database get arguments workspace ID. If there is no workspace, it means that again we cannot join that. So new error is being thrown here, workspace not found. And then what we have to do is if the workspace join code does not match arguments join code to lowercase. Again, we're not going to use uppercase letters in my code. So if you want it, you can go ahead and confirm whether the casing matches as well. But let me remind you, my generate code only uses lowercase letters. So yes, it makes sense for me to lowercase whatever the user wrote. So inside of here, I'm just going to go ahead and throw a new error, invalid join code. Like that. So basically, if the join code that we received in the arguments does not match the one we have in the database for this workspace, we cannot join this. And if all of this is okay, we're going to go ahead and do const existing member. And this existing member will be the exact method as the one we have above, which we usually use to check whether someone is a member or not. So await context database, we query the members, and we use the with index by workspace ID and user ID. And if we have an existing member, we're just going to throw back new error here, already an active member of this workspace, or just already a member of this workspace, like that. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and do await context database insert into members, and we're going to create a new member based on this user ID and workspace. So user ID can be passed like that. Workspace ID can be passed as workspace _ID, and then we're going to have a role of member here because this user joined. They did not create this. And let's return back workspace _ID. There we go. So now we have our join mutation, and now let's go ahead and let's create a hook for that. So inside of source features workspaces API, as let's go ahead and copy the use new join code, and let's go ahead and call this use join. Let's go ahead and modify the workspace ID, the request type, to accept the workspace ID, but also to accept the join code, which is a string. Now let's go ahead and modify this to be called use join, and let's modify the mutation to be workspaces join. So there we go. It accepts the workspace ID and the join code. Everything else can stay the same. Now let's go ahead and let's actually create the join page. So on this page, when we click copy link right now, this is what we need to create, /join and then a workspace ID. So let's go ahead and create that structure. We're going to go ahead inside of the source folder, inside of the app folder, and inside of here, we're going to create a new join folder. And then inside, we're going to create a dynamic workspace ID like this, and then page DSX. So ensure that you don't have a typo here in workspace ID, and ensure that it is in square brackets so that it becomes a part of dynamic URL. Now inside of here, I'm going to mark the entire thing as use client. And remember, it's a page.tsx file, which means it needs a default export. So join page. And let's return a div join page. Now let's go ahead and copy this link and let's try pasting it in our browser. you should now see the text join page here. Make sure that your URL is /join and then some ID. Make sure that this is your structure, join workspace ID, and make sure that inside of the invite modal, you did not accidentally do something wrong here. So this is the localhost part, this is /join, and this is /workspace ID. I'm telling you that in case you have any errors at this point. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's actually style this page a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and give this div a class name. Height full, flex column, gap y8, items center, justify center, background color white, padding of 8, rounded large, and shadow SM. Let's actually use shadow MD. And now let's go ahead and add an image from next image here. And now we have to go ahead and add a logo. So you can use whatever you want for the logo. I have this little hashtag icon here, so I'm gonna paste it here, logo.svg. Whatever you do, make sure you put it inside of the public folder, right? If you want to use external URLs, in that case, you need to modify your next config here. But we're gonna do that later because we will load images from external URLs, but not yet. For the logo, I want you to find any image you want, any image you like. You can use Google, you can use Unsplash, you can use Logo Ipsum, whatever you want. Just go ahead and paste that inside of your public folder. You can also use the pre-existing Vercel or Next if you want to. So make sure you have something inside of your public folder, and then inside of page.tsx here, go ahead and give this a source of /logo.svg, like that. And then let's also go ahead and give it a width and height. So the width here will be 60 and the height here will be 60 as well. And let's give it an alt of logo. There we go. So if you want to, you can change this to Vercel.svg if you don't have any other image, right? Whatever image you want to put here. And then below that, let's add a div and a class name, flex column, gap y4, items center, justify center, and max width MD. Inside of this, another div, class name, flex col, gap y2 this time, item center, and justify center again. Inside of that div, we're going to have an h1 paragraph which will say join workspace. And below that, another paragraph, enter the workspace code to join. There we go. Now let's go ahead and give this h1 element a class name of text2xl and font bold. And this paragraph a class name, textmd, and text muted foreground. Like that. And then let's go ahead outside of this div here. And what we have to do here is we have to add a verification input. So for that, we can use a nice little package. So I'm going to go ahead and do bun add or npm install react-verification-input, like that. Let's go ahead and let's import the verification input from React verification input, and then go ahead and render it here. So verification input, like that. And now we're gonna have to go ahead and style it because it looks fine, but it can be much better. So let's go ahead and give it some styles using the class names, which is an object. So inside of here, we're gonna style each part of this component individually. So we're gonna go ahead and add container here to have flex and gap x of 2. Then we're gonna have a character to have uppercase, height of auto, rounded MD, border gray 300, flex, items center, justify center, text large, font medium, and let's also add text gray 500. So this is the class name for our character here. And there we go. You can see that it already looks much better. Now let's just add some finalizing styles here. So below the character, we're going to have character inactive, which will be background muted. We're then going to have character selected, which will be background white and text black. And we're going to have character field, which will be background white and text black again. And there we go. So I quite like how this looks. You can of course play around and create your own version of this. I'm going to go ahead and also pass in the autofocus here. And I'm also going to limit the length of this to be 6, like that. And let's also go ahead outside of this div here and just add a new div, which will be used to go back home in case a user accidentally stumbled upon this website. So flex gap x4, and inside of here a button, which you can get from components UI button. The button will have a size of large, a variant of outline as child, because inside we're going to have a link component, so we are not doing any anti-patterns. This button becomes the link, right? So it's not like we are putting a link inside of the button. And let's give this an href of just going back to home. And let's write back to home. And the link was imported from next link package. There we go. So you now have back to home in case you stumbled upon here accidentally. Now let's actually go ahead and let's use our use join workspace here. And another thing we can do, since this is a page component, we can destructure the workspace ID in several ways. So we can do workspace ID here via use workspace ID, or we can go ahead and create an interface, join page props, params, workspace ID is a string. So this is how you can do it in Next.js way, right? And then params. So now if you try and, for example, console log workspace ID and params, you're going to see that they are identical. Just ensure you have use client at the top if you're adding any hooks here. So now let me go ahead and refresh this. There we go. You can see that the my params workspace ID and my workspace ID both give me the same result. So choose which solution you want to use. I prefer my hooks here. Great. So we have the workspace ID, and now let's also do a use get workspace. And here's the thing. I actually want to add another endpoint besides use get workspace, because use get workspace is pretty, let's say, confidential, right? So it is get by ID here. And as you can see, we don't allow any non-members to visit the data. So let's create a new method above the get by ID, which will be called export const get info by ID. So we just need some basic information about this that even unauthorized users are allowed to see. So for that, the argument here will be the same. And let's go ahead and copy the handler here. And the difference about this handler is that I will not expect the user ID inside. My apologies, we will need the user ID, of course, but we will not expect the user to be a part of this workspace as a member. So let's do our usual get user by ID right here. If there is no user, we are simply going to return null. Remember, this is a query, so we're not throwing any errors. And we can actually copy the member functionality as well, but we're going to use it for a reverse type of logic. So in here, in my get info by ID, I'm looking for a unique member with this workspace and user ID, but I'm not going to do anything regardless if we are a member or not. What I'm going to do instead is just get the workspace. So await context database, get arguments workspace ID, or actually it is ID. All right. And all I'm going to do is return back the name of the workspace, so workspace name, and is member, which will be very simply a Boolean whether our member exists or not. So I just want to bring back basic info back to my front end here. So now let's go ahead and let's actually add this get info by ID to a hook. So let's go ahead inside of our features, workspaces, API, and just as we have use get workspace, let's copy and paste this and let's call this use get workspace info. So let's call this use get workspace info props, use get workspace info, and this will be get info by ID. Everything else is the same. So now we can go back inside of our page here and we can use that hook instead. Use get workspace info. So this hook is safe to use. And inside we're going to pass an ID, workspace ID. So this allows us to provide new or non-members of this workspace with some useful info without compromising on security. So inside of here we can destructure the data and is loading. And then you can go ahead and say join data name here. And there we go. Now it says join test because that's what I used this for. Great. So what we can also do now is we can leverage this is loading. So if is loading, let's go ahead and let's return a div, class name, full height, flex, items center, justify center, and a loader. And let's give it loader a class name of size 6, animate spin, and text muted foreground. And let's go ahead and move the loader above, and there we go. So now when you refresh, there we go. You first have a nice loader, and only then do we get the information. So now let's also add our mutation. So use join from workspaces API use join here. And inside of here, we get the mutate and is pending. So let's go ahead and implement the handle complete method, which will be called once you enter all 6 characters. So const handle complete will also give us the value of what user wrote. And we're going to go ahead and call mutate with workspace ID, which will also have join code to be the value. There we go. And then let's go ahead and add on success here, which will have the ID, so we can redirect to that ID. So I'm going to add a toast success joined workspace joined. And let's go ahead and add on error, toast error, failed to join workspace. Now let's also add the router from use router. And let me just move this to global imports to the top. And now, besides that, we can also do router.push, or let's actually use replace. So user can go back to this page. Workspace and then ID, and I should have used template literals like this. There we go. And now we can go ahead and assign the handle complete method to the verification input on complete, handle complete. So let's try out what happens if I just type in a random code. There we go. It says failed to join workspace. So if you try and write some random letters, you will not be able to join. And what we can do is make the verification input look disabled while it is submitting. So let's go ahead and let's import the CN library from libutils. And let's go ahead and add to the container here a dynamic class name. So if is pending, we're going to go ahead and write opacity 50 and cursor not allowed. And you can get the is pending from the use join hook here. So now if you try and type something, there we go. You can see how we have a nice little indicator while we are attempting to join this workspace. So now let's actually try out the functionality. I'm gonna go back home and I'm gonna go ahead and copy my invite link here. So I'm going to, okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's quite easy. I'm going to copy the link and I'm going to log out. I'm going to log back into my other account. And I'm gonna paste that new invite link inside of my URL. And there we go. Join GitHub Workspace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then there we go. Workspace joined. And as you can see, there are now 2 members in this workspace. So if I try and go back there again, I can still see this page. And if I try and join, you can see that I have an error, failed to join. That's because we have a check for that here. So inside of the where is my join workspace? Let me just find my join. Okay, it's here. So in case the user is already an existing member, we throw an error. So what we can do is we can go inside of page.tsx. And remember, we actually have something useful inside of the data, which is member. So we can use that to redirect the user away from this if they are already a member. So I'm going to go ahead and destructure const is member, use memo. You can get use memo from React. I'm going to go ahead and move it here. And I'm also going to import use effect. So I have it prepared. So I'm simply going to do if data question mark is member, and I'm going to pass in data question mark is member in the dependency array. And below that, I'm going to get a use effect here, which will simply look for is member. And it will also need a router and the workspace ID. Now inside of here, what we're gonna do is check if is member, and we're gonna do router push, open backticks / workspace, and then very simply workspace ID. Basically the user is already part of this. And that's it, we don't even need the else. So this is the only thing we need. So if you try and there we go, I'm a member in here, so you can see that I don't have all of those options, like creating a channel or seeing additional options to invite or the preferences, right? But if I try and I think I still have it, I don't, okay. So let's try and log out. Let me log back in with my GitHub account here. And if I copy the invite link and I try pasting it myself here, you can see that for a split second, I see the screen and then I'm redirected back because I'm already a part of this workspace. So no need to do that, to allow this to even be seen, because I'm going to get an error if I try joining anyway, right? So even if I try the correct code, I get back the error. So what we can do is just redirect any members away from this page. And now let's go ahead and try it out again, but in a reverse way. So I'm going to go ahead and log out here, and I'm going to log in with my email. And I'm going to go ahead inside of my new workspace here, invite, we're going to call it. And let's go ahead and click new code. So we generate the new code here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy both of this. And then I'm going to go ahead and log out. I'm going to go ahead inside of my other account, and I just want to confirm that the new invite code is now working. So I'm using Raycast, so I have the clipboard history feature here. So there we go. This is my new code. I'm going to paste it, and there we go. Workspace joined. Perfect. So you now have the ability to invite people to your workspaces, and you can even change the invite codes. Amazing, amazing job. So what I want to do next is build the individual channel ID page. So right now, when you click on any channel in your sidebar, you will be redirected to a 404 page. That's not something we want to happen. And besides that, I also have to fix this current state. So at the moment, the user is visiting a workspace, but they don't have neither the channel nor any direct message selected. This exact state should technically not be possible. So whenever someone is visiting a workspace, we want at least the general channel or one of the direct messages to be active. So this current page should not even exist. The only purpose of this page should be to redirect to general, for example, or the first channel it can find for this workspace. So those are the two things we need to fix today. So let's go ahead inside of our app folder, workspace ID, and inside create an additional part, channel. And then inside of that, a new folder inside of square brackets, channel ID. So exactly the same as we did workspace and workspace ID. The only important thing is that this and the subsequent channel ID folder are both inside of the workspace ID. And then inside of the individual channel ID, go ahead and create a page.tsx. Go ahead and export default the channel ID page. And for now, let's just return a div channel ID page. And here's the cool thing about this. Since we put the channel inside of the workspace ID, they will share this layout which we have with our resizable panels and our workspace sidebar, toolbar, and all other useful things. So if I now click on general, there we go. I'm redirected to channel ID page, and look at this. My toolbar, my channel sidebar, and my main sidebar are all active, and they didn't even re-render. So that's the power of layouts. So in case you're getting a 404 still, confirm that your URL is workspace ID, channel, and then channel ID. Also ensure that you have the exact structure as I do inside of my app folder. So app folder, workspace ID, channel ID page. And one more thing I want you to confirm is that inside of your workspace ID, inside of the workspace sidebar here, on the sidebar item, confirm that you are redirecting to /workspace ID /channel, and then the ID of the channel, and we pass the ID from item.id inside of our use get channels hook, which is calling the API channels get. So confirm you have those exact things. Great. So now that I've confirmed that we actually have this get API endpoint for the channels, right? And we also have the use get channels. What we can do is we can already solve our problem that workspace ID should only serve to redirect to the nearest channel. So let's go inside of the workspace ID page.tsx. So at the moment, the only thing we do here is, well, just write workspace ID page. So what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and actually redirect the user if they visit this page. So I will mark this entire page as use client. I'm going to go ahead and prepare the workspace ID from use workspace ID from my hooks here. I'm going to get the router from use router from next navigation. And I'm going to go ahead and also prepare my use create channel modal hook. So why am I preparing that hook as well? Well, in case user removes all of their channels, including the general channel, I still don't want them to see this workspace ID page. But in that case, we also cannot redirect the user to any page. So what we have to do is we have to prompt the user to create a new channel if they don't have any channels available and if we cannot redirect them to any other channel. So let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to prepare use get workspace. And inside of use get workspace, I'm going to pass in the ID to be workspace ID. And inside of here, I will destructure data to be workspace and is loading workspace loading. Besides this, I'm also going to add data channels is loading, channels loading, which will be use get channels. And inside of here, I will pass in the workspace ID to be our, well, we can just use the shorthand operator like this. And we also have to import use get channels from features API channels. Like that. There we go. So we now have the workspace and we have the channels here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add the first channel ID I can find, and I'm going to memoize it so that I can just easily add it to use effect here. Let's go ahead and just quickly import use memo and use effect from React. Inside of this use memo, what we're going to do is attempt to get the first item in the channels array and then get its ID. And I'm going to go ahead and add channels in the dependency array here. And then in the use effect, we're going to add the channel ID here. And what I'm going to do first is I'm going to check if we have workspace loading active, or if we have channels loading active, or if there is no workspace. In any of those cases, I'm going to break this functionality here, which also means we have to add all of those. So that will be the channel ID, the workspace loading, the channels loading, and the workspace itself, like this. And then if I have the channel ID, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call router.push/workspace ID, and then /channel ID. Else, if my create channel model is not open, I will call it and set it to open. This way, we will either find the first channel in this workspace and redirect the user there, or we are going to open the channel creation model. In case the user tries to close that model, we are going to run through use effect again, and we are going to detect that the user is not opened. I mean that model is not opened, meaning it's been closed, and we are going to forcefully open it back again. So we have to now also add open here and set open, I believe. And we also need a router and workspace ID. There we go. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add some loaders. So if workspace is loading, workspace loading, or channels loading, I'm going to return a div here with a class name height full, flex1, flex items center, justify center, flex column, and gap of 2. And inside I'm going to add a loader from Lucid React. So make sure you've added the loader import here. Let's go ahead and give the loader some quick class name, which will be size 6, animate spin, and text muted foreground. If there is no workspace, in that case, we can copy the return, but what we're going to do is we're going to write an error here. So I'm going to go ahead and add a triangle alert icon from Lucid React. Make sure you've added this as well. And below the triangle alert, just make sure you have flex column and gap 2. You can add a span, workspace not found. So this will be kind of an error page. If the workspace gets deleted while we are a guest or looking at this space, this is the message we're going to be prompted with. So text small, text muted foreground, like this. And otherwise, we can just return null. No need for the user to see anything else, because at this point, the user should already be redirected somewhere else. So right now, there we go. I'm already on channel ID page. So I will try and forcefully now go back to my workspace ID. I'm loading and I'm redirected to the channel page right here. There we go. So that's how we resolved that issue. So what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and try and delete my general channel here. So I will try and find this invite channel, invite workspace, and I will try and delete this general channel. So let's go inside of our convex database here, and I'm gonna go ahead and find the channels. And what I can do is just remove every single channel inside, like this. And now I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the workspace ID page, and let's see whether this will now prompt me. And there we go. I'm prompted with add a channel. And if I close it, you can see that I can't escape this screen. So In any case, if I'm visiting Workspace and then /workspace ID, I will either be redirected to the first available channel in this workspace, or I will be forced to create the first channel. So I will write test. There we go. So now inside of here, what we have to do is we have to highlight this channel as one of the active channels here, because I'm going to go ahead and add test 2, and let's also add test 3 so we can see the differences now. And also, you don't even notice it at the moment, but when you create a new channel, you should also be redirected. So let's just quickly resolve this as well, but let's go ahead and do it in a second, because I want to first implement this feature that the active channel is highlighted. So just as we have the use workspace ID and use, well, what else do we have? Let me just find it. So instead of hooks, we have just use workspace ID. Let's copy and paste it, and let's now create use channel ID. So use channel ID will be looking for params.channelID, and it will be called use channel ID, and the ID will be a type of channels like this. So how do I know it's .channelID? Well, because of my app structure. Inside of Workspace, we are looking for workspace ID, but inside of channel, we are looking for channel ID with capital I here. So that's how I know what to look for. So now what we can do is we can go inside of the workspace ID, inside of the workspace sidebar, and we can import, besides use workspace ID, use channel ID like this. And then inside of here, we can get the active channel ID. And if we have the channel ID, we can then compare it here inside of our workspace section for the channels. So I'm going to add a variant. If channel ID is active to item underscore ID, in that case, it's active, otherwise it's default. So now if you try it out, there we go. When you click on different channels, the URL changes and the channel ID is updated. And now let's also create this. If I create another channel, I want to get redirected to that channel immediately. So for that, I want to revisit the modal for that. So I believe that's inside of features, channels, components, create channel modal. Let's go ahead and let's add the router from use router from next navigation. I'm just going to move it here to the top. Now that we have the router, once we create it, there we go, we have a to-do here. So let's go ahead and do router.push /workspace workspace ID /channel and then the new ID like this. So let me just confirm that we have workspace ID here. We have great. Make sure you don't misspell. I'm using singulars, so I'm not doing /channels, right? Make sure if you have a habit that you don't accidentally do that. So now if I create a new channel, there we go. I'm immediately redirected to that channel. Great. So one thing that I want to take care of, which is a rare possibility to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and see, is there a channel I am in which I am not a member of, right? So if I try and create this, there we go. You can see that I can find a channel which I'm not a member of, which I'm not an admin of. And what happens is that I can't create a channel. So I'm being prompted to create a channel, but since I'm not an admin, we block that user from doing so. So two things I'm noticing here. If you're not able to get on this screen, the steps on doing this are basically to invite yourself to another channel where you will be a member, and then go inside of that channel and also remove all of your channels, right? So just go ahead and delete all documents for your channels here. And then you should have at least one, workspace where you are not a member of, and you will get prompted to create new channel, and you will kind of be blocked here because you can't escape this loop. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to revisit the create channel model, and I'm missing the on error here. So let's add the on error. Toast.error failed to create a channel, or just failed to create channel. And we can import the toast from Sonar. And let's also go ahead and add toast Success channel created. Make sure you've imported the toast here from Sonar. So now if I try this here, at least I'm getting the error, so I know that something is wrong. And looks like we have a dialog description imported, which we are not actually using. So now what I want to do is I want to go back inside of my app folder, Workspace, Workspace ID, page.tsx. And what I'm going to add is I'm going to add data, member is loading, member loading. And this will be use get or use current member. And we also have to pass in the Workspace ID argument here. So make sure you've imported the use member feature here. My apologies, use current member. And now what I'm also gonna do is const is admin, which will be use memo, and it will check if member role is admin. And it will look for member role. Like this. And then I'm also gonna go ahead and do the following. If we don't have, if member is loading, and if we can't get the member, so in any of these cases, I want to break this entire method. So I also have to add those new features here. So that is member, I believe, and member loading. And I also believe I need is admin. So we're gonna do else if not open and is admin. So only if we are admin, there we go. So now this is the screen that non-admins will get, right? And then I also want to go ahead and copy the last return here and just add this here. And this will simply be channel, no channel found. Let's write it like this, no channel found. And oh yeah, we don't need our triangle to spin. So let's remove the spin from here and from the no workspace error here. There we go, so no channel found, and well, there's nothing the guest can do about it, right? But if you go ahead and visit one of your own, there we go. Inside of here, you should be able to create that first channel and you will be redirected to channel ID page. So that's how we resolved that issue. Great, so we now have that resolved. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and start creating the channel ID page sections here. Great job. So now let's go ahead and let's implement a header component for our channel ID page. So what I also want to do here is just quickly go back inside of my Workspace ID page here. And I want to add it to workspace loading, channels loading. I also want to add member loading. And I'm going to chain if there is no workspace or if there is no member, we're just going to pass in workspace not found. Everything else can be no channel found, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's go inside of channel page.tsx, and I want to go ahead and keep this open, and I want to go inside of convex inside of channels here, and I want to implement the getById method. I believe we don't already have it, so let's go ahead and add it here. Export const getById, so this will be a query here, and it will accept some arguments. The only argument we are going to need is the ID, which is going to be a v.id channels. And then we're going to have a handler, which will be an asynchronous method with context and arguments here. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and get the user ID from our await out get user ID with context as the argument. If there is no user ID, we are going to return a null for the getById method. And then we're going to fetch the actual channel using await, context, database get, and arguments.id. In case there is no channel, we are going to early return null back. And now what we are going to do is we are going to check whether the user is a member of this workspace. But you've probably noticed we are missing the workspace ID for our index, which we usually use. Well, have no fear, because channel has the workspace ID. So that can save us one unnecessary argument for our query. So member is await context.database query members with index by workspace ID and user ID, get the query here, and let's do query workspace ID to be our channel workspace ID, and then our user ID will simply be our user ID from above, and we can call .unique safely here. And now, in case there is no member in this workspace with this user ID, we are going to return null because this user is not allowed to see information about this channel. And finally, let's return back the channel. Great. So now let's go ahead and create the API, the hook for that. So inside of features, channels, API, you can copy the useGet channels and go ahead and rename this to useGet individual channel, like that. Let's go ahead and modify this to be useGet channel, change this to be ID of channels. And go ahead and modify the props here, modify the useGet channel name here, and modify this prop to be ID. Modify the query to call the getById, and finally change the arguments to only accept ID. There we go. useGetChannel hook is now ready. So we can go back inside of our workspace ID channel ID page.tsx here, and let's go ahead and mark it as useClient because we are not going to be using any server-side components here. So let's go ahead and add our channel ID from our useChannelID hook. And then let's go ahead and let's get our useGetChannel from features API useGetChannel. Inside of here, we are going to pass the ID as channel ID. And then we will be able to destructure the data, which is the channel, and is loading, which will be channel loading. Like this. And now let's go ahead and add some early returns here in case we are loading. So if channel loading, we are going to return a div with a class name, height full, flex 1, flex items center, justify center. And inside a loader from Lucid React with a class name animate spin, size 6, and text muted foreground. And make sure you've imported the loader from Lucid React here. There we go, an early return. Then we can copy this and paste it here, and if there is no channel, in that case, we will return a triangle alert from Lucid React, so make sure that's another import you have here, and remove the animate spin, and go ahead and oh, this is a typo, so this should just be flex, like this. And inside of here, modify the flex to also have a flex column and gap y of 2. And below this, go ahead and add a span channel not found. And give this span a class name text small and text muted foreground. Like this. So there we go. Now you have a little loader here. Let me just see, is this spinner perhaps a tad too large? I want to check what's inside my workspace sidebar here. Let me just find it. Yes, in here the loader is size 5. So let's go ahead and keep it size 5 here as well. There we go. Let's be consistent. It doesn't, of course, really matter, but there we go. And I want to go ahead and hard code this to true just because I want to see how it looks. There we go. This is how it will look, channel not found. Great. So now let's go ahead and modify this div to have a class name, flex, flex column, and height full. And then inside, we're going to have a header component with channel name as prop, which will be our channel.name. Let's go ahead and create this channel, this header component inside of channel ID folder. So header.tsx. Let's export const header, and let's return a div header. Let's already prepare the interface header props to accept a name, which will be a string. Let's destructure the header props here, which is name, and we can go ahead and render the name here. You can now import the header from /header, and the channel name here, let's see, is a string, and I believe we can call it name actually, and just rename this to name. No need to be redundant, right? There we go, header test. So perhaps we can actually call it title. That will make more sense if you ask me. It's more generic. There we go, title. Header test. If I go ahead and create new one, header is a new one. There we go. So we are now successfully loading data from our channels and passing it into the header component. So now let's focus on the header component here and let's style it as we want to. So first of all, I'm going to give this div a class name of background white, border bottom, height of 49 pixels, flex, items center, px4, and overflow hidden. So that should already separate the header from the rest of the page here. Now inside of here, I want to go ahead and I want to add a button component from components UI buttons. So make sure you've added an import for that. And inside of here, I'm going to add a span element with a hashtag title like this. I'm going to go ahead and give the button itself a variant of ghost. I'm going to give it a class name of text large, font semi-bold, px of 2, overflow of hidden, and width of auto. And I'm also going to give it the size of small. And then I'm going to continue and give this span a truncate method. I'm also going to go ahead and create an FA chevron down from React icons FA. Like this. And let's give the FA chevron down a class name of size 2.5 and ML of 2. And there we go. We now have the name of our channel in the header here, and it will serve as a dropdown to access more options for the channel. So what we have to do next is turn this into a proper dropdown. So let's go ahead and import everything we need from the dialog, which is the dialog, the content, the trigger, header, title, close, and footer. Now let's wrap our button here inside of a dialog, like this. And let's also add a dialog trigger around the entire thing. Make sure that you add an asChild prop to the dialog trigger so you don't have any hydration errors and so that this becomes the button. Below the dialog trigger, add a dialog content. The dialog content will have a class name of padding 0, background of gray 50, and overflow of hidden. Inside of the dialog content, we're going to have a dialog header component. The dialog header will have a class name of padding 4, border bottom, and background of white. The dialog title itself will simply repeat the channel name. So it will have a hashtag space title, like this. So if you try and click here, there we go. You now have channel name opening up in a modal. So we are now going to propose the user with a couple of options for this channel here. So outside of the dialog header here, add a div. And let's go ahead and give this div a class name of px4, padding bottom of 4, flex column, and gap y of 2. Inside of here, we're going to go ahead and add a div with a class name px5, py4, let me just go ahead, yes, py4, background white, rounded large, border, cursor pointer, hover, bg gray 50, like this. So there we go. We now have this little container here. Inside of that container, we're going to go ahead and add another div with a class name flex items center and justify between. Inside of this positioning flex, we're going to add a paragraph channel name like this. Now let's go ahead and style this paragraph, since this will serve as a label to what this action will be. So text small and font semi-bold. Below the paragraph itself, we're going to go ahead and add another paragraph, edit. And we're going to give that paragraph a class name of text small, and then we're going to specify the text color 126/4A3. And let's give it a hover underline and font semi-bold. There we go, channel name and edit is here. And now, outside of this div, we're gonna add a paragraph hashtag title. And let's also add a class name text small inside. There we go, channel name right here as an option. Great. So now what I want to do is go outside of this div right here. So I want to still be inside of this div, which we've added below the dialog header, but outside of this one with background white and border and the cursor pointer. And in here, add a native button element. And inside of here, we're going to add the trash icon from Lucid React. So make sure you've added this. I'm just going to move it here to the top. We're going to go ahead and style the trash icon by giving it a class name of size 4. Below the trash icon, we're going to have a paragraph delete channel. The paragraph itself will have a class name of text small and font semi-bold. And now let's go ahead and give the props to the button. So it's going to have a class name of flex items center, gap x of 2, px of 5, py of 4, background color of white, rounded large, cursor will be the pointer, border, hover, background gray 50, and text rows 600, like this. So quite a long class name. Feel free to pause to copy it or write it down yourself, like this. There we go. So now we have to implement another dialog which is going to open when we click on the edit. So basically we are doing this, right? You can see how similar it looks to our workspace here. So when I click edit, I want this another dialog to pop up. So that's what I want to achieve here right now. So let's start by adding a state controlled opening here. So const edit open, set edit open. Use state from React will be false by default. I'm just gonna move it here to the top like that. And let's also add value and set value to be use state with a default value of title. So we can have some input property in the beginning. Great. So now what we have to do is we have to wrap this div right here above our delete button, right? So this one, we have to wrap it around, we have to wrap another dialog around this entire thing. So let's do that. Let's add a new dialog here around the entire thing. And let's go ahead and give it a open, which will be edit open, and on open change, set edit open. Now let's add a dialog trigger here. And let's also give it an as a child prop. So around this entire thing and as child. So let's also add a dialog content here. And the dialog content should simply have a dialog header, a dialog title, which will say rename this channel. So now if you click here, there we go, rename this channel, and you should be able to close it by clicking outside. Now let's go ahead outside of the dialog header here, and inside let's create a form element. Let's go ahead and add our input from components UI input, so make sure you've added an import for that. And I'm going to go ahead and give the input a couple of props here. So the value will be value. Disabled will be explicitly set to false. So we remember we have to disable it by something later on. OnChange for now will just be an empty arrow method. It will be required. We're going to add autofocus to it. A minimum length will be 3. A maximum length will be 80. And placeholder will be, for example, plan-budget. So now when you click here, there we go, rename this channel. Outside of the form, my apologies, inside of the form, but just below the input, we're going to add a dialog footer. Inside of the dialog footer, which we also have to remember to close, we're going to add a dialog close and as child prop to it, which will wrap another button, which will simply say cancel. It will have a variant of outline, and it will also have an explicit disabled prop set to false, so we remember to turn it on to something else later. Besides the dialog close, we're going to have our save button, which will be disabled as well, explicitly set to false, so we remember we have to do something later. We also have to kind of separate the two, so let's go ahead and find our form element here and give it a class name of y4. There we go. So now what we have to do is we have to create our handle change method. So we can copy the handle change method from our create channel model. You can find that inside of source, features, channels, components, create channel model. Inside of here, you should have the handle change with this regex, which separates the white space and turns it into the dash. So let's go ahead inside of the header here and let's just copy it and add it here. And instead of set name, this will be set value. Let's copy the handle change here and let's give it to onChange here. And now when you try to add white space, there we go. It automatically turns into a dash. Great. What we have to build now are the actual methods to update and delete the channel. So let's start by adding the update method. Let's revisit our convex channels right here. And just as we have the mutation to create, let's add the mutation to update. So export const update will be a mutation with arguments of id, which is v.id channels, workspace id, which is v.id workspaces, and name, which is what we will be updating. So let me just collapse those here. Like this. And then we're going to have a handler, which will be an asynchronous method, which accepts the context and the arguments here. First things first, we check whether we have the user ID. So let's go ahead and throw that error here. The other thing we have to check is whether we have a member and whether the member role is an admin. So I copied that from our create mutation right here. So these two clauses here. So we throw back unauthorized if any of this is true. So now what I want to do is very simply do await context.database.patch arguments.id and then go ahead and pass in the name to be the new arguments.name and return the arguments.id. So we return back something from this mutation. There we go. So you can decide how you want to handle this passing of workspace ID. If you want to, you can simply make it required for the mutation. So why do we need workspace ID when we are updating the individual channel? Because we need it for this index to check whether the currently logged in user is actually a member of a workspace. So that's how we have to do that, because otherwise, if we are simply working with, user ID, we can't exactly know what member are we looking for. But there is an alternative, which is the following. You can go ahead and get the channel using await context database get and pass in arguments.id. If there is no channel, we can go ahead and throw new error here because this is a mutation, channel not found. And then inside of here, you can use channel.workspaceID. So using this method, which honestly I kind of prefer looking at it, we can avoid passing in the workspace ID, and we can simply simplify it for the front end by just passing in the ID of the channel we want to update and the name we are updating to. And that way, in that case, we don't care about the explicit workspace ID because we will get it from the channel. And I quite like this solution, so I suggest you switch to that as well. Now let's go ahead and let's actually create that hook. So inside of features, channels API, we have use create channel, copy and paste it to use update channel. Go inside of the use update channel, modify the name to be use update channel, and modify this to pass in the ID of channels here. So it passes in the name and the ID of channels, and modify the mutation to use API channels update. And when you save, there should be no errors inside of this code. Let's go ahead and wrap it up by also adding the delete here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the entire update mutation, and I'm just going to go ahead and paste it here, and I'm going to call it remove. It's going to be quite similar with the exception of passing the name. So we don't need the name at all, but this can stay the same. This part can stay the same, this as well. And the way it's going to end is very simply by arguments.database.delete arguments ID, and we return back arguments.id. So that is the remove method. As you can see, pretty straightforward. But I'm gonna go ahead and add a to-do here, remove associated messages. So later on, we're gonna have some messages which exist, and if a channel is deleted, we should probably delete all messages inside of that channel as well. So let's go ahead and also add that. So I'm going to copy the use update channel and rename it to use remove channel. I'm going to rename the hook to use remove channel. I'm going to modify the request type to simply pass in the ID channels, and I will modify the mutations to be API channels remove. And there should be no errors inside of this code. So now let's go ahead back inside of our header component. So that's located inside of source, app folder, workspace, workspace ID, channel ID, header.tsx. Let's go ahead and let's add our use update channel and pass in the ID. And we can get the ID from our const channel ID, use channel ID. You can also pass it as a prop to this entire header component if you prefer it that way. But I found this hook to be quite handy, and I know that it will be true because we rely on ID from our URL as the structure. So my channel ID will be passed as such. Use update channel, let me just, oh, my apologies, we are not passing that here, we will pass it later in the mutation method. So mutate will be update channel, and its pending will be updating channel. Like that, there we go. So now what we have to do is we have to implement the handle submit method. So const handle submit will accept an event of react.form event, which will be based on HTML form element here. Now that we have a properly typed event, we can go ahead and call event.prevent default. Let me just go ahead and see what I've made a mistake of right here. There we go. And then we're going to call update channel. We're going to pass in the ID, which will be channel ID, and the name, which will be our value right here. There we go. Now let's add on success here. The on success will very simply call the toast from Sunner with success variant, channel updated. And then we're gonna implicitly do set open set edit open to false, so we close that modal. On error here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do toast.error failed to update channel. There we go. And let's just ensure that you have the toast imported here. And now we can attach the handle submit to the form here. So on submit, handle submit. Let's find these explicit disabled false properties. So this will be is, which one is it? Is updating or updating channel. So updating channel. This will be updating channel, and this will be updating channel. And now that I look at it, I prefer the is updating channel. So I will just go ahead and rename it to is updating channel. So let me find these 3 instances here. So 1, 2, and 3 is updating channel, is updating channel, and is updating channel. So now I'm going to go ahead and attempt to rename this to rename test. And there we go. Rename test right here. Excellent. Now let's go ahead and do the same for the delete channel. So I'm going to go ahead and just below the use update channel, I'm going to add mutate. Remove channel is pending will be is removing channel, and use remove channel will be imported from the same place. So features, channels, API, use remove channel. Now let's go ahead and let's actually implement the handle delete method. So const handle delete will be an asynchronous method. Do you know why asynchronous? Well, because we are going to add our confirm modal, confirm dialog, confirm from use confirm hook. So let's go ahead and move that here. Let's go ahead and add some text to the use confirm hook. So the title will ask delete this channel. The description will say you are about to delete this channel. This action is irreversible. Like so. Let's go ahead and wrap our entire thing. Actually, we don't have to wrap the entire thing. We can just go ahead and go inside of the div above the dialog and render the confirmed dialog inside. Like this. So now go inside of the handle delete. Const OK is await confirm. Make sure you have the confirm right here. If not OK, return the method like this. Otherwise, let's go ahead and do delete channel. My apologies, remove channel. Pass in the ID, which will be the channel ID, and then add on success here, which will call toast.success channel deleted. And then it will redirect the user to the root of the workspace ID, so we can assign this user to a new channel. So for that, we need the router from use router from next navigation. I'm just going to go ahead and move that import here to the top. So let me just go ahead and implement that. Inside of my remove channel, we are now going to do router.push /workspace workspace ID. We are missing the workspace ID, so let's quickly add it the same way we added our channel ID. So workspace ID, use workspace ID. Make sure you've imported the workspace ID from its relative hook here. Great, now we have the workspace ID here as well. And on error here, let's not forget to add toast.error channel failed to delete channel. There we go. And let's assign the handle delete method here to our delete button right here. So on click, handle delete disabled is removing channel, like so. So now if you go ahead and click on delete channel, you get the confirmation. If you cancel, nothing happens, but if you confirm, there we go. The channel has been deleted. And what just happened? We got redirected to what page? To workspace ID. And do you remember what we recently implemented there? We implemented the functionality to find the first available channel ID and redirect the user to that channel ID. So as long as I have another channel, and if I go into another one, and if I remove this one, I will be redirected to that channel. But if I go ahead and remove that channel as well, there we go. We have this functionality where if we are an admin and we can't find the channel ID and our modal is not opened, we are going to forcefully open the create a new channel. And there we go. Amazing, amazing job. So what we have to do now is also disable these features for non-admin users. So let's go ahead and add inside of the header component the use current member actually. So use current member who needs the workspace ID prop, which we have now because of our use workspace ID. Make sure you've added the use current member here. There we go. And inside of here, we are going to destructure the data, which will be our member, and we don't need the is loading. So we just need the member here. So what we're going to do is we're going to implement a const handle open. And I believe the value here will be a Boolean. So let me just check that. Inside of this dialog trigger here, right here, let me just find which one, this one, right? So on open change, yes, it accepts a Boolean. So we're going to go ahead and pass it the handle open here. Let's actually call it handle edit open, so it's a bit more clear. So handle edit open. If I just modify this to be set edit open to true to value, I think it will have the exact same functionality as moments ago, so that's fine. So what we're going to do here is if member role is not an admin, we are going to return and break this entire thing so it cannot even happen, right? So I want to go ahead and try that out now. So let me go ahead and try and go. Okay, so I have another member inside of this GitHub workspace who is not an admin. So I will log out and I will go into that user. Let me go inside. There we go. So I have plan budget and there we go. If I click here, nothing is opening exactly as I expect here. But of course we still have this, which should give me back an error. Excellent, it gives me an error, so we cannot do it. The backend is protected well enough. We just need to protect the front end. So I recommend that you take a look at the workspace from a member's perspective, so you can go ahead and see how this will look like. So let's also go ahead and remove the little edit button here. So this paragraph, let's go ahead and only do if member role is admin, only then go ahead and render this edit. Otherwise, don't render it at all. And you can go ahead and copy this entire thing as a decision whether to render the delete button or not. There we go. So this is what guests will see and not much other functionality for them. But for those who have created their channels, I believe this is the one, there we go. You can see that they can rename it, they can delete it. Amazing, amazing job. Now that we've wrapped up the header component, let's go ahead and let's develop the editor component. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back inside of my channel ID page.tsx. And inside of here, I'm gonna add a div with a class name of flex1, and it's gonna be a self-closing div. So this is just temporarily. Now below that, go ahead and add a chat input component. Let's create the chat input component in the same folder as header. So chat-input.tsx. Let's export const chat input. And let's go ahead and let's return a div chat input. Now go back to the channel ID and import the chat input component the same way you've imported the header component. And there we go. You should have the chat input component here at the bottom of the page because we've added flex 1 above that part. Now let's go inside of the chat input. Let's go ahead and give it some styles to this div. So we're going to add a class name here, px5 and with full. Then inside of here, we're going to add our editor component. So the editor component does not exist yet, but we're going to go ahead and create it. So I'm going to put the editor component inside of our reusable components folder because we're going to reuse editor in many other places. So let's create the editor.tsx component like this. The editor will behave a little bit differently. We are primarily going to have to do a default export on the editor because later on we're going to have to dynamically import it. I'm going to explain all of that once we add all the packages we need and how they work, but for now, make sure that you add the editor like this. So let's just return a div editor here and then do an export default of editor like that. Then go back inside of the chat input, and for now you can import editor exactly like this. Later we're gonna change this to be a dynamic import because the package which we are going to use does not work well with server-side rendering, so we're gonna have to avoid that by using the dynamic import. So let's go ahead and continue developing this editor here. I'm gonna go ahead and give this div here a class name of flex and then flex column. I'm then going to go ahead and create another div with a class name flex column border slate 200 rounded MD overflow hidden focus within border slate 300 focus within will also have a shadow SM transition and background color of white like this. And let's go ahead and add a little text here in a div editor. So already you should see a little editor here with a small border. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and actually style this editor. But we are not going to write out the entire editor ourselves. Instead, we're just going to have a div here, which will have a reference to our Quill editor. So let's go ahead and install all the packages necessary. So let's head inside of the terminal and let's do bun add or npm install Quill. Now let's go ahead and let's add everything we need here from Quill. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my editor and I'm going to import Quill, from Quill. Make sure you don't misspell it as I did. Besides this, we are also going to need to import the CSS from the package. So quill/dist/quill.snow.css like that. And now we're going to have to create a Quill ref or a container ref component to be a bit more specific. So let's go ahead and add const container ref to be useRef React. And then we're going to go ahead and modify this div to be a self-closing tag and have a ref of container ref like this. Let's go ahead and just add a proper type for the container ref here. So this will be a type of HTML div element like this. And by default, it will be null. There we go. Now let's add a use effect from React, and inside of the use effect we are going to initialize Quill and we are actually going to add it to the container ref right here. So we're going to start by checking if we don't have the container ref.current. In that case, we're just going to break the use effect because we cannot initialize this at all. And now let's go ahead and let's add const container to be our container ref.current so we can easily access it. Let's then create an editor container here to be container.append_child and pass in container.owner_document.create_element div. Like that. Now let's go ahead and let's create our options for the editor. So this will be a type of quill options, which you can import from quill. So I'm just going to go ahead and import type quill options like this. There we go. So this is an object. And inside of here, we're going to add some properties. So the theme will be snow because that's what we've imported here. So that's the CSS it will load for this editor. And the only other thing we actually need here, well, we are going to have some modules later on, but let's go ahead and keep it simple. Let's just make our options have a theme and nothing more. And now let's finally create the actual quill constant, which will be new quill, and we're going to pass in the editor container and options in the second argument, like that. And then what we're going to have to do is also take care of our return method. So when we unmount, it's very important to do this, especially in React if you have strict mode on, because use effect will be called twice. So we need to do proper cleanup in this case. So inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if we have container. In that case, container inner HTML will become an empty string. So that's the entire thing we're going to do for now, right? And we technically don't need this to be a constant yet, but we are going to need it later. So that's why I added it like that. So I think just looking at this, there we go. You should now be able to see an editor here at the bottom. So what we have to do next is just style it a bit so it looks more to what we want. Let's head back inside of our global.css file. So inside of our source app folder, we should have a globals.css, and let's go all the way to the bottom here. And inside of here, we're going to add some custom class names. So QL Toolbar is going to have a border of none. And important thing is that we add important to almost all of our class names here because we have to override the default quill styles. So background color here will be F8, 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 and also override with important. Then we're going to have QL Toolbar, QL formats, not last child. Inside of here, add a border right to be 1 pixel solid, DC, 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 and important as well. Also add a padding right of 12 pixels and important. Then let's go ahead and let's add a QL container here to have a font family of Lato, sans serif, and important at the end. Let's give it a border of none, which we also have to prefix it important, and a height of unset. Outside of the QL container, let's add the QL editor. Line height will be 22 pixels. Padding will be 8 pixels by 12 pixels. Color will be 1D, 1C, 1D. Font weight will be 400 by default. Of course, we will be able to change that. Font family, we're going to repeat the one from above. So Lato and sans serif. And font size will be 14 pixels by default. Then let's go ahead and let's edit the QL editor anchor element to have a color of 126483. Let's go ahead and let's add a QL editor anchor element hover, which will have a text decoration of underline. Let's also prepare another class name, which we are going to need QL renderer. So this doesn't actually come with Quill, but we are going to use this later. So let's already prepare it. Padding 0 and important. And let's add QL editor before to have a left of 12 pixels, a font family, which we can repeat from any of the font families above, a color, which will be 8D, 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 and important, a font style of normal, font size of 14 pixels, font weight of 400. And what we can also do is we can use the @apply and we can write truncate. And what this will do is it will apply a Tailwind class inside of CSS. So you can also use the applies all the way through if you prefer it that way. I forgot to give you that tip. And now let's keep it like this for now. We're gonna go ahead and modify it later even further, but go ahead and keep it like this for now. And now let's go back inside of our components, editor component here, and let's give our main div here, which is the container, a class name of hfull and QL custom. And already you should see a big change in the editor. So this header is now kind of grayed out, the border is no longer available here, and the text is a bit smaller now. Great. So what we have to do next is style it just a bit more further, and then we can go ahead and start adding some functionality to it. So below this container, but still inside of this border slate 200 div, let's go ahead and let's add another div, which is gonna hold some of our additional tools. So let's add flex, px2, padding bottom of 2, and z index of 5. And inside of here, let's go ahead and let's add a button, which you can get from ./UI button or components UI button, however you prefer. We are in the components folder, so we can use the shorthand here. So inside of this button, I'm just gonna add a PA text AA, which is a icon. So let's go ahead and import PA text AA from React icons PI. Like this. Now let's go ahead and let's give this button a disabled of explicit false, so we remember we have to disable it later, a size of icon SM, a variant of ghost, and on click for now to be an empty arrow method here. And let's go ahead and see, am I able to even see that? Why am I not able to see that right now? Let's go ahead and try and write hello here. All right, so we can see it here. So did we even see it before? Maybe I just missed it, but here it is. Here is our AA icon. Great. Let's give our AA icon here a class name of size 4. So it's just a little bit bigger, like this. Now go ahead and copy and paste this button. And this one will have a smile from Lucid React or any other icon library that you prefer. So there we go. We have this for formatting, we have this for emojis, and we are gonna need one more. So let's go ahead and copy this. And this will be our image icon. I suggest you import it as image icon rather than image, because you can import images here, image from here as well, but there is a component from React, from Next.js called image, so it will be conflicted. So import image icon from Lucid React and render it here. There we go. So we now have these 3 icons here. And what I want next is I want the submit button. So let's go ahead now. And let's add another button here, which will simply say submit, or let's not say submit, let's just add an MD send icon. We can import MD send from React icons MD. Let me just go ahead and refresh. So yes, go ahead and often refresh when you're working with this quill, because hot reloading is not activated in real time. But here is the chance for us to do what I told you we are gonna have to do later. So the way quill works is that it just doesn't support server-side rendering. So what you should do is go inside of your app folder, workspace, channel ID, chat input, where you import the editor, and import it like this. Import dynamic from next dynamic, and then you're gonna go ahead and import editor in a different way. So you're gonna write const editor will be dynamic, open an arrow function, and then import add /components/editor, and then add the options SSR false, like this. There we go. So now you can see that it loads the editor a bit later after we go into server-side rendering, but you should now not have any errors, and I think that even the hot reloading should now be improved. All right, so let's go ahead and let's continue developing this send button here. So for the MD send, we're just going to give it a class name of size 4. And the button itself, let's go ahead and give it a class name of ML Auto, and let's give it a background color of 007A5A, and let's also do a hover to same background like this. But let's add an 80% opacity, and let's do text white. There we go. Let's also go ahead and modify this button to have a size of icon small. There we go. So we now have the send button, and we have all these other helpful items here as well. Great. So let's go ahead and give this button a disabled of false explicitly like that. And let's give it a non-click of an empty arrow function like this. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's wrap these buttons into hints so that we know what they are supposed to actually do. So go ahead and import hint from /hint, and let's wrap our first button with our AA icon here. So hint, wrap the entire button inside, and let's give this a label of hide formatting like this. So when you hover over, there we go, it should say hide formatting. So let's go ahead and wrap the other div, the other button inside of hint as well. And this one should simply say emoji. Let's go ahead and wrap it one more time for this one. This one will simply say image, like this. So now we have image, emoji, and hide formatting, like that. Now let's go to the bottom of our div here, just before the last div ends, and let's add a new one, which will have a paragraph, beginning with strong, which will be shift plus return, to add a new line. So basically a little hint after the end of our editor here. And let's give this div a class name of padding 2, text of 10 pixels, text muted foreground, and let's give it flex justify end. So there we go. You should now have a little text, shift plus return, to add a new line here. Great. So this is looking very good now, and what I want to build now is I want to build different variants for this editor. So this will be a very reusable component. We're going to use it both to create the message, but also to edit a message. So for that, we're going to have two different types of editor. So let's create the editor props, and let's add the variant, which will be an optional prop, which can be either create or update. So let's go ahead inside of here, and let's add our editor props here, and let's destructure the variant itself. And what I want to do is I want to give it a default of create. So if the user does not pass anything, we're going to assume that this editor is used to create a message. So now let's go ahead and let's actually use this logic to hide or show certain elements. So for example, find the image button. We are only going to show that if the variant is create. So go ahead and wrap it like this. So only when we are first creating a message will we be able to attach an image to it as well. We will not be able to attach an image if we are updating. So right now nothing should change, you should still see an image. But go back to your chat input here and give it a variant of update. Once you save, you can see that the image should no longer be available. So go ahead and I'm just gonna go bring it back to create now. So we can easily change. So if it's create, you should see the image. Now let's go ahead and let's use it even further here. So this MD send button should also only be visible if variant is create, like this. And go ahead and indent it inside. So right now it's perfectly visible, right? But if I change this to update, the button is no longer visible. That's not because we're not gonna have a button, but because we're gonna have a different button. So above this, go ahead and add a if variant is update. In that case, we're gonna go ahead and add a div here with a class name ml auto flex items center and gap x2. And inside of here, we're gonna have two buttons, one to cancel and one to save. So this is how it will look like on the update method. So let's go ahead and style them. So let's give them a variant of outline. Let's give them a size of small, an onClick for now to be just an empty arrow function, and disabled of explicit false for now. And the save button will be quite similar. So disabled of explicit false, an onClick, which will just be an empty arrow function, a size of small, and we can steal the class name from this one. But we don't need ML auto. So just the background, the hover, and the text here. So there we go. You should have the cancel and the save buttons if you are in edit mode, like that. Great, so we've handled the variants now, and we should now be ready to actually start adding some other props to our editor. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go inside of the editor here, and I'm gonna add all the other props it can have. So I'm gonna add the onSubmit method, which will be a method where we're gonna have to pass the image and the body. And I'm gonna call this a type of editor value. Let's go ahead and give it like call it like that. So the image will be a type of file or null. So not every message will have to have an image, right? And the body will be a type of string, like that. So then we can assign the editor value here, like this, and it will return a void. Besides the onSubmit, we're gonna have an optional onCancel, so you can add a question mark here, and this will just be a void, like that. Then we're gonna have a placeholder, which will be an optional string. We're gonna have a default value, which will be optional as well, and this will be a type of delta, which you can import from Quill Core. So I'm just gonna go ahead and move that to the top here. So delta from Quill Core, and also OP from Quill Core. So default value will either be delta or an array of OP values. So Quill has its own, let's say, language for rich text values, which is quite good for us because it allows us to save that inside of our database. And we can then use the Quill component as a renderer, and then we don't have to worry about sanitizing HTML or converting this to HTML. So it's much safer this way. And yes, there actually is a Quill React editor package, but I found it way more useful if we create our own editor just by using the Quill package, because that package itself is great, but we need a lot of customization here. So we are just gonna build our own editor, and this will also allow us to build our own renderer of Quill, this delta and OP values later on. Now let's go ahead and give it a optional disabled prop, which will be a boolean. And let's give it an inner ref, which will be an optional value here, and a type of mutable ref object, which you can import from React, and it will accept the Quill editor or null. So make sure you've imported the mutable ref object here from React. And the variant can stay the same. Great, and you can now extract all of those here. So let's add on cancel, on submit, placeholder, and let's go ahead and write a default placeholder of write something like this. Let's go ahead and give it a default value of an empty array. Disabled by default will be false, inner ref, and variant, we already have it here, it is create. Great. Now, since most of the things inside of this editor will be done inside of this use effect here, we have to be careful about how we're going to store all of these methods here, these functions, the default values, right? So we're going to do something that you might be a little bit unfamiliar with, but we're going to heavily rely on refs. Why? That's because refs do not have to be added to dependency arrays, and they don't cause re-renders when changed. So what we're going to do is we're going to store all of these values we have here into their own refs. So for example, we're going to have submit ref, which will be use ref, and we're simply going to pass in onSubmit. And this way, we will be able to call the onSubmit function inside of useEffect, but we won't have to pass the onSubmit in the dependency array, making our code more reliable. So let's go ahead and also add some other const placeholder ref. So this will also be something we're gonna have to add inside of the useEffect, but I don't want to add the entire placeholder inside of this dependency array, because if it changes from the parent component, it will cause some render issues here. So let's add useRef here and call placeholder. Now let's add a Quill ref here. This will be a useRef, which will very simply accept Quill or null, and it will be null by default. Then let's add a default value ref, which will have the default value here. We already have the container ref, I believe, so let's just move it here with the other refs. And let's also add disabled ref to be useRef. Oh, we can just pass in disabled from the prop. Great. And now let's also add a use layout effect, which doesn't accept any dependencies array, and inside of here we're simply going to update all of them. So submit ref.current will get the new value of onSubmit if it happens, and then placeholder ref.current will get the new placeholder value, and then we're gonna have default value ref.current to be the new default value, and disabled ref.current will have the new disabled value. Like that. There we go. And now we can go back inside of this use effect and we can go ahead and style it just a bit further. So for example, inside of our options now, besides theme, let's also add this placeholder to be a type of placeholder ref.current. So we are now able to pass from the placeholder prop into the ref, which we can then use inside of these options. And as you can see, we don't have to add anything in the dependency array. If we just use the placeholder value, you can see that I need to add that to the dependency array, and that can cause some rendering issues. So this solution that I found with use layout effect and passing these things to refs is from Quill official documentation page, where it shows how to use it with React. It is a bit simpler than this, but this is basically the gist of it. So make sure that inside of your options, you're passing placeholder ref.current. So inside of this chat input now, let's go ahead and let's pass in all the props we didn't have until now. So I'm going to pass in the placeholder to be, let's go ahead and write test placeholder. Then let's go ahead and pass in onSubmit to be an empty arrow function. Let's go ahead and add disabled of explicit false. And we can go ahead and pass in the inner ref as well. So inner ref is something we're going to do so that we can control the editor from the outside of the component, which we are going to need because our onSubmit is going to live in this chat input component. So for example, once we successfully send a message, I want to clear the editor. We just learned that we won't be able to rely on passing new props. For example, we don't have value, we have default value, which means I don't expect this editor component to be controlled via props. So that's why we need this inner ref, for example. So if you want to, you can already add that here. Let's go ahead and add editor ref to be useRef from React, passing Quill from Quill or null, and null by default. And then you can pass in the editor ref to be the inner ref, like this. You could, we call it inner ref because if you want to pass it as ref, you then have to modify the editor to be with forward ref, right? But that's just unnecessarily complicated. And apparently in React 19, that will no longer be an issue. But for now, you can safely use the inner ref and just pass it like this. So it's not doing anything now, but I just want to get rid of all the errors and test out our props. So there we go. Now you can see that we have a test placeholder here. Excellent. Now let's go ahead and do the following. I want to modify the chat input here to have an interface, chat input props. And let's go ahead and give it a placeholder, which will be a string. And then inside of here, let's destructure that placeholder and chat input props here. And let me just fix the typo placeholder. And then we can just go ahead and pass in the placeholder as the prop as well. And then go back inside of your channel ID page.tsx. And now let's modify the chat input to have a placeholder, which will basically be message, hashtag, and then channel.name. So this way we control it all the way from here, so we don't have to pass the unnecessary channel name prop to the chat input. We can just pass the only prop we need, which is the placeholder. And when I refresh, this should say message plan budget. If I go ahead and create a new channel, this should say message new channel. And when you switch, you can see how it has a new message for you. Great. So we have that. Let's go ahead and let's continue developing inside of the use effect of our editor here. So now I want to go ahead and I want to give it the ability to pass in some default values if they exist, right? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to turn this back inside of a constant. So we have it available like that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this Quill initialization to our ref, Quill ref here, so that we can access it throughout the rest of the code, which is not inside of this use effect. So for example, here or here, right? So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do Quill ref.current will be Quill. And Quill ref.current will also be focus. So what this will do now is that every time you refresh and load, you can see how my editor is immediately focused. So I didn't click anywhere on the page. I can just start typing already. Or if I go to a new channel, you can see how I'm immediately focused inside of here. So if we don't add this part and refresh, you can see that I'm not focused here. If I'm typing, nothing happens. But when I click, I'm focused. So that's the kind of things that this Quill ref will be used for, and we are already using it inside of here. And now we're going to do, if inner ref was passed, that means that we obviously want to control the Quill in the same way from outside of the component, right? So for example, we can do this Quill, we want to do this focus in the chat input for whatever reason. I don't know, maybe, you know, after our on submit dot, then I want to go ahead and focus the editor, right? So how can I do that? Well, we can do that with this editor ref, which we're passing as the inner ref here. So if we have the inner ref, we're very simply gonna attach the inner ref.current to quill as well, like this, right? So it doesn't matter. Both of them can have the same value. So now this inner ref has the same functionality as this quill ref inside of our component. So now in chat input later on, I can do editor ref dot current, and I can do dot focus, for example, if I want to, right? So that's what this allows us to do. And now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go ahead and prepare a use state here. So this use state will be called text and set text. So why all of a sudden do we need the state value if I just told you that this was not going to be a controlled component? Well, the only reason we need this is because depending on whether we are empty, so depending on whether our editor is empty or we typed something, it's going to show different things. For example, it's going to disable this button if we are empty. But here's the thing with refs. So they are great for using inside of use effects. But remember, they don't cause re-renders, which means that, for example, if I have a value ref, or if I use this quill ref, right? Let's go ahead and say that I want to disable this button here, right here. If quill ref dot current, I don't know, get contents dot length is 0, right? Technically, you'd think, okay, I guess this makes sense. Yes, if this get contents method returns everything that's inside of the editor, and if it returns 0, that would mean that the editor is empty, right? Yes, that's correct. But quill ref will not re-render, right? So it will not change if something was written and then it was removed, it will not be updated, it will not be re-rendered. So that's why we need to have a separate type of control for things that we want to show differently. And those things we're gonna hold inside of our states like this. And let me just quickly see. Oh yes, so one prop which we are gonna have to pass is the inner ref, but no worries about that because we know that's a ref, so it will not be able to cause any additional renders. But let's get rid of this warning message here. So just pass the inner ref inside of the use effect. So now make sure you have the text and the set text here. And basically what we're going to be able to do now is anytime that the quill text changes, we're going to go ahead and change that state, and that state causes re-renders. So depending on state change, we will be able to detect, all right, something has changed in the editor or not, right? So we are using a mix and match of state and refs depending on where we need to use it. So let's start by appending a default value to this editor if it exists. So quill set contents default value ref dot current. This way we avoid an additional dependency in our dependency array. And then let's do set text quill get text like this. And then let's go ahead and add a listener. So quill on quill dot events dot text underscore change. Go ahead and do set text quill get text. So I want to only refresh the text on every keystroke change. We also have to update our return or cleanup method here, starting with quill.off for quill.events.text change. So the quill, I think, is just the basic quill import here, right? Nothing special. So make sure you turn off the listener. And then we also have to clean up our quill ref.current. So if it exists, quill ref.current will be null. And if inner ref exists, we're going to do the exact same thing. So we have to clean the entire thing up. So this will be inner ref.current will be null. Like this. There we go. So now what you can do is the following. You can do const is empty, and you can now check if text.trim.length is 0. And this text is from state here, right? So this will be re-rendered constantly. So this will be updated, true and false. But if we use the quill ref .current.get text, for example, you'd think that this works the exact same way, because this is technically what we are adding to our set text here, right? Well, that's the problem. quillref.current.getText does not update. It only works great here in the use effect, but not in this render world, let's call it like that, right? So that's why we separated that inside of the use state, so it's controlled differently. But this will not be enough to detect whether something is empty or not. So we also have to do a proper regex here. So let's do text.replace. And we have to remove some things inside of the text which are considered empty, but technically have some elements. So when you initiate the quill editor, its default value might be this, right? Or just, you know, some empty paragraph like this. This is technically empty, right? But if we just read the text, this is, you know, not empty. Obviously, this is something inside. So we have to add a regex to remove all of these elements and then check if it's empty, right? So inside of this regex, we're gonna go ahead and remove empty HTML elements that could possibly appear here. So let's go ahead and add a /. Let's add the beginning of the pointy bracket, and let's open normal brackets. Inside, add a dot, then add a straight pipe, add a backwards slash, and n. And then outside of the first parenthesis, add an asterisk, question mark, end of the pointy bracket, and a / global like this. There we go. And of course, we have to replace that with empty string. So now I'm going to console log is empty here. And we can also console log the actual text, right? So let's see what's happening. I'm going to go ahead and remove this, and I'm going to zoom in a bit here. So I will write hello right here. Let me just refresh everything first. You also often refresh, right? So this is what I was talking about, right? This is technically empty, right? But you can see that the text value has something inside. It has this new line tag, right? So when I type in hello world, you can see that now is empty is false. But if I remove the entire thing, text is not technically empty, but thanks to our regex, we got rid of things like this. So we know it's empty. Or if we, for example, add new lines, still, we consider that empty, right? Unless a letter has been written, we consider it empty, right? So that's why we added this regex here. And you can see that this console log is updating in real time, which means that we can use it to, for example, disable the submit button if we have not written any letters and are just adding white space. So we don't want to send messages which are obviously, you know, just white space. So let's go ahead inside of this and use this is empty somewhere. So I want to find, first of all, my variant create here, and I'm going to go ahead and I will disable the variant create if our disabled prop is active or if we are empty. So remember, in my components, I am not using the disabled ref.current because this is not updated. This doesn't cause re-renders. That's why I'm using a mix and match of my props inside of my JSX elements, but inside of my use effect, I'm using the refs, right? So that is the difference. So remember, refs are to be used inside of use effect. Everything else should be used via normal regular props. So already you should see a difference here. As you can see, my button here is disabled. Even if I had spaces and new lines, it is disabled because we don't consider this a message until you add a letter. Then it becomes a message like that. And now let's go ahead and also modify its style a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap this inside of cn from libutils. Make sure you've imported the cn from libutils. I'm just going to go ahead and add it here like that. And then we're going to go ahead and modify it so that this is, the default. And then we're going to go ahead. Actually, let's do this. Let's make ML auto the default. And then this one will only be if is empty. We're going to have, let's go ahead and do it like this. Copy it twice. All right. So if it's empty, we're going to have one style. And if it's not empty, we're going to have another style. So we are now going to modify the if it is empty. In that case, the background color for this will be white. The hover will be white as well. And the text will be muted foreground. The rest can stay the same. So there we go. This is how it looks like now, a completely different style until you write something and then it becomes active again. Amazing. Great. So now what I want to do is just a few more things here, which will help us, style this editor a bit better and have it make it have some greater controls. So as you can see here, I wrote that if you want to add a new line, you should press Shift plus return. But right now, you can see that we can do that by pressing regular return. But I want to override that. I want my return to call the onSubmit method instead. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back inside of the use effect and we're going to find our options, quill options here. And what we can do is we can add, for example, modules. And inside of here, we can add, for example, keyboard. And we can override some of the combinations, some bindings specifically. So bindings inside of here. Let's add, if you hit enter, we're going to do the following. So we have to define, we call this enter, yes, but you have to manually define which key is that. So that is the enter key. And then you can go ahead and pass in your custom handler for that. So what do you want to happen once handler has been hit? So I think that if I just go ahead and, return here, now, when I hit and I first refresh, right? When you hit enter, there we go, nothing happens. So that's how we can override this. So I can add, to do submit form. And using the same way, you can go ahead and add a shift _ enter. And inside of here, you can add key enter. Whoops, where was I? So the same as we started above, key enter, but also add shift key to be true. So then it will look for the combination of those. So let's add the handler here. And inside of here, what we're going to do is quill insert text, quill get selection, execute it. And then with a question mark, let's get the index or default to 0. And then we're simply going to insert a backward slash and n indicating a new line. So now when you refresh again, normal enter does nothing, but shift enter adds a new line. So that's how we can handle that. Amazing. And you can go ahead and use these modules for even further, right? So for example, let's say you don't want this. Right? For example, this is not something that I want in my message editor. If you want to, you can have it here, but I don't want it in my messages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of modules here and I will add toolbar. And I'm going to modify the toolbar. So we simply, in this toolbar, my apologies, this is not an object, this is an array. So in the toolbar, you now kind of write sets of elements you want. So I want bold, italic, and the strike. And now you can see that when I refresh, those three will be in its own section here. And I can continue writing stuff here, or I can separate and go into another and add link, for example. And you can see that now when I refresh, link will be separated via this little divider here. And we can go ahead and wrap it up by adding the a few more options, list ordered, and let's add list bullet like this and refresh again. And there we go. We now have our lists, and you can go ahead and add new lines like this. There we go. So we just modify the editor in our custom way. So this allows you to explore a lot. So you can go ahead and Google, Quill documentation, Quill options to explore everything else it has here. Excellent. So before we go on to, submitting the entire form, I want to go ahead and do one thing which we can immediately resolve, and that is this, hide formatting. This is a very simple function which we can implement. So let's add a new state, which we are going to call, toolbar visible. So below this, go ahead and add is toolbar visible and set is toolbar visible. And by default, it will be false, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's implement the toggle toolbar method. So I want to do that after the entire use effect here. So just above is empty. Const toggle toolbar will first of all change the set is toolbar visible to the opposite of the current value. And then const toolbar element will be container ref question mark, my apologies, dot current question mark query selector, and we're going to get a .ql dash toolbar because that is this element right here. If you hover yourself, you should find the QL toolbar class name right here. QL toolbar. So we find that, and then if we find the toolbar element, we're going to go ahead and do toolbar element dot class list dot toggle hidden, like that. And then let's go ahead and let's actually call this method from our button, which has the PI text AA here. So you can go ahead and click toggle toolbar here, and you can disable it if our general disable prop is true, like that. And I'm going to go ahead and modify the hint here. So if is toolbar visible, we're going to say hide formatting. Otherwise, it will be show formatting. And we can also go ahead and pass this disabled prop to these other explicitly disabled false buttons, like this. And for the update one, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing as we did in our create one. So we're going to disable the save button if the general disabled prop is true or if is empty, like this. So now, if you refresh, I believe we should be able to, there we go, toggle formatting on or off, and it should have a different message. So, okay, it's the opposite. So now it says show formatting, so let's just fix that. So if toolbar is visible, it will say show formatting. Or let me just go ahead and see this logic here. Just a second, because it feels like the logic is correct, but the text is not exactly. Oh, so yes, it's because we started with the invalid use state in the beginning. So is toolbar visible, set is toolbar visible should begin as true, right? So it's true in the beginning. So now it says hide formatting, and now it says show formatting. Great. So we are still not done with the entire editor component, but we are going to stop here for now. In the next chapter, we're going to implement the emoji functionality, the add image functionality, and then we're going to finally go ahead and submit our form. Great job.